be attacked for saying things that other people find crazy. That's what I mean by the system. If you're talking about,
you mean
like,
physical attack? Do you mean physical violence?
That's what you're referring to.
When I say, no, I'm referring to. Yeah, that's like doxing and approaching the workplace.
That's what I mean.
That's not illegal, is it? So the system won't protect us from that. That's not illegal. The problem is society.
I thought you were downplaying kind of like things intentionally because we don't want to get into too much detail. I thought that was intentional. I know firsthand that some people have been downplay what has happened. People's workplace been approached, blah blah blah. I know firsthand that people have actually been confronted, and people have actually been maliciously. Not used, but kind of there have been revenge attacks, let's call it, that have had financial impact. You know what I mean? These things, these are the things that shouldn't be allowed. If just because someone, is in a certain Discord room. I thought we were talking the same thing, but maybe I missed the point. Sorry.
Possibly, mate. I think I was just trying to point out that there's lots of attacks that go on and stuff like that. So, but from seeing all that though, we know that the truth hurts. We've fully like that point there. Flat Earthers understand more than any other group. Okay. From an outsider's perspective, we've accepted the truth, and it hurt us too. I definitely went into Flat Earth kicking and screaming. And to this day, I wonder, sometimes if I'd have never come across it, what would my life be like? It'd be different.
How do you come across it? You say that as though you're just down the street and you sort of trip over something, and then it's like, oh, what's that? It's not like that, is it? Like, how do you come across it?
It kind of is, bro. I was at a party and my cousin was talking outside with a few people. They were talking about Flat Earth, and I made a joke about it. He got pretty serious with me and says, no, you're not listening. So then he hit me with some basic evidences, and I was like, okay, bro, whatever you say. But when I went home, I thought, you know what, I'm going to debunk him. And within 3 months, I rang him back, and I went, dude, I'm sorry. Like I can fully understand now, but it was a very painful process, those 3 months. I prayed at least once or twice. I cried maybe once or twice. I probably had a little crisis. And then I got over it, I got over it. But it is what it is. You can't unsee what you've seen now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to keep going talking about this. It sounds like a personal thing. I'd love to hear the story maybe another day, but I'm actually comfortable sharing. The question I was going to ask is what it was that he mentioned that caused you to go back and start finding or constructing answers to. Do you remember what the specific things were? But if you just want to leave it, I do.
No. This is part of what made me who I am. You know what I mean?
I'd love to hear it if you want to share. I just don't want to push and ask questions about stuff. This is a personal experience. That's all.
No, he what started me off was he challenged me to look into crepuscular rays versus the idea crepuscular rays from the sun. And he said that light's supposed to be coming in parallel from a 95 million mile away sun, but the actual light rays that we see that come from the sun can be like almost triangulated to a local position. And he says we shouldn't have crepuscular rays. So I looked into that. He also mentioned that planes don't nose down over the curve. And you use a gyro where the plane is completely level flying and it never has to adjust for that curvature.
I see.
So that one I found really hard. And then he mentioned the Bedford Level experiment to me, which was you probably know it.
I've not heard of any of these things. I don't know what do you call them?
Crepuscular ray.
I've never heard of that. I don't know what that is. I think someone mentioned the whole nose down thing. Maybe a number of months ago. But this third thing, this Bedford Hayes experiment thing, I don't know any of this. So, And maybe there's things that I can look up as well. But I mean, what was it really that was the penny drop moment? Like you looked up, what are they called again? Corpuscular rays.
Corpuscular ray. Have a look in the chat. I've put 2 pictures of them in the chat, and you'll know exactly what I'm saying.
For you, I mean, when was it after looking at this, or was it after looking at the nose of the plane, or was it after? Because
no. You mean what took me over the edge?
That's it.
Yeah. Okay, it was when I learned that water is always seeking its level, and recognizing that water is like evidently flat. It's
you mean oceans, right? You mean ocean?
Just there's the behavior of water in the realm. The behavior of water in the realm behaves in a way that, like, the Earth is stationary, motionless, and level. And with the oceans being 70% or 80% water, we have a mean.
80%. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so we have a mean sea level, which is a baseline of level across the whole realm, and water dictates that. And along with the horizon, the horizontal eye line, you've got a validation there that we don't have curvature on the plane.
So it was water level across the realm. Water seeking level across the realm is what took you over the edge, because it couldn't. Yeah. Water couldn't be level over a realm if that realm were to curve around itself.
Yeah, and also the lack of evidence that water can stick to a ball.
It's the sort of same thing. That's what I mean. Yeah. It's the same sort of thing. It's like, when you say uneven, you mean not planar, I would imagine.
Yeah. Or not. Yeah. To the exterior of a ball mainly, though, like a ball, you could never demonstrate water sticking to a ball.
No, I know. But in the same way that, if the Earth
especially a spinning ball,
imagine if it was a pyramid, like a 3D triangle, you would also say the same thing, that water can't stick to that, right?
Yeah, coupled with the fact that water's always level, it's not a shape argument. It's like, well, it's clearly not curving. Then
it's planar,
it doesn't prove flat Earth, but it disproves the fact that the Earth's curving at any distance.
Yeah. Exactly. It's making an observation about the planar characteristic, or aligning with planar characteristics. The water's level, or seeking levelness, aligns with the characteristic of a planar realm. There you go. I'll use that word.
Yeah. I don't see how.
Are you sure?
I don't see how we've got a globe.
I'm not even sure it made sense.
Yeah. In other words, you wouldn't get the behavior of water that always seeks its level, and you wouldn't have this mean sea level being an object with a flat surface. You wouldn't have that on a ball. You would have constantly. You would have these. The water would be, constantly trying to seek its level, but never being able to find its equilibrium.
Yeah, this is the thing for me. This is where I kind of went into mind explosion mode, right? Because if you do have that water never be not able to find its level because it's constantly seeking its equilibrium. What does that mean it's doing? You know what I mean? Because things try to find equilibrium, so they're always in a state of, what else tries to find equilibrium?
Every object, and this led me onto the buoyancy and density understanding, because every object is always trying to seek its equilibrium, and this is where gravity is nonsense. Buoyancy and density can fully explain this, brother.
But if something is constantly trying to find its equilibrium, then it must be in a state
of potential energy.
Yeah, but then it tries to find its equilibrium.
Right, and what's causing it to be in a state of potential energy? Something took it out of equilibrium. Right? Some
But it
force
wouldn't.
took it out of
That
equilibrium.
would be impossible on a planar level because if it is static, right? If you have mean sea level, yeah, then that it's already found its equilibrium. And on a plane, you can't. There's no need to find its equilibrium because the equilibrium is its mean sea level. But if it's constantly trying to find equilibrium, I don't know.
No, I think you're getting a bit confused. So we're not talking about. So
it doesn't matter, mate.
Bodies of water,
really care about this.
like a pond. No, but like, let me explain it so you get it. So a pond can lay perfectly still and give you a perfect reflection.
Okay.
Right, and a lake, you can have these perfectly still lakes, 10, 12 miles long, perfect reflections on a calm day. That water will be at rest. You can achieve that with a perfect reflection. This would be impossible with a rotating surface, and the atmosphere's a slightly different rate of rotation. There would be disturbances on the Earth, but the Earth is literally motionless. Einstein made a quote and says, basically along the lines that although there's no optical experiment that can show that the Earth is at anything more than at a state of rest, although we know that the Earth is rotating around the sun, blah, blah, blah.
State of rest.
That's not a direct word for word quote, but that's pretty much what he said. Yeah, the Earth, no optical experiment can show that the Earth is doing anything more than being in a state of rest. And that's where he came up with his relativity theory.
State of rest. So the Earth is it? Oh, the realm is at a state of not at a state of rest.
There's no. Yeah, it is. It is. The Earth is treated in a state of rest. So how
can it be trying to find its equilibrium if it's at rest?
No, water is trying to find its equilibrium on the stationary Earth.
Right.
So when you pour water out. Say again.
So the oceans, for example, right?
Yeah.
If they're trying to find equilibrium, then they can't be at rest because they're always trying to find equilibrium.
Yeah, the oceans have tides, so tides are keeping the water, the oceans from resting, right? So you'll always have a tide.
Sure.
So with
trying
the
to
ocean,
find its equilibrium, right? So the tides are just what we call it. No.
Yeah, water's trying to find its equilibrium, but there is actually a cause of tides, right? So I'm not talking about the tides, but even in the sea,
that's an observational experiment that shows it's not at rest, because if it's trying to find equilibrium, by definition, it's in a state of change.
Are you talking about water, or are you talking about the ocean in its entirety?
Yeah, the ocean.
Because the ocean is being acted upon forces. I specifically said water will be in a state of rest until forces take it out of its equilibrium.
Which are the tides?
The tides are taking it out of its equilibrium, yes.
Gotcha.
It's the same with gravity, brother. Things lie on the floor.
I'm not sure about gravity anymore.
Listen. I think this will help you. When things are at rest. Yeah, you put your pen on the table, leave it there. That's at equilibrium. It's at rest. As soon as you lift that pen up, you take it out of equilibrium and you hold it above the desk. Now it's got potential energy. You're using the force, you're pinching the pen to hold it out of its equilibrium. As soon as you release that pen, it lands on the floor and is now back in a state of rest. Well, you've got to think about that with water as well. Water will be at a state of rest until something, a tide or a force, takes it out of equilibrium. As soon as that force is released the pressure's released, now that water will just run down to try and find its equilibrium, just like dropping a denser object dropping to the floor.
Sure. Which is what I'm saying, is that is an optical experiment or an observational experiment on the realm that can demonstrate something that is not at rest.
Yeah, what it demonstrates is we have a flat baseline, synonymous with mean sea level, if you want to call it that, or level, which is all dictated by the horizon, which is your horizontal eye line. And all this works on a stationary, motionless Earth. with no
I was
drop
talking
over
about what
distance.
Einstein. You said Einstein said something. I was just responding to that.
Yeah, he said that the Earth is treated as if it's in a state of rest, and there's no optical experiment to show that the Earth is moving.
The tides, though, like that. That's what I'm saying.
No, but the tides. So in the globe paradigm, the tides are caused by what?
Oh, I have
In
no
the globe
idea.
paradigm,
I have no
the pull
idea.
of the moon,
like,
isn't it? Pull of the moon.
Sure.
It's not the rotation of the Earth; it's the pull of the moon that they claim is causing the tides. So that's an external force. But if you go to a lake, you get a perfectly flat, still lake on the plane. You
Yeah.
understand? A bathtub, perfectly still. A lake.
What about the
perfectly still.
oceans then? Because they're not still.
The oceans are under a force, whatever's causing the tides.
I see.
But we still have a mean sea level that all the oceans, whether they're high tide or low tide, there is a mean level.
Yeah,
right? And that mean level represents, that represents that water will always be seeking that level.
Yeah, the middle. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so if it's not at that level, it means some force took it out of that equilibrium, that level, that sea level.
Gotcha.
Yes, you're with me now. Good.
And it's not the moon. You say that people say it's the moon that does that. It's not the moon.
I don't necessarily have a.
I'm not asking. I'm not asking
a theory on that.
You have. I'm not asking if you have a theory. I'm just saying that because I'm with you now. I'm not trying to like hold feet to the fire. I'm just saying it's not the moon. In a let's call it level Earth mindset.
I mean, I'm not saying it's not the moon, but I'm saying that it's not the moon
Let's pause
of the heliocentric model that is in, the space creating this gravitational
I have no
relationship
honestly,
with the water. Yeah.
I have no idea about most of this, so it doesn't matter. The key thing. Wait, why did we start talking about that? So I was saying thank you, and then we started talking about the moon and time stuff. How did we get there?
Equilibrium. What you asked me what convinced me, and I told you it was water.
That was it. That was okay. That was it. And then I started asking you. Sorry, I took it in a kind of like a lesson as in you teaching me the details of the background rather than you telling your story. But I appreciate you letting me know like what tipped you over the edge. Pun intended.
Very good.
That literally just come on. Has anyone used that? I literally just came up with that. It's not like I was planning it. Am I just talking and talking and talking now?
No, you're good, bro. You're good. I just had to do something.
Cool beans. So listen, I'm going to love you and leave you guys. But it's been fantastic, Bruce. Lovely to talk.
Hey, you too, man. It's been refreshingly friendly, mate, and cordial. I appreciate that.
No worries. Do me a favour, would you? Can you put in a good word for me with the, let's call them more animated members of the Flat Earth community, such that they don't, well, I'd like them to give me another chance as you did.
I don't know, geeks, you've pissed off a few people, mate, if I'm honest. I'm already being questioned, why is he not banned? So I'll do my best, mate. I like you. I think you're a good guy, but you have done some despicable things previously.
That's untrue. Nothing's been despicable. So it might have been a little bit irritating, but nothing has been so cruel or malicious to the point where you could say that guy is evil. I might have caused a little bit of trouble and chaos and, had some fun here and there. Maybe at some people's expense. Who knows? I don't know. And
you're like a naughty kid, mate. You're like a naughty kid.
No, don't.
I know you. I know you're just here to have fun. I know you're here to have fun, but you've definitely upset people in the flat Earth community. Me personally, I don't take any offense from you, and I enjoy the conversations. But a few of them, yeah, they don't like you too much, geeks. I must admit.
Well, roots. Some art offends some people. I consider what I do art. But lovely to talk to you. Okay.
All right, man.
Bye-bye.
Catch you later. Have a good one. Hey, Amish. I'm trying to respond to you in the text chat, but Discord's playing up. I know Geeks is a pain in the ass, but I didn't know what he specifically had done. What you mentioned.
Yeah, we'll keep it to the back chats.
Yeah, no problem.
Anyway.
Well, I've just flat smacked him. I just taught him about a lot of shit that he'd never heard of before. He admitted that his wife said us flat earthers are correct about a lot of stuff. And he basically said thank you to the flat earthers because we've allowed him to question authority and ideas. He didn't know how to do that before. So it was quite a cordial chat, to be fair.
Yeah, he's polite. And he's an artist, like Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, comes across a bit nuts, to be fair, but he's a funny one. But how are you, Amish? Huh? What have you been up to?
I'm doing all right.
Researching? What's on your mind on flat Earth? I'm always interested to pick your brain, bro.
Oh gosh. Well, to be honest, what's on my mind now is I'm really hoping to see Project Bluebeam, dude. A lot of people on social media have been talking about these December 3rd predictions. Do I believe it? No. But apparently December 3rd, sometime today, presumably, there's going to be an appearance of aliens in the sky.
Oh, right. Oh, the Cliff High thing.
Yeah, let's bring it. Let's see it.
Yeah, Cliff High. Yeah, it's today.
So,
why today? What's the significance of today? Is there an alignment or something?
39 days after Trump was interviewed by Joe Rogan. It's just pretty silly.
So 39 days after Joe Rogan interviews Trump, that now all of a sudden means aliens will be here in 39 days.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, my cursory understanding is this guy basically built a web scraper to do predictive analytics. He's been able to predict a lot of shit with this algorithmic tool based off of just the zeitgeist of the day, you know? And if it's true that his predictions have come true in the past, I don't know if that is, and I don't know to what degree or percent. Then today should be a day where we start seeing some Project Bluebeam stuff, according to his predictive algorithm. Now, what's also interesting is we've seen some things that look like Project Bluebeam already, like the green lasers raining down over Hawaii, which turned out to be Chinese surveying satellites, of all things, according to the official narrative, of course. You can actually Google that, like green lasers over Hawaii, and you can see some nighttime video of these green lasers shooting straight down from way up out in the blackness of space.
Oh, I've seen that video.
Isn't that trippy?
Mm.
So, I mean, what else can they do? They've got motherships that can deploy drones, right? So they can send these things out, probably on balloons. They could probably have drones pop off of some gondola hanging from a very low visible high altitude balloon and then give us a spectacular light show. And then they just turn off and drop into the ocean and disintegrate.
So do you think, Amish, the chances are that they're going to pull a false flag alien approach and try and introduce the idea of aliens on the news to everybody?
I don't know, but I'll say this. I wouldn't be surprised if they try. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a plan, if that's a PSYOP plan. I mean, and this goes back to the founding of NASA and the space race and everything else. This goes back to the documents that I pulled up and I talk about from time to time. Eisenhower's National Security Council, NSC Memo 5814, which basically outlines the psychological exploitation of space to advance the interests of the United States and to put our technology in the most positive, advantageous light as possible. And in some of the correspondence memos amongst the National Security Council at this time, I think it was called, or just prior to this, it was called the Operations Coordinating Board. They discussed, well, who are we going to appoint as the first head of NASA? And in this correspondence, this is all FOIA declassified, by the way. They said, let's put this CIA guy in. Let's have this guy, and they named him from Central Intelligence Agency. And he'll be the first director of NASA until NASA is in a position to be able to appoint its own. That's interesting on two fronts. I mean, what? NASA's appointing its own directors? Maybe they're recommending them, and it's a rubber stamping approval process. But far more interesting is that it began as an intelligence program. The Operations Coordinating Board was established just after World War II as a propaganda machine for the United States. Official history.
Don't forget to mention the Nazis, right?
Yeah, that's all part of this craziness too.
Yeah, people like to call flat earthers like the equivalent of Nazis, but they forget that literal Nazis started NASA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is part of it. Operation Paperclip. And, going back to this point, though, is these documents talk about satellites and other space platforms being used for psychological exploitation. And you're not going to totally read declassified things and see obvious stuff. You have to read between the lines. They're not going to declassify stuff that's going to be very much on the nose. And sometimes they accidentally do declassify things they probably shouldn't have. But in these cases, I mean, it's like, what else do you want to see? The entire space program being dreamed up by the President's Psychological Warfare Office. The first head of NASA being appointed as a high-level CIA official. Satellites and other associated space technologies being used as a psychological weapon. What on earth does that mean? What could it mean? So I think about space in general being weaponized as a PSYOP tool. This would probably include the arrival of aliens. Why not? Why can't this entire UAP disclosure be an extension of the same psychological warfare program that was established right after World War II? To me, it's all the same thing. From NASA to the UAP Aero Office.
I have to agree, brother. I have to agree. I can't get out of my head that I don't know if you ever saw the Disclosure Project, and I take that as a bunch of bunk. But I just remember this one quote where I can't remember the name of the woman, but she said she was the nursemaid for Warner von Braun, and he said the last card will be the alien invasion, and that always stuck with me because that was so early. That was even before I was a flat earther, and I remember looking like, why would they need to fake an alien invasion if aliens could potentially exist? I think I was a believer at that point in aliens. And I just found it so bizarre that it stuck with me. So even as a non-flat earther, that really stood out to me. That, you know, and then to have his tombstone mention the firmament. I just can't get that out of my head now. That quote, that aliens are the last card.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I was a young man when that came out, interested in all this stuff. The Disclosure Project, Project Camelot. Stephen Greer was a new guy on the scene. I remember that interview.
Project Camelot, bro. I completely forgot about that. Kerry Cassidy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
Yep. So,
yeah, that was
I remember when that secretary to Wernher von Braun was talking about that. She said, like, the first stage is a fear of nuclear weapons. The second is a fear of worldwide terrorism. The third is like a fear of asteroids and other space weather threats. And the final card is the alien invasion card.
Yep, that was it.
Yeah, that stuck with me. Yep. And it's like, well, where are we in that timeline? And she said all this. I think this was before 9/11 and the global war on terror. Maybe I'm wrong, but
about the same time.
Yeah, regardless. And so, I mean, how prescient of her if she's making it up.
It was so out of context as a non-flat earther, listening to that, believing in space, at the Disclosure Project, the Stephen Greer project, where they're all talking about disclosures about to happen, that aliens exist. And then right at the end, she comes and says, yeah, there's going to be a fake alien invasion. It was so left field. It just stuck with me. It was out of context for the whole event.
Right. Not a real alien invasion, but a fake one. I mean, to me, that is the biggest disclosure that we got out of that entire movement.
Yeah.
That all this crap is just psychological warfare on a massive scale. And we have the source documentation to prove it now. So it's not outside the realm of possibility, but it is speculation that this is indeed what's going on. But
I think importantly, you've got to say it's technologically possible. And that's important. They can do that. They can create objects in the sky.
Right.
And that's something we have to remember. If there is an alien invasion, even if you you had no predisposition, if it's just on the telly, well, then you've got to ask questions, just like in 2020 when it was just on the telly. You know what I mean? So I still have faith that they might be able to fake things in the sky, but they can't convince everybody with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they can't possibly. But maybe there's also an element of truth. With all this, with everything being inverted, it's like, well, maybe aliens don't come from the sky, but from the ocean and deep inside the earth. And suddenly, oh yeah, there's a lot of speculation about that. There's stories about that going back into deep antiquity. In multiple cultures, the Hopi Indians to Babylonian mythology. I mean, you name it. It's Egyptian.
Yeah. I saw a UFO on an Egyptian scripture, and it was undoubtedly depicting. There's nothing else I can imagine it being apart from a spacecraft, and it's described as a spacecraft. Then we have chariots in the sky mentioned in the Bible. So there seems to be some sort of vehicle that that was around, or something that was in the sky. Yeah
And so who's even in charge of us at this point? I'm an American. I live in America. I'm like, what even is my government? What is this country? I don't know.
It's just a business corporation.
Yeah, and a lot of lore piled onto it.
See, I find this really fascinating because I've been talking history a lot. I don't know if I'm really into that. And long story short, this idea of what are we? Are we slaves or are we employees? This is really like a big fixture in when you go into like the slave trade and history of slavery. There's a lot of this, like, there's an obscurity around it all. about what it is to be a slave, what it means. Even the definition of slave meant more like an employee back in the day. So I just find it really interesting, this relationship we have, slavery in employee. How much participation do we, give in this whole thing, and how much of this is by choice? Kanye said it,
Right.
didn't he? Slavery is a choice, and I take that quite seriously.
Yeah, there's a choice, a free will element to it, but there's also deception, deceiving you into thinking you don't have a choice. And I don't think we can be held to account, if you want to call it like the cosmic karma ledger, or if you want to call it some kind of sin guilt complex from religion. I'm personally Christian, but I don't think we can be held fully responsible for being deceived in the first place into thinking we don't have free choice and free will in the state that we're in. In that case, we are induced by somebody else, by an actor, into this condition that we may not even know that we're in. And that actor is who's responsible, has exercised agency and their free will to put us here in that state. But I think once you've been shown the exit door, then you do have a free choice. And if you don't take it, then it is on you. And they try to reveal this to you, but it happens in oblique ways. They reveal the method of their deception a lot. But if you don't have the eyes to see it in the first place, are they escaping? Are the bad guys escaping karmic retribution? No. They are deceiving themselves into thinking they can and do. And their self-deception is also why they've been thrown out of paradise.
Amish, what's your interpretation if I was to say to you, God sent a strong delusion? What would you think the purpose would be for that strong delusion, and how does it relate to what you've just said?
Yeah. It probably serves two purposes. I mean, one of them could be as a form of punishment, but it could also be a form of protection.
Could it also be a crash course, a learning course?
Yeah, maybe a School of Hard Knocks training program. Yeah. I mean, he's using it to train those who are willing to be trained and to become strong in these ways for what's happening and going to happen in the future. God's timelines operate on much larger arcs of time and scale than we can conceive and perceive. Things are moved into place well in advance and in sophisticated ways beyond our ability to comprehend. So, if we're going to talk maybe eschatology, end time stuff, and salvation, are we being prepared for that? Are we kind of like the forebears or the foundation for a great struggle that's going to take place before this all comes crashing down and resets? We may not be the ones to live through it, but are we preparing those generations in advance who will? I don't know. It's something fun to think about. It's fun to feel important.
No, I think about raising kids. Oh, go ahead, bro.
I was going to say the verse, God will send them a strong delusion, is from 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, which is about the false second coming.
Oh.
Yeah, so it says God will send strong delusion that they will believe a lie and will perish.
That's true. That wasn't that context.
Yeah, 2 Thess 2 is. It starts off, don't be deceived by fake Christs and a faked return of Jesus.
Yeah, or aliens. It'll say Jesus was fake.
So if they're going to fake the return of Jesus, a second coming. And you've got this group called Pre-Tribbers, who's a massive group, which is just really expanding every year. There's like 1 billion of them now. It's like 2/3 of all Christians are now Pre-Tribbers. So it's really, that freaks me out more than anything. That there's such a big split in Christianity on this issue.
A lot of this ties into rapture theology, which is, in the historical context, a brand new idea.
Yeah. I debated full on for years, and it was really heavy.
Yeah, I don't find rapture theology anywhere in the 1800 years of church history and doctrine. Well-documented stuff. I really don't. I don't see it in there.
Nope. But there are people like the Globe of Christians, how they attack the Genesis and that, how it says, the earth is fixed and all this sort of thing. And they go, oh, no, it doesn't mean that. And it clearly sort of does.
I blame the church.
Catholic Church, oh yeah.
No, just the churches in general.
Well, yeah, church.
Being that speaker, speaking on behalf of the Bible, interpreting it in their own way. A lot of people who go to church don't actually read the Bible, I find. Obviously, there's plenty that do, but there's plenty that don't. They just listen to the pastor or the vicar. Yeah, the reason why I brought up the delusion argument is because I kind of see it like raising kids. Like when we raise kids, there's kind of like tough lessons. Like you can only tell your son or daughter X amount of times before you realize, okay, they're not listening. So now you don't give up on them, but you do have to come up with some sort of way for them to, you're not going to give up on trying to teach the lesson, are you? So I'm thinking, maybe this whole story of the Jews was because they sinned against God, right? So is this just the fact that we just weren't listening? So this is the consequence of not listening, and now, we're being ruled by tyrants. But like, if that was my son, I know it's extreme, but I'm thinking of smaller scenarios where I would want my son to go through. If I was telling him and he didn't listen, I would get to a point where I'd say, right, you're going to have to go through this now, and I'm not going to help you.
Yeah. Yeah, how many times do you have to bail out your kids from their bad mistakes? You keep doing it, you become an enabler. Like giving money to a rampant alcoholic who's broke because of alcoholism.
Right. And even a little silly thing, but I even think like my son plays football, right? And he's a really good player. He's really good. But he's naturally a defender. I don't know why. I think it's because I played him a year above. So he was quite young when he joined the team and they put him at the back. Anyway, he's learnt that role. Long story short, he's more than good enough to play in any position. But he's an amazing defender and he naturally drops back. And he gets upset because I'm the manager of his team, his Sunday team. He gets upset when I keep him in that position. So bear with me, I am making a point here. Now, even my co-manager is like, oh, we need to move him. And when I move him, he starts dropping back and I have to coach him to push up and play in the position that I've moved him into, that he wants to play in. But naturally, him, who he is, he's a defender. So it's like, I was talking about the idea of prayer, like, do prayers get answered? Well, if you're praying for something, like my son's praying to play up front, but if you don't play like that, and that's not who you are, then why should I answer his calls, Dad, can you put me up front? When I do, I'm constantly saying, can you get up front, go up space, push up, don't worry about it, stop dropping back. And do you get my point there? I'm just saying, like, we don't know ourselves. And if you don't know yourself, then I have to be tough with my son and say, look, till you learn how to play this role better and I'll coach you, but I'm going to play you in that position because I don't need to coach you mid-game on how to play that position when you keep dropping back.
It's like you have to pray for the right thing. You have to pray for knowledge of what you need to pray about.
Yeah, you have to know yourself. If you don't know yourself, then you're going to pray for stuff you're not ready for or you're not about. I could pray to be a normie, but in my heart, that doesn't keep me happy. So I need to know myself and know that I'm not a normie, and I shouldn't want to be a normie, even if it's tough not being a normie, because that's not me. So then maybe if we could figure ourselves out, then our prayers could be answered. So I'm applying it to this, like this strong delusion. God's not going to even up the scales because we allowed it to be like this. We gave so much ground. We gave so much thinking away that now he's just said, right, well, then you've got to learn why this is a bad thing. A long-winded way to try and make my point, but I feel like this whole idea that people don't have the eyes to see, well, it's because they don't know themselves. And whose fault is that, really? I know there's a strong delusion, but we do have the tools, right? We're managing to undertake this path, so why shouldn't others? Everybody should do the work. If you don't do the work, don't pray to be that guy. I hope I'm making my point. I feel like I'm monologuing now.
You're good.
So you literally got no comments.
No. No. I'm just thinking, where does that leave us? I mean, what's going to happen from here? What's the future of flat Earth? What's the future of this fake alien invasion that they seem hell-bent on bringing about? What's the future of the Trump administration? What that means for the world, too?
We're gonna be introduced to the aliens real soon.
But yeah,
That'd be
Reese,
cool.
I did get what you were saying,
Get it on.
actually. Yeah, it was really good. It made me think of a time where I was praying to God for something for months. I was like, come on, man. Like, you got to give me this, or at least give me a sign of, and I just got nothing. And I was like, and I was really like, serious. And then he finally answered, and he's like, you're an idiot. Like, seriously, he's stupid. And I'm like, what? He's like, he's like, do this instead, kind of thing. It's like he knew me better, sort of, than I knew myself. He's like, that's not going to work, bro. You're off your head, kind of thing. It was like that. And So I did the other thing, and it worked fine. So, yeah, I get what you mean about even you fucking girls, women and that you go out with, they know you better than yourself sometimes. And it's kind of scary.
Yeah, it is. Female intuition.
Yeah.
It can be spot on a lot, but it can also be like 180 degrees off. And that might be a curse of their intuition, is they have such strong conviction and they've got a lot of confirmation bias. But the two-edged sword is they could be so wrong about something and not know it.
Yeah.
I knew this girl, and if my question was, the answer to my question was obviously yes or obviously no, she just wouldn't answer. But yeah, sorry, go on, Roots.
Yeah. No, this is the point. That's what I was saying. Like prayer, like people argue about prayer not being answered and why would God allow this? And I've asked for this and it doesn't work. And I'm just thinking, well, If we don't know ourselves, then we don't know what we're asking for. Then why would we be given stuff, that we're not ready for? Whether it's in our best interest or not. If you're not ready, you're not ready. And I think everything has a vibration. So as soon as you're ready for something, you just ooze it. It's just coming out of you. You're just ready. So for me, it's like I would rather focus on figuring me out before asking God for anything, or even questioning why things are the way they are. Because my perspective changes when my point of view changes as I grow. So if I'm changing all the time, I'm going to be asking for different things. If I'd have already been asking, do you get my point? Like I would have been asking for stuff that I wasn't even initiated or understanding of. Yeah. I'm on a deep one. I need to do some work. Back to flat Earth.
So yeah, I believe that the aliens are going to help us transgress the flat Earth and get to places outside the ice wall. Call me crazy.
That's crazy.
And I believe we're going to be figuring this out real soon. We're going to have a plethora of vacation destinations that no one's ever heard of before.
I think the aliens will be able to cure all disease and
Mm-hmm.
clean up all the
Mhm.
toxic waste. And if there's some sort of
Mhm.
nuclear thing, they'll be able to clean up that.
Yep.
Yeah. Everyone will be like, wow, these guys are cool.
Got a tough question for you. Do you think you can use celestial navigation to find locations beyond the ice wall?
Yes. That's my whole speech. That's my whole spiel. Yes, I believe that that's a mirror. It's a mirror image of the flat Earth. The secrets of the map of the flat Earth are hidden in celestial navigation.
Always
My,
GP the Southern
Southern
Cross.
latitude friends may have some interesting observations for you then.
Yeah.
Being able to see the horizon above the South Sandwich Islands in southern Chile.
Mhm.
And at the same time in the winter, somebody in southern Chile, Canopus, or a few other stars above Tasmania and southern New Zealand, going past the ground position of Sigma Octantis, effectively going south to go north again. What do you think of that?
Hmm. You were cutting out a little bit. I'm not sure I got the question right.
Yeah, if you're on a globe, then technically it's to south would turn into north. If you go over the well, north. If you went over the North Pole, and north turns into south, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. I think there's something fishy about the northern distances. I mean, when explorers go north, they tend to run into ancient civilizations instead of ice walls. They run into different civilizations. At least that's what they talk about in their books. Um, so the North Pole might just be another way to get north of the flat Earth. Maybe we should go north instead of south in our exploration of flat Earth. And well, I'm just going to go wherever the aliens take me. We're looking ahead to a very interesting time. We should be grateful that we have this puzzle to solve. An unsolvable puzzle that'll keep us busy and keep us having fun and keep us healthy. It's a new world.
What are those islands in the middle, in the North Pole, in those old maps? You know,
Yeah.
they don't put stuff in maps unless it's been mapped. You know, like
Mhm.
I've ever seen that map and it's like got half of Australia. They've mapped half Australia and they've just got half of Australia there in the map.
Really?
It's like they didn't fill in the rest and just like, oh yeah, it's probably like they just left it. It's just half of Australia.
Was it cut
So-
off with a straight line, or?
Oh, it's just a squiggly line with the ends don't meet.
Oh,
Yeah. It's just a stretch of coastline that they mapped, and that's it. They didn't map the whole thing. And he mapped half of it, but they put that half in the map. It's really, yeah. So if they map something, they just put it in there. So what the hell are these 4 islands in the middle, in the North Pole, that suddenly disappeared? That's weird. That's a mystery.
interesting, Amish.
That's the schedule for American Legion.
Oh, okay. Oh, Christmas dinner. Yeah, 1 p.m. Mm-hmm.
To live right here.
Coffee. That coffee what?
Costs me to live here. My rent. It's my bike insurance, my truck insurance.
And how much you get for some Social Security?
1,400. That's what's left for me.
Wow. Yeah.
This gets me by. Hey, car insurance, bike insurance, this.
Whoops.
entities.
Yeah,
Nigga,
big
you
words.
spinning on Earth.
You can empirically measure time.
Nigga, you spinning on Earth though, bro. You for real spinning on Earth right now.
Yeah, on Earth.
You're
dude.
spinning on Earth, bro.
Now they have to spurg out
That's not
as I
true.
completed that succinct summation of what just happened. So I'm gonna say what I
Big
said
words
again
don't make you
for the
smart.
sake of the
Bro,
audience.
you just
I'm
said
gonna say what I
17
said
different
again.
big
I'm gonna
words,
say
and then
what
it
I
all
said
just didn't make
again
sense,
for
bro.
the sake of the audience. Not they're talking through me and trying to obfuscate what I'm saying.
Shut up, nigger.
I'm gonna say for the audience because there's an audience listening. So stop talking through everything I'm saying. All of this garbage because I said a deductive refutation against TGR. All of that because I said
Yeah,
modus
the coup
ponens
is real.
TGR.
So my biggest
That wasn't your cue to still stultify my completion. Gosh.
So yeah, my issue with
That wasn't your cue to resume again trying to stultify my completion for the sake of the audience.
what
Are you serious?
What I was
Stultifying.
stultifying?
Like you're literally trying to stultify, you're trying to prevent the completion of me saying the summation for the sake of the audience. Stop.
So I thought you and I were in a conversation. I disagree.
We're in
that
a
you cannot
conversation in an
empirically-
open chat. We're in a conversation in a voice channel
Yeah.
that has an audience.
Right. So I disagree with premise one.
Are you serious? That isn't your cue to continue talking.
Okay. You're the one
Like,
screaming.
I'm telling
man.
you, like so conspicuously in clear English, stop talking so I can finish the summation.
But you already finished the summation. You want to say?
No,
it
I
again.
did not.
Okay. Go.
Damn.
Mom.
Stop
Once again.
stultifying.
So you already conceded this rule of inference is valid.
Mhm.
Next
I did.
page. You tried to contend with premise one. I
did.
refuted your contention. You didn't really have an argument to
We're still
refute
there. We're
premise
still there.
one. You listen. You haven't refuted any of the premises. You just said that they're false, that you disagree with them. Asked you why. Then you digressed to the issue of light, and I refuted you on that point, conceding that light is a material entity, given that we can detect it, and we can only empirically detect material entities. So not only is that refuted, that's irrelevant to the issue in the argument. And then after that, I talked about a few other ontological issues, conflating those categories and getting that straight. And then finally clarifying that you don't have a reason to disbelieve premise one or any of the other premises. So not only is the form of argumentation valid, all the premises are true, and you don't have any reason to disagree with them or to say any of them are false. Now, what do you have to say?
I was attempting to correct you on your conclusion that I agreed with premise one, right? I don't agree with your conclusion or your premise that you cannot empirically observe the passage of time by experiencing it.
Okay, you're contending against an argument I didn't say. You're contending against a premise I didn't say. I never said you cannot empirically detect the motion of things over time. I never said that. So you don't disagree with premise 3. You disagree with the premise I never said.
So space and time can contact matter because we can observe them. So you agree that we can empirically observe space and time?
No. Show me the matter that is space and or time. I can show you an apple. I can show you an orange. I can show you a tree. I can show you water. I can show you the clouds. I can show you the sun. I can show you me. I can show you a whole host of different material things. Show me the matter that is space and or time.
But you can't actually show me that. You can only show me the light. You can only show the immaterial things that is presumed to be correspondent to the atom that it released the light or reflected it, right? Like the sun.
Okay,
supposedly, the sun shoots down rays. It bounces off things, and some things absorb frequencies at different rates. And
you don't have to explain all that shit, dude.
Well, so you're not actually seeing material things. You're actually your argument is inverse that material things cannot be empirically observed.
Okay, fair enough. Let's say that's true. Then that tells you cannot show me the matter that is space or time, given that you can't see anything. You just see light. You don't see the object, you just see light.
No, you don't see light either, bro.
You experience feelings.
No, you experience the contents of your mind, which may or may not be informed by light.
Yes.
I took it a step further concerning the extreme skepticism you just flew into to try and undermine what I just said, where you can't justifiably appeal to any of your empirical sensations at all.
Sure.
And so if that's the case, then you damn sure can't show me the matter that is space or time.
Yeah, if you deny all measurements,
you can't actually know that you empirically detected them.
Yeah, if you deny all measurements, then I can't prove anything to you. Right? Like, assume solipsism.
No, not that. That's not what I just said to you. That's not entailable what I just said to you. No, is that what I said to you?
Okay.
AI very quickly with a pithy retort took it a step further, exposing the idiocy of your skepticism to try and undermine my retort, where you can't justifiably appeal to any of your empirical sensations so that you can know that you empirically detected anything. And if that's the case, then you damn sure didn't know that you empirically detected space and or time to be a material entity. So your pattern of argumentation is self-defeating.
Like, yeah, like I've heard of Rene Descartes before. Like I've heard, I think, therefore I am. Like I've heard of solipsism. I've heard of the hard issue of just assuming, like you have to assume your senses correspond to reality, because if you don't, then reality is just noise, and there's no reason to pay attention to it.
Right. So your appeal is self-defeating, so it can't refute me. No, you just made it impossible by implication necessarily to show me the matter that is space and or time. So you haven't verified that space and time are material entities. You just made it impossible by necessary implication.
But do you not experience, like you're legitimately telling me you don't experience the passage of time? Like you just don't detect it whatsoever? Like are your
That's not what I'm saying to you. No. No. So are you saying something you obviously didn't say?
I experience time.
Why do you people talk like that?
I'm just saying,
I don't ever talk like that to anyone ever, except as a humor.
Okay.
What the fuck are we?
So no, obviously I'm not denying that we conceive of the passage of time.
Right. But that's not empirical.
We don't empirically detect the matter that is time. It isn't as though time exists external to us like the matter around us, right? That's why you had to say a reply that necessarily implies by implication, that's redundant, that you can't empirically detect anything. You can't ascertain any empirical facts. But making it impossible by necessary implication that you did not and cannot empirically detect space or time to be material entities, even if they were.
It's deep.
So you haven't refuted any of the premises.
Yep. Therefore, Einsteinian relativity is false. Gregory rests his case. The other guy loses, so let it be written, so let it be done.
I thought it was close, but I'll take it. Take the loss.
So with that being said, here's the next page. Given that this doctrine is deductively refuted.
Holy crap, another page. Holy crap.
oh shit.
Yeah. I really feel like I'm experiencing time, my dude. I gotta tell you.
Oh my God. Do you understand? Unless you're joking. Are you joking?
Yeah, I was joking.
Dude, the air is so thick. The air is so thick right now, I could cut it with a time knife.
I'm glad. Okay, so here's the next page. This is something to appreciate. Given the falsification of TGR, that necessarily entails that the organizations, that all these other doctrines and all these other organizations that believe this metaphysical doctrine and are doing all sorts of enterprises and endeavors, because under the God knows how many different kinds of means, is all invested in a lie, in an asinine doctrine. All this is invested into an asinine doctrine.
Yeah, that's what it was implied.
So LIGO and all the rest, the whole organization is logically based on and founded on an asinine metaphysical doctrine.
Yeah, so that's what I tried to point out, like way at the beginning of the conversation. When I think
tell him
I remember his name. But he brought up how they use GPS calculations for the curvature, and I kind of like brought it up right away. Like, so GPS, if they use GPS, like immediately, that means that they're lying, right? Because global positioning system, right? If that's the thing that they're using, then that's already right. Like, they would have to be in on it to even use that in the first place. I would assume. I don't know if that made sense.
Who's in on it? You? Are you in on it?
No, I'm not in on it.
So, did you, by any chance, did you come in here thinking that the Earth is a globe? And did you present any evidence?
So I came in here thinking the Earth was a globe. I didn't really present any evidence. No, I was just sort of listening to the conversation.
What do you think about presenting evidence for the Earth being a globe? Do you think it's possible?
I think it's possible. Yeah.
There are three main pillars that the Earth would be a globe if it were. The first one would be the curvature of the Earth can be substantiated by you. How about axial rotation? The rotation of the Earth can be substantiated by you. And or the cosmic vacuum be substantiated by you, as in gas pressure without containment.
Sorry, can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, I'll be happy to. But the first point I want to bring you to is the curvature of the Earth. Now, is there any method that you can think of that the curvature of the Earth has been measured, as in the drop over the distance, like from where you're standing, any space away from you? Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say I could tackle that, but I could also propose. I would say I think there are additional ways theoretically to determine or evidence for it.
Yeah, that's fine. What I'm asking is a straightforward question.
Yeah.
Has the Earth ever been measured that you know of? Has it ever been measured, as in the drop over distance, to know that the surface of the Earth is curving?
Yeah, so supposedly, right, the big story was the first time this was discovered was, I'm sure you guys have heard the story before, Eratosthenes, I don't know if that's how it's pronounced, is that they used some sort of obelisk, some sort of pole. So the idea is that they used some sort of pole upright, and they measured the shadow, the angle of the shadow of it based on a certain distance away at the same time, and then they use those calculations, the difference in the shadow, to approximate the curvature of the Earth. Supposedly, that is one of like the earliest proofs.
Yeah, but they're measuring shadow lengths. It's an inconclusive method by which they are trying to figure out whether or not the Earth is curving. But they're assuming that the Earth is already having the form of the surface being already curved. So I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out if there any method that we can ascertain that the Earth is curving by way of question. By way of drop. Yeah, just hold on a second. I'm talking to this guy.
All right.
So by way of drop over distance. Right. So like between you and another location, there should be a considerable amount of curvature. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Well, considerable would depend on the distance, I would say, but generally, sure.
All right. So in between those two places, do you think it's possible for you to understand that the Earth is curving?
Again, it would depend on like. So if you imagine a sphere, the bigger the sphere is, the more close to it looks flat, right? So the bigger the radius, the bigger distance would have to be for you to measure it.
Do you think that we're on a ball that, for all intents and purposes, looks locally flat?
Yes. So you can. Well, I mean, there are mountainous features, right? Terrain features, like.
Yeah, I get that, yes. But I'm saying, more or less, yes. But what you and I see, because we're so small, like ants on a beach ball, that we see the Earth like as if it's flat.
Yes. I would agree.
Okay. So an observation being done by you and me would assume as if we're looking at a flat Earth, right?
I would say that the default assumption, based on just Occam's razor, would be with no evidence. I would assume like a flat space for sure.
Okay. So just based on observations, that's what we can see. Now, let's see if we can measure this thing, right? So is there any way that, like I said before, a drop over a distance between 2 points, like let's say where I'm standing to, I'll give a conservative distance, like let's say 20 miles.
Well, so why didn't the shadow The drop would be apparent in the increased length of the shadow. Why was that not adequate?
Well, Eratosthenes' method is inconclusive because the surface could be curving and the surface could be flat. So in the case for
locally
Eratosthenes,
curving.
well, let's just say, for example, you would have a curved surface and a light source, right? Depending where the light source is to the curved surface, you could have divergent shadows. And of course, one, let's say that's right where the light is shining on, would be, of course, 90 degree to that light. And then the other one would be at an angle, for sure. Well, however far away it is. But let's say on a flat surface, you can also have the very same thing with the light that's actually pointing. Like, let's say if you had a flashlight,
yeah,
and you're pointing it down, and you had two objects. One object was right underneath that light. The other one was a bit far off from the light. Well, you still have divergent shadow with that one that was far off from the light, and the one that was underneath would be producing the 90 degree. You're probably no shadow, because it's right underneath the light source. So you'd have the same effect on a flat or curved surface. So it's inconclusive for Eratosthenes to say that that is a method by which they ascertain that the Earth is curving on its surface. So inconclusive doesn't get us to the point where we understand that it is indeed a curved surface. It leaves us with more questions whether or not it could be. So what we need to figure out right now is a method by which you and I can actually understand that between a fixed point and a point off into the distance, we'd be able to know that the surface is curving from those 2 points. And this is what I'm saying right now. There needs to be a better method that would leave us with a conclusive evidence. If you can understand.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, like, I understand what you're saying. It feels like it seems like we're requiring we're going to have such pure skepticism that we can only trust experience we see. And tell me if this is bad faith. Sorry, I don't mean to, like, but
no,
it seems like we have to see it for ourselves. So the second, like, we, like, station someone in a different continent or something like that, we're not going to trust that data. Is that correct, or is that incorrect?
No, I guess what I'm saying is, if we're trying to leave out all the inconclusive, like, methods by which you and I can derive the idea that the Earth is curving, I would say let's do a more direct method. Let's see if we can figure out how much of that curve we can measure, right? That's what I want to figure out. Not the fact that we're using, a light source and that. I want to know from the surface where we're standing on, because it's a globe, how much of that curvature is between 2 points. And I try to give a conservative distance, like 20 miles, so that we don't have to get too crazy. We could say 15 even if you want to go that way. But keep
I'd
it
have to do
short.
the math. Yeah, it would be, because it depends on the radius of the Earth.
What I'm saying is, like, well, you can look it up, because I don't know if you know this or not, but the radius of Earth is a value that's already been given, so that we all have that access to that value.
Yeah, no, it's I have it right here. It's 6.371 kilometers. But basically, what I mean to do the math is, I would have to do, like, you would have to, like, do, like, actually, like, write down the equation of the curvature, and then, like,
yeah, by all means. Like, what I want there to be done. What I want there to be done is, like, let's put down what it would be, and not only that, get the information so that we can know, because, say, within the 15 to 20 mile distance, we're going to have X amount of curvature, right?
Well, so
and
I guess, of course, there is a size of the planet in which I'm not sure. Maybe Earth, like, maybe it's possible that 20 kilometers or miles that you said is enough, but it's theoretical, right? I just don't know, without doing the math, that Earth could be so big that 20 miles is just not enough. Maybe you guys would say that's unreasonable. I'm not. I actually don't know. I haven't done. Like I said, I don't know the numbers.
What I'm saying is, like, people have thought about the Earth being a globe, and of course, you might say for thousands of years, right? Would you say that? Would that be a statement that you would?
I mean, I would be surprised if anyone contested that the idea was brought up at least 2,000 years ago.
All right, so, well, for a specific amount of time in history, people have already thought of the Earth as a globe. Now, you don't just think of the Earth as a globe and then just say, well, there it is, it's a globe. I mean, obviously, somebody's had to put some type of groundwork laid for that information to be solidified. Would you agree? Like,
well, I was raised seeing pictures of space, right? Like, I was fully, if it was a conspiracy, I was obviously fully indoctrinated into it. I don't believe it was a conspiracy necessarily, but I would have been fully indoctrinated into it.
I guess I can understand why people have this idea that, how can we deny space pictures, right? But even if we were to say like the images that you received to look at, what do you have to compare those images to in reality? I mean, obviously nothing, right? You don't go outside and see those images that they're showing you. They're giving you this information to think about, that you've pictures that you can't relate to anything, that the Earth doesn't look like what you've seen, right? At the very least, you've seen high aerial footage of what looks to be like, small parts of continents, right?
Well, but to be fair, I own a telescope. It's a Dobsonian. It's a 12-inch, so it's a pretty good telescope. I mean, it's amateur. You're not going to see like crazy stuff. But I've observed the moon. I've seen the craters on the moon, and I've observed like the shadow in the craters. So like I've basically seen that. It looks to me like I'm definitely, based on like what I've seen with my eyes, I'm pretty sure the moon is a sphere.
Well, I mean, you could assume that it's a sphere, but then there's. What is it, like 55% of it can only be visible at any, like, even given that libration is something that you can even factor in, you can see about 55% of whatever the moon's surface would be. So you could say at that amount, it's still not 100%.
Yeah, because there's the dark side that always orbits away from the Earth, so you can't see the back side of it. It doesn't even spin. Yeah,
the point is, like, you could say it's a sphere, but at the very least, you don't know that. You couldn't say that for sure. You could say, I could say 55%, and I could safely assume that it could be one. But as far as me to say I know it's a sphere, no, I can't do that. Now, you can't do that. If you say that you know that it's a sphere, that would be incorrect, because we can only see a small portion of it, and
because one. So what I said, that's why I brought out the shadows in the craters, is that you can actually see the angles of the shadows along, so you can observe the curvature by that the shadow, the exact same thing Aristophanes claimed to see, right?
Well, we're not worried about, like, so you see the curved surface according to you, like the moon's giving, because of the shadows, right? But the problem that we're having right now at this current time is for you to say that the Earth resembles that. So if the Earth does resemble that in some way, then you're going to have to ascertain the fact that people can measure that surface to be curving. So let's say, for instance, if you were, and this is impossible, but you were able to go to the moon, right? And you were to be able to go from point A to point B on that surface of that moon, you'd be able to say, I could measure a drop over a distance because that surface would be curving. Would that be safe to say? Because the surface is curving, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if the surface is curving like that on the Earth, wouldn't you think that you'd be able to ascertain that same information pretty directly? There wouldn't be any way that you're not going to beat yourself up over trying to figure it out. You'd be like, no, it's actually from where I'm standing to like 20 miles away, there is a drop over the distance. There would have to be. The surface is curving.
The Earth is being bigger poses an extra issue, and right, like you can see it to the moon because you see the features from far away. But like you said, you don't have that vantage point on Earth. So,
all right,
I think it would be a little bit bring something up quick.
Let me put this into perspective. If you have ever heard of the argument that ships disappear from the bottom up, have you ever heard of that argument?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, actually. Interestingly enough.
Well, think about it like this: if the ships are disappearing from the bottom up, you would say that at a distance it would be visible that the ship is disappearing from the bottom up, because the effects of the curvature are visible because you don't see the bottom of that ship, right? At a specific distance.
Yeah. And like theoretically, you could even see the angle change. Like, I'm not sure, maybe not. Well, like I don't know. I had to do the math, but theoretically, maybe.
All right, but think about this. I want you to think about this. There's two things to think about. On the one hand, the Earth is too big to measure. On the other hand, it's still small enough to see ships disappear behind the curvature. So now you got two things to contend, and they're both colliding with each other. So at this particular moment, you were actually speaking out two sides of your mouth. Not saying you did it intentionally, but now that you can recognize, you were saying the Earth's too big. We couldn't measure it. It's, directly, no way. Now, when I brought up ships disappearing behind the curvature, you're like, yeah, you could see how you could see curvature, and also the angle of the boat. You could, slightly get a variance from it. So what I'm posing to you is do you see the paradox which I've created that you were already stating is now happening? Is that you stated the Earth was too big, yet now it's not too big because we've got a ship disappearing behind curvature.
I see it. So I think. So my visual eye cannot see a ship go over the curve. I think that it would go out of Like I wouldn't be able to see it. We would have to magnify in with like a very telescope or something else to observe it, right? To see ships go over the curve, right? And so Earth is very big, and that would make it difficult to see the curve, and so you'd want an ideal condition. And so an ocean would be the perfect. So basically, I'm not saying the Earth is too big to see the curve necessarily. I'm not like making these claims. I'm just saying like the Earth is bigger than the moon, which would make it more difficult than a person on the moon would. Right, it would be easier for a person on the moon to observe it because the curvature would be more apparent on a smaller object, right? So that was just one difference between the two that I was trying to point out. And then, yeah, the ocean would be the ideal place to see the curvature because it would be a flat surface along, right? That would be the perfect
so now that we can understand that the effects of curvature can be seen, well, Bob's your uncle. You could measure to the curvature of the Earth, where it would be from a person being static on the let's say on the beach looking at a ship. So from that point to the ship, could you say that there would be a measurable distance between the two points?
I'm not sure. Is the other guy I was arguing with still here? Is Gregory?
Well, no,
I can't measure distance. I don't know.
No. What I'm saying is, like, I just want to be real with you. I mean, you could measure a distance. Let's say, right? Yeah. I mean, it's possible.
I think so.
I'm not going to get into like, a philosophical ramblings because we're not going to get anywhere, right? So, but just what we know practically right now, you could measure to a distance away from you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So from where you're standing on the beach to where the ship appears to be disappearing from the bottom up, you think you could get a known distance between those two?
Yeah. Well, you'd have two distances. You'd have the straight and the curved theoretically, right?
Well, obviously you think of it as a curve, but we're not going to get there. We're just I want to know
assuming my model. Yeah.
Right. So I'm only trying to get to can we know the distance between us on the beach and the ship wherever it looks like it's disappearing from the bottom up.
Yes. Yeah. So I mean, what you expect to observe is as it goes over that, like that. We were talking about this earlier. There's a horizon zone where it would go over, and you'd expect to see. Yeah. And there's videos of the sails being above.
Now that we've gotten this far, it's possible to know from that distance how much drop there should be between you and that ship, because there's an important factor. We're seeing it happen right before our eyes. The ship is disappearing from the bottom up. So that means that the Earth is getting in the way. So that could mean there is a measurable drop over the distance. So we need to figure out what is that distance so that we can figure out whether or not it comports over to the radius value, which of course you can look up by, type it into Google, what's the radius value of Earth. But then you can start doing some maths.
Oh, it's 6
million. Is it possible for
meters?
Yeah, is it possible for me to see a ship at X distance and then factor in how much curvature there should be between me and the ship, right?
Yeah.
And then of course,
please don't mute me. Please. Don't mute me. I got muted by everybody else. I mean everybody else. I tried every channel.
Mute him.
Okay.
Yeah,
so just
that's fine.
Don't interrupt conversations and you won't get muted, I guess. I mean, I don't know how to help you out like an adult, but that'll help.
So far, so good with Rhydon.
I love everyone posting that Clover's dilemma. I'm just like, it's the same meme, but there's a different meme. Like, I don't understand how many of them.
Listen, Rhydon. So far, so good, right? You can appreciate the fact that it sounded like you were agreeing that the Earth is too big to measure on a small scale because it looks locally flat. On the other hand, you see ships disappear from the bottom up, which means that you can see the curvature effects from standing on the beach. So now we're going to see if we can kind of square this dilemma. So now at this point, we're trying to figure out how much distance there is between you and that ship and to see if it comports over to the radius value, which should be equalizing to the radius of the Earth being what it is, because you see the effects of curvature, which means that the drop over the distance should be exactly where it should if we factor in how much there should be, the Earth should be dropping away from you at that distance. So
just curious, I don't mean to like derail, but how do they measure the distance of these boats?
Well, now this is important, right? And this is where I'm gonna actually hand it off to somebody else because I gotta get back to work. Anyways, it was nice chatting with you, and I think Jedi, if you want to step in and kind of take it from here, or anybody else can that wants to take this one.
Yeah. I mean, I've been sort of dominating as well in my for a while. So if anyone else,
that's all right.
I can take it from here. Do we know the distance?
No, you're not gonna, Jesse. You're not gonna take it from here. You can sit on mute. You're anti-flat earther. You can sit on mute.
I did.
Let the team. Let 24/7 take it. Go ahead, sir.
How do we know the distance to boats? Was that the question?
Well, how are they measured? Just generally.
And so there's lots of sailing and harbour authorities, especially say in England, where we've got Dover Harbour Authority, where you can log onto their website and they can tell us the locations of ferries at sea. You can do this with any marine organisation if they're setting sail, but they know where their boats are.
Aren't we not allowed to trust them though, because they could be part of the?
No, dude. We just see this is where people start getting confused.
Yeah.
No, we can figure out the distance to objects, especially when those things are carrying people.
Okay.
So it's not hard, dude. You just go online to a harbour authority or a sailing authority or anybody who's got cruise ships, and they'll tell you with GPS location where their boats are.
Like, I guess you're right. I fully agree with you. I guess my issue is that I would expect, like, again, I would just think you wouldn't want to trust GPS, and you would want to, like, I thought you might have a laser or some sort of thing you had.
Well, you can do it with lasers, but when you say we don't trust GPS, what is that? Because it says globe in it.
Well, because the full data set literally maps to a globe, right? So it's inaccurate in like great regions or even discontinuous in places, right?
And if you want to give me these measurements done by satellites, things in the sky that prove that the surface is curved, I'd love to see it. Because most of the time it's just flat Earth measurements that are wrapped around a ball. Angle's an example. There's a preconceived idea that the Earth's a ball, so they map anything around that model.
Well, so in that case, could you not like measure the discrepancy in GPS versus measured distance between like the center of the Earth and like the edges, if it's wrapped around a globe? Because then there'd be distortions in certain places that wouldn't exist in other places.
What would you compare it to, and how would you start doing that?
Well, like you'd have to, like, again, you get a big ruler, you get a big measure stick, you measure distance, and then you see what the GPS tells you the length is, and then you compare it to the same length in a different part of the globe. And like, if GPS weren't actually, because GPS, the coordinates map onto a globe, right? So if it's being distorted onto a flat surface, then you would see those distortions in the measurements, and like 5 meters wouldn't actually be 5 meters.
What are those coordinates given in?
Latitude and longitude.
Awesome. So longitude and latitude are is a horizontal datum. You know that, right? Would you like me to reference that for you?
Yeah, but they're not a square grids.
No, but they're a horizontal datum. The lines themselves are horizontal.
Yes.
Of course, not curving then. It's a horizontal datum. I've got a citation. I'll see if I can.
No, but the area of each grid of in between like the longitude and latitude, right? Like if you'd expect basically from one longitude to the next and one latitude to the next, a perfect square. But as you start getting north to the poles, you would, or where the poles are purportedly would be, you would expect to measure, if GPS is being mapped, like a rectangle where it's being squeezed near the pole. You know what I mean?
If you've got a Cartesian coordinate system that's a polar coordinate system, then your longitude lines are just radial lines out from that center point, and your latitude lines are circles of equal altitude around that center point. For the polar coordinate system, that's the ground position of Polaris. So radiating lines to give longitude, circles of equal altitude to give you latitude. They're all horizontal datums, dude.
So here, I'm about to post a picture in the chat. Or wait, I can't because I probably don't have permissions for it. Shoot. Can I post a link to the picture?
Just DM them otherwise.
Maybe I can post a link to the picture.
Yeah, I'm surprised you haven't got.
Yeah.
It's probably just a time thing, dude, with the server itself.
And anyway, this is just a visual diagram of sort of what I'm trying to explain of what GPS. So if this was mapped onto a flat surface, then you would expect, like near those poles where GPS says there's a thin rectangle, it would actually be a square, and so there'd be distortions in longitude and latitude at that place, if that makes sense. That I would assume should be measurable.
I understand what you mean. So, how do I explain this to you? It will be a conversion to take your flat Earth measurements into bending those straight lines into curved lines. This will be the use of the Haversine formula as well. But your first measurements will be of a flat Earth. Like I said, this Cartesian coordinate system, polar, so it comes out from a point. The way that we measure, for example, latitude is by elevation angles to Polaris, right? You know this? You measure 45 with a sextant, and that's your latitude, an angle.
I've actually, I don't know really how a sextant works or that sort of stuff with it. I've only worked with, I've played with OpenGIS data and stuff like that. So I've played with the open map data, but I actually don't know how it's physically used.
I just heard the craziest argument ever. I just came to say, okay, so this guy said the sun sucks up our farts, or else we can keep smelling them.
Right, and I posted in chat, if you actually go to the Wikipedia, then they have a version that you can copy image address on.
I think I have permission to post text, but not images, I think is what happened. So I had to post the link to the image.
Okay. Yeah, because you're only journeyman, right? But it wouldn't let me copy the image address when I opened your link, so...
You understand what I mean? You understand what I mean by horizontal,
right? So in terms of latitude, longitude, it would be like the equatorial line. I would assume would be the horizontal, or
the horizontal mamba.
Well, yeah, any circle of equal altitude will be a horizontal datum.
Oh yeah. So any line is a horizontal, sure.
Well, not any line. You can have vertical lines down or horizontal, but horizontal being an orientation. And my citation comes from the Ocean Services .NOAA. We understand who NOAA are. I don't need to pronounce it for you. But these are horizontal datums. They measure lines of position, longitude and latitude on the surface of the Earth. So this grid system that you've given me with your ball, you can convert these horizontal lines.
Okay. Yes, I get you now. Yes. This is a 2D representation of a sphere. It's mapped onto a perfect sphere that has an arbitrary. So it's from the center of the Earth, like a line expands. Yes, I understand exactly what you're saying now. Sorry, that took me a second.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
so the way that we devise this coordinate system known as longitude and latitude is by angle measurements from the surface of the Earth. In particular,
normal to it.
Yes, so particular line of latitude. There are circles of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris. So concentric circles reaching outwards from the ground position of Polaris. All of these circles are measured first of all using angles. So 45 degrees to Polaris gives you the latitude of 45. We understand that an angle is the intersection of two straight lines, and this is an elevation angle measurement taken upwards, elevation, from the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth being your horizontal datum and the angle up to Polaris. To devise this latitude, you can then use the Haversine formula to stretch out those lines, curve them and turn them into a ball. But the first measurement will be utilizing a horizontal plane. So the first ever measurement is a flat Earth measurement, and then because everybody thinks so on the ball, they wrap the measurements around the ball using Haversine.
I'm just curious. Do we use Polaris? Like, is Polaris a convenient star to use to define it, or is it actually like the standard for what latitude and longitude is?
Yes. So 90 degrees north latitude is the ground position of Polaris. 0 degrees would be the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. This is the equator. 23.4 degrees Tropic of Cancer. North, 23.4 degrees south, Tropic of Capricorn, south of the equator, a circle of equal altitude. This is where you get your angular tilt from as well, 23.4 degrees tilt to denote seasons throughout the year because the sun wobbles upon its axis. This is just the ground position of the sun.
Yeah.
It moves between these two tropics. Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer throughout the year, denoting seasons north and south of the equator. On the flat Earth idea, anyway.
Yeah, okay, I'm with you.
Cool. So the measurements are all taken from a horizontal plane. Welcome to flat Earth.
Well, hold on. I mean, I agree that they're horizontal, but like horizontal is defined differently because horizontal lines on a sphere, on spherical coordinates, right, versus flat.
Are not horizontal. You can't have horizontal lines on a sphere, dude.
So what we're just saying a horizontal line is what goes. I mean that's what Noah is saying, right? Like they are defining the horizontal lines of latitude and latitude, and so what they're saying, the way they use it, is that they are normal to the surface, the flat surface of the sphere at any point.
Flat surface of the sphere. Sorry, what?
Yeah. So a sphere is locally flat at any point. Is that if you zoom in, you get approximate a plane?
Okay, so you think 24,901 miles, that's the line of the equator. You think that's local, do you?
I'm using a math term that maybe you're like latching on to. It basically just means like if you keep zooming in and zooming in on it, it gets flatter and flatter.
Yeah, I understand what you mean about a curved line, and the more that you look at it, it gets closer, it looks flatter and flatter and flatter. But it still doesn't make that line horizontal.
So what you're doing is you're defining a horizontal for the purpose. Huh?
Do you know the slope-intercept formula?
Yeah. Y equals mx plus b.
Cool. Yes, absolutely, 100%. So a horizontal is zero slope, correct?
Yes. Sorry, I was thinking about yes.
You're fine. I don't mind if you have to take a couple of seconds to understand, mate. That's fine. So a curved line would be an integer of slope, correct? It would be a rate of slope, non-zero.
Yes to one of them in there, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So a horizontal line has a rate of change of slope of 0. A curved line has a rate of change of slope of non-zero, a number to denote the slope from horizontal.
So the horizontal line is the straight line, but it's not the angle to the other. Like I don't know how to describe this. They're just there's just like lines coming out of a ball, out of the surface of a ball, and like I'm just reading what you sent me of Noah saying what these lines are, right? Mm-hmm. Horizontal datums measure positions on the surface of the Earth, while vertical datums measure land elevations and water depths, right? So, sorry, I'm talking about vertical. Yeah, I'm talking about vertical datums. Vertical datums are the ones coming out of the surface. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I flubbed that entire thing.
No, you're fine. We all make mistakes. You're fine. No. So you do understand what I'm saying, then, correct?
Yes. Yeah, because I was talking about the shape of the grid lines, and so I was confused why horizontal mattered, and it's yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yes. So this is what I mean about a horizontal datum from the surface of the Earth, and you're right to point out that the elevation profiles, depths, and altitude are vertical datums taken from mean sea level. Yeah. Mean sea level being a horizontal datum, not a curved datum. Horizontal, dude. So the first measurement is of a flat Earth, and then you can transpose this around a ball using certain formulas, one of them being the Haversine formula, to make your longitude and latitude lines curve. This is where we get nautical and statute miles from. But anyway, dude,
I'm with you on that.
Post at Spurden, so give me 5 minutes, I'll be back.
Okay.
Before I go, I do appreciate you hanging around, man. You've been a really, really good sport. Most people are complete fucking idiots and we don't have conversations this long. But you yourself have been a good sport, man. So I've got no issues with you at all, man. You're a good lad. Thanks for joining in.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It was a really fun time talking with everyone.
Keep in mind that if you say it was a fun time talking with Gregory, that encourages his behavior.
I'll still say I had a fun time with Gregory. I'll still say it. It's okay.
So are you guys done talking, or?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it seems like for now.
Yeah, definitely for now.
The answer I can never get, the question I can never get an answer to in this chat is what the flat earthers think about in their theory about like the edge of the earth. Like, how does that work? Is there an edge? Like, one guy said it's potentially the earth is potentially infinite. I'm like, is that common?
Yeah, why not? Is the universe potentially infinite?
Yeah.
Why?
Potentially.
Okay, so then why can't the Earth be potentially infinite?
The Earth isn't the universe.
Okay, so what about the universe makes it capable of being potentially infinite?
We haven't mapped it all.
That doesn't make it potentially infinite. That makes it potentially indefinite.
No, potentially infinite. Like, because
no,
there are some theories where
no, friend. I'm not talking. Hold on a second.
Forever, where there
Hold on.
Where okay, I guess this is what I mean. I can't have a conversation. Like, you ask me a question, and I'm trying to answer it, and 2 words in, you're like interrupting me.
No, you gave an answer.
So we're
then
done.
You yield for a reply.
We're done.
Okay.
We're done.
Yeah, we're done. So, so fuck off. Thanks.
Yeah. You destroyed.
Get fucked. Here, that's how I do it, bro. Okay, you can't be where the first time someone like does a back and forth with you that you just bitch out like a puss, dude. So the answer that you gave me, right? You gave me the answer, right? I asked the question, right? So you give the answer, right? And then I respond to your answer, right? Makes sense?
You're back, Drew.
No, the conversation's over. He couldn't handle it.
Yeah, I couldn't handle it,
Wait, hey, what do flat earthers think of sunburns?
Sunburn?
Like,
Ice fast
clear energy?
Fuck off. I was literally answering the question, and he interrupted me 2 words in. So that's not a good thing.
I think you would just start over.
I thought he said he didn't want to answer it, and he was done.
Oh, can we just have the conversation apart from the meta about people?
So would you say that a sunburn happens from like the radiation of the sun? When you go out in the sun, you get a sunburn and it blisters.
So UV radiation.
Yeah, like sun light photons.
Yeah. What about it?
Like a star burn.
Starburned, yeah.
Starburn, yeah.
I agree. I'm going to start calling it that.
Yeah, it's absurd that you think it's a star. 93 million mile distant star burning your skin.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, goofballs.
Well, to be fair, it's not a heat burn.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it's crazy. Like, without the sun, nothing would live. and it still kills us too, gives us cancer.
Well, think about how we seem to experience a positive pressurized environment. And that could only be possible if we were encapsulated and the sun was heating it, creating temperature changes that manifest, the movements of wind around the world.
Yeah, lava that comes out of the volcanoes is really cold.
I don't know what that was meant to mean.
I was joking because, like, the center of the Earth is really hot.
But, positive pressure could be behind a lot of things that they're attributing to gravity, for example. So, what we call 1G of force might just be the maximal pressure that's exerted upon all things within the encapsulated space of the surface of the planet.
So how does flat Earth solve the pressure issue? Is there a firmament, or is that?
Well, if there is a constant positive pressure that's forcing things towards the surface, then maybe that accounts for why mass displacement forces to fall.
So did Jesus break the firmament when he flew through it at the escape velocity?
I think it's more like bilocation, It's a rational science fiction concept today, but, Jesus bilocating as a being
that has ever flown to space was, according to flat earthers, is just Jesus flew to space.
Right, but you're forgetting the rest of the source. Yeah, but you're forgetting the rest of the source material.
Okay.
The source material indicates that he's able to enter a room without passing through the door. So that would connote that he either transposed himself. No, Jesus.
Whoa. Okay.
So the Bible indicates that. Okay, I'm just saying, dude. From the source material, the Bible indicates that after Jesus rose from the dead, he had a different type of body. Okay.
Oh, okay.
And that when he met with the dudes inside the locked room, he appeared within the room. So he either teleported or walked right through the door without opening it, right?
I never heard that. Do you know what verse? I'll look it up, any chapter to read that in, or? It would be in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the four gospels.
Try to find it. I never heard of that. I guess I didn't pay attention enough.
Yeah. What did you mean by the different body? Because wasn't his body missing when they went to look for it?
Yeah.
Well, his body was healed and kind of perfected. If Goku went Super Saiyan from being battle destroyed to perfect and glowing.
Stigmata stuff, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's symbolic of the sacrifice, so that people don't, forget, and it gets adopted through the way the Holy Spirit comes down and touches them in the same places on their body.
Yeah. So he also spoke to people directly to their face, and they didn't recognize him. That means either they were psionically induced to forget who he was, or he had a different look.
Well, I think it is also fair to say if somebody died, you could just be so incredulous that you would deny it. I mean, maybe that's flimsy, but yeah, if I went to your funeral and then you came to me, maybe I would deny it for a second or two,
Yes, but if you're going to use the source material,
yeah, I'm not trying to speculate.
Eternity was dead.
I'll defer to the source material.
So that being said, the if there's a hard barrier before you leave the mortal realm and enter into the supernatural realm, then Jesus heading towards it and traveling through it would not necessarily destroy it in any way, shape, or form, right?
Well, I mean, do you even need to find a biblical proof of this? Because Or like, do we have to assume that Jesus performed a limited set of miracles and he was only restricted to that set? He like couldn't have done a miracle he didn't, do. Like,
well, look, if you don't want to have to rationalize like the divine, which is kind of hard to do from a mortal perspective, you could just think about the way that there's like crafts that have appeared and they seem to have come from somewhere else. So did they have to penetrate something to get here? Or do they have a technology that allows them to slip through physical barriers?
Yeah. Yeah, there's all kinds of things. But to answer that guy's question, the Bible describes Jesus as the type of entity that created all created things, and that all created things require his ever-present subsistence to exist continually. That means anything that happens within the material natural world, he can alter at will. So it really is no miracle when it comes from the top down. It's only our perception of what is or isn't regular.
That might be why certain beings slip off the path of incarnation, because they lose that connection to what keeps their soul forming physically again, and then they become these negative energies that are out there pressing people.
I don't know why people point to the Bible so much when it was written and put together by men that are fallible.
I don't know why people point to scientific papers because it's written by men. I don't know why people point to anything that's written by men.
They should add a gospel according to Jesus to this.
Well, so basically, it's used as in the Bible. It's used as fact when you're referencing the Bible. It's like it's not falsifiable, so it's just considered to be God's word. Like God wouldn't let it be wrong. And when it's with science, it is considered to be potentially wrong, and people are constantly checking it, constantly changing it when it is found to be wrong.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things that on account for, and people who don't tend to be religious tend to have this fallback called intelligent design. And if you can look anywhere in creation and find something that implies intelligent design, then why wouldn't the shape of creation itself be determined just by, a process of intellect that this being went through to say this is the most stable shape and way to manifest the seasons in a predictable, manageable way?
I love how the tide charts like tell you when the high tide is going to be like by the minute.
Really?
I'm just saying, there's a lot of things that imply intelligent design, but people want like a mechanical scientific principle why the Earth shape should be this or that. Okay, so intelligent design is behind the shape of the planet, so it's adhering to something that is fitting like all these conventions that we can give you, but you say they're not good enough.
I think it's amazing how science can show you like.
Yeah, Ben and Jen, if you think the high tide and the low tide is spot on, and they have the
it's amazing
where it's going to end up. Yeah, well, if you think that's accurate, you're all wet, bro.
I'm looking at those in right here. Even better than that,
you're like looking at the screen, bro. Yeah, go out to the beach.
Eclipses.
Check like the day. Yeah, check the day after. Yeah, check the day after to see if the tide they predicted matched.
No, the eclipses are even better.
I bet you don't do that. You're gonna get scalp. You're gonna get scalp spaz out after your hatred for
That's
Jesus
even better
ran out.
than the tides that are perfectly accurate.
How do we predict eclipses again?
There's tide chart apps and stuff. I use them all the time for fishing.
Yeah, and check the day after to see how accurate they were.
Yeah,
you dipshit.
They're perfect.
So
no.
Just hypothetically, right? What would be the perfect opposition to intelligent design?
Still waiting to figure out how we predict eclipses.
Reality.
Well, it would be another intelligent design, right? Like
it would be a bottom-up universe instead of a top-down universe. Like everything would evolve from the simplest to the most complex. Like from the quantum field doing the Big Bang and then making the stars and exploding and making planet. It just goes from simple to complex instead of the most complex.
An intelligent design, right?
Right. The other side of that is like it goes from the most complex to the simplest to the complex. So you're just adding
Well,
in a
it doesn't
God.
have to, but you could say that God was the ultimate complexity to begin
Right,
with.
right.
If you wanted to, I
Yeah.
suppose. Or it can just be like a unified energy, like the sum total of
And
all
then he
things.
like spoke the universe into existence. It's like simple to the complex again. So it's like basically, for all intents and purposes, like simple to complex. Other than
No, you're assuming.
Mirror each other is the point I'm trying to get across. That like it recreates the things that were taught in religion in a way that contextualizes it outside of the specifics of the intelligent design process, and as you said, inverts it. But that's the same process.
Big Bang, huh? What was the instantiation of motion in the bang, or was it an infinite regress? Or was it spontaneous non-motion to motion for no reason, with no force acting on it?
it just popped out of existence from the quantum field.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's weird. It's like immaterial and material at the same time. And it's always been. Nobody's ever discovered a beginning or an end to the quantum field. So it's infinite, immortal, and eternal and omnipresent, but it's brainless and it's not.
Ah, there you go.
It's not
There
all
you go.
good. It's just
Brainless,
the quantum
right?
field. It explains like all the chaos.
Yeah, cool story, dude.
Can you
It's
can
just
a,
reality.
Can a quantum field exist separate from like a universe?
Yeah, it's just reality,
Yeah.
dude.
Before
Sure
the
thing,
universe,
brother.
we just had a quantum field. That's it.
Oh, of course we did, because you seen
Yeah,
it
it's God.
from beyond the universe, right?
The quantum field is God. It's what's responsible for everything. So it's God.
How do you know that
It's just a brainless God.
wasn't part of
what
the universe, and there's something not quantum that caused it?
Nothing caused it. It's always been.
What's
Cool
always
story,
So
Holmes.
it's God.
the Big Bang?
No, it's reality. Yeah, we call it God because
See how you
it's
just like
responsible
you
for
just
everything.
changed the name of God
And
by
in
taking
Jen.
God's properties and saying it was a thing.
Well, it's the actual thing that is
Not fair.
omnipresent.
Not fair.
You
Not
just
fair.
expanding into the quantum field.
depersonalized creation. That's all.
What's between
Yeah,
the subatomic particles of an atom? The quantum field is. It's just empty space. Is quantum field.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
Okay,
I
but
know, it's
inside
reality.
you, would you say that that's still the subsistence of your being? It's deep within your being on a level that's slipping between the matter of your being, but I'm still inside of you, right?
Dude, this dude be chanting.
You feel me, right, honey?
This dude be chanting. It's just reality, worse than a religious zealot, dude.
Even quantum computers work too.
So what I'm hearing, this is what I'm hearing. My God is reality. My God is reality.
I'm the founder of Religion. It's the cure for religion. It's reality. Realize reality. Only reality.
There it is, brother.
Yeah.
So how do you answer Donald Kaufman's conclusion?
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, of course you wouldn't, because you're not up to speed
Some
with
guy
current
that said
science.
something.
You mean Hoffman?
Yeah.
Fucking acid, no.
I don't
That
know.
might
but
be
you could have a
Hoffman. Let me
Christian
double
argument
check.
for the
Suck a
quantum field
bummy.
being God. You can
I
just
think it's
add
Donald
on omniscience and add on omnipotence because you already have the omnipresence and immortality and the infiniteness, and you have eternal.
Yeah,
You just
Hoffman,
have to add
homie
on a
slice,
couple
you were
other
correct.
things. Just say that you discovered God had a brain.
Dude, we already know God is sentient. You
Then
dudes.
you can get the Nobel Prize. Just show the Nobel Prize committee that you discovered a God that has an actual mind, like the quantum field has a mind.
I mean, dude, that's self-evident. I don't know what's so hard about it.
They don't agree. They would award
Why
it though
don't
if you
people
showed
know
it
it?
to have a mind.
The
Well,
bunch
we
of
know
people
why.
who don't know it, it's not self-evident.
Yeah, we know why, dude. We all know why here.
Well, like Michio Kaku is like saying this shit anyway, and he's got these prizes for other things.
Dude, it's because they have a metaphysical predisposition to not yield to any kind of sentient cause. Because that means that cause has authority. And they don't like that. That's why. I mean, it's pretty simple.
Can you
Everybody
get the Nobel
understands.
Prize for discovering the flat Earth?
You're gonna mind read and say they actually do.
I'm not mind reading, dude. I'm not mind reading. I'm
Yeah,
just
you are.
from our examples, what we studied over the past decade of this topic. Even the people involved in the formulation of the topic said the same stuff.
I want you to get the millions of dollars for discovering the.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Oh, you know it's not flat. Okay.
What about the $1 million from the Amazing Randy?
Who's got $1 million?
There's $1 million.
Who wrote your guys' hold on, $1 million from who, dude? Who's giving out $1 million?
Amazing Randy.
David Weiss has still got Bitcoin.
He put up a challenge.
You can give him 2 globe proofs.
His challenge was actually easier. If you could prove anything supernatural, then they would come and test it, and if you could prove it based on independent judges, that they would give you $1 million.
He's passed away,
and
though.
Nobody could do it.
He's passed away, and what couldn't they do? Depends on what you're going to do.
It's actually a foundation. It wasn't just him. He created a foundation, and the $1 million was put into like this foundation.
We also know that observation changes reality. Like we discovered that particles and waves behave differently when they're observed. So I'd argue proving anything paranormal, which normally happens not through like an observation.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything is.
Hey, bro, you just heard the answer. Hey, bro. DF. He just basically said it's impossible to win this contest because they'll just classify everything you do as natural, and the judges will agree. Wow, what a contest!
Natural, yeah. That's why they do the prize, yeah, because everything's natural.
There's no
Randy one, right?
Yeah.
Right. There's no such thing as unnatural because it wouldn't fall under physics. Just hold on, just like the UFO stories and all that garbage. They say against physics, not physics, against gravity, against all this shit. No, it's not. It's not against any fucking thing if it's happening.
I was actually thinking about a way to potentially try to do a loophole where if there was a multiverse, and say there was like some sort of field or something between the two universes, the multiple universes, then
whatever.
Like in the Bunsen brain theory, where you have like these brain universes that are like floating.
But they would just qualify it as natural, dude.
They can smack into each other and create like big bangs. But then what would be in between? If you could provide like some sort of evidence of that, then you could say that that would be supernatural because it's outside of the universes. But I don't think.
Yes, but it's inside. It's inside the whole matrix of universes, and therefore still natural.
No, it would actually be outside all of the matrix of universes.
No, Drusifer, the word for everything like in the multiverse would be the omniverse.
But
so here we are. So we got an omniverse, causes that cause themselves, eternal, unsentient quantum.
So with the omniverse, the supernatural.
Wow, what a religion you got, brother!
Real religion.
Who knows what, dude, in his religion?
Just nature, Mother Nature.
Yeah, you got a religion. We know, bro. You're here to preach it. We get it.
What's a metaverse? It's a virtual. Okay. Yeah, no. So omniverse. I don't actually know that this actually. It says omniverse is a large concept that includes all multiverses and metaverses.
Yeah.
But
that's it.
That doesn't necessarily include the spaces between the universes.
Right, but that word
dude,
that there's multiverses. It just in case there are.
Why are you assuming there's a space between these multiverses?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying.
Why are you assuming there's a multiverse?
I'm not. I'm just saying, like in some theories, like
you're not
in the Bunsen brain theory. I think it's called. It's so there are like the universes are shaped in like a brain, and they float around basically, and they like hit each other, and when they hit each other they create big bangs.
Gotcha.
And so they were thinking that was that's like one.
I got a cool story, bro. I got a cool story about that. You ready for it? It's crazy. I was listening to some physics lectures on autoplay while I was doing some work. So about every hour there's a new lecture, and each one kept on getting deeper and deeper. So finally, I arrived at one who was talking about the necessity within certain theories. Right? They've come into a necessity of the multiverse, according to them, in order to express all the possible permutations that are needed for all the things we have here. Long story short, his conclusion was that if the multiverse exists and is necessary for all the expressed permutations, that means that all possible permutations of physics are expressed, which means this entire theory was to back up a lot of the globe heliocentric ideas. So in order to have the heliocentric globe idea as such, with all these other, technologies that are going on and stuff, he basically said you need a multiverse. And the multiverse expresses all possible permutations of physics, which means that in one of those universes, the Earth is flat. So if the Earth is a globe, the Earth is flat. At least in one expression. These guys that we're talking are the guys, like head directors at programs at CERN and other type stuff. So these guys aren't just, like some weirdo, even though they kind of look like weirdos. But I'm saying they're not some scrub off the internet just like, oh, I think that all physics are expressed. No, these are like bigwigs. Man, the other guy in the lectures, he said something even crazier than that. Because, they're, with CERN and other things, they're trying to find particles that are ever smaller energy states, ever smaller matter states, trying to, recreate the conditions of the Big Bang or whatever it is they're searching for.
Yeah.
But, you've heard Higgs boson and this, we're searching for this particle, that particle. So this dude, when he got to his lecture, he basically said, everything is made of one particle. Now, what he meant by that is not that there's 1,000 of these particles and everything's made of the same particle en masse. No, there's literally just one particle. And it travels through space and time to render every physical object. So your finger is made up of the same particle as my big toe.
I think you're talking about an electron specifically, not all particles.
Look, it's a singular particle, dude. One. Whatever it is, it's one, and it manifests the entire universe by being in all those places in a, super fraction of time, to where it not only transposes spatial limits, but it transposes temporal limits.
So I think what you're trying to describe is it's not one particle for all the universe. It's that all the electrons that we observe could just be one electron. Is I think what the theory is.
Yeah, that's a cool story. That's not what this lecture was, dude.
Well, I'm just saying there are other particles. Okay, well, maybe it's a different lecture. I'm assuming based on what you're saying. What I think I understand what the guy was saying. So I'm just trying to explain. But
well, dude, all these lectures are like crazy out there theories, dude. Yeah. That theory that you said is a little bit different and not quite out there.
The single electron theory, that was it's pretty out there.
Well, all of these things come from the idea that that we don't live in the highest dimension expressed. We live in like a lower dimension, and there's many, many higher dimensions that are necessary for these lower dimensions to be expressed. And so the idea of something moving and rendering your finger and my left ass cheek simultaneously may seem ludicrous, but on these higher dimensions, it's perfectly okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you might be talking about the appletohedrons, actually. Oh, you're talking about how Feynman diagrams can be solved using a higher dimensional structure that just has permutations. You're talking about the Donald Hoffman stuff, right?
Those could be connected, but this guy I don't recall him being involved with that.
Ethiopia!
What about it?
My brother. Who had the Ethiopian flag?
Tapioca pudding flag? What?
But yeah, I think there's actually two different multiverse theories. There's like the Everett many worlds theory, which is like interpretation of quantum mechanics that says every quantum mechanical outcome is a different universe. And then there's also
Molinism.
Sorry?
Yeah, that was already thought of with Molinism, dude.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that it's sort of a resolution to like there's the Copenhagen. Well, I mean, I guess if you don't believe in quantumness, but
there's more than two.
Yeah. There's more than two. What? Sorry. Oh yeah, I'm sure there is, but I'm just saying the main ones would be a multiverse of other Big Bangs out there, and then a multiverse of quantum mechanical.
Dude, we have to have a universe with a Big Bang to begin with to have others. Fuck, dude.
Sorry, what?
I said we have to have a universe with a Big Bang to begin with in order to have others.
Well, we do have it, don't we?
Yeah, sure thing, dude. Tell me about your religion. Hey, everyone, it's story time. All right, go ahead, tell us.
Sorry, I'm
Did you forget what channel you're in?
I'm confused what that reaction was. No, I know what channel we're in. He was just saying he was explaining multiverse theories, and I'm just also doing the same thing.
I was just explaining retarded scientists that think they're smart. That was what I was trying to tell you.
AI Overlord is a retard, so.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a retard.
He's the one that gets upset all the time. He's saying that we never had a Big Bang in our universe. That's what he's saying.
Well, I'd be happy to listen.
Are you saying that?
Listen, bro, I'm very fair to other religions. I'm willing to hear them out. If you want to tell me about yours, feel free. Go ahead. I'll listen.
I don't have a religion, so I like.
Really, you don't have a religion?
I mean, I'm sure you could have fun with that statement, and you could show how I have like irrational beliefs. But I don't follow a like orthodox of people who tell me what to believe. You could finish, really? Couldn't you? Yeah. Okay. You could do some fun with that. Maybe if for the way your definition, maybe I do have a religion. But
do you have any faith? Do you have any faith-based beliefs?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any faith-based beliefs that inform your position of where you came from, where you are, where you're going, and what the meaning of life is? And how you should behave while you're here?
Boring.
Then you have a religion, dude.
Oh, well, I was going to answer, I think, no to those.
Then why are you using it so derogatory? Because everybody has a religion in the way you're defining it.
Yeah.
I only use it derogatory to people who think they don't have one just because they're not a specific theist or some other such, supernatural type connotation.
I assume my response sort of
science.
I sort of saw that in my response, and I'm kind of like, okay, I guess you could say I did. Right? Like I don't.
It's generally that atheists don't value faith. Where
yeah, right, dude. Nice try. Yeah, nice try, dude.
Yeah, I guess what I would say is I try to make the minimum faith-based assumptions that I have to, right? So like I assume, right, like I assume I'm not solipsist. I assume the material world around me and my sense experiences, while flawed, are somewhat resemblant to reality, right? I have to take that on faith, but I think it's reasonable to do so, and I think we all do because we eat food and like have survived this long acting as though the world's real. So
cool. So what do you think of the concept, if you know Donald Hoffman, some other guys ancillary to him, what do you think of the concept that when studying ever-decreasing energy, matter, and temporal states, that the inevitable conclusion is that consciousness is the eternal substance, not matter, energy, or temporal states?
I find it very, very, very compelling. I find it very interesting. It's kind of, to some extent, won me over a little bit, where I'm like considering it a lot more than I had. I think the word consciousness is misleading. It seems like it's like a communication. Like he describes. Do you actually want me to get into this, or are you going to make fun of by saying this again? Like he describes, like there's an experience. You have a spectrum of choices you can make, and then you make a decision, and then you act that decision, right? So you could describe an electron as being conscious through that sense because it experiences a photon or of some energy. It has a choice of whether to excite to a certain energy state or level, and then it acts that way. And then based on these predictable behaviors building up, communications just shuffle up.
Okay, so that's cool.
Yeah.
So then maybe all these things we thought were inanimate and non-sentient actually are, rather than the other way around.
Right. So what that would imply is that what we see as the Earth and what we see as reality is actually just a convenient like just like I can talk to you through this wire, and like if I don't talk to you through this wire, you're not going to hear me, but I can still speak without this wire, right? So the wire is the thing that allows us to communicate, and so space-time reality is the wire that allows things to communicate over, and so we're just experiencing essentially a conversation of things.
Is space-time reality one word?
Yes.
I know
space-time is hyphenated, so
space-time reality. Is space-time reality one word? You just kind of cram that in there.
It's 2 words.
No, that would be
It could be
3 words.
3 words.
Yeah, but why not, dude? Let's just make our own metaphysics
Space-time
and
is
just
one
combine them,
hyphenated
dude.
word.
Space-time reality because you've eaten something.
Yeah. Yeah, but none of us here are foolish enough to deny the presence of sentient agents, are we? And none of us are foolish enough to make the logical faux pas of saying that the perception of the mind is an illusion of the mind. Right? We're not that retarded, right?
Well, our mind is like.
I mean, it can be.
It depends on if I
Wait a minute. Hold on, guys. The retard joined.
Like dreams.
Yeah, like
Dreams are illusions.
people with medical issues, like psychological issues, say like, or people on drugs, they'll hallucinate all the time.
hallucinations.
They're perceiving things that actually aren't, or like more simply, like
Yes,
your
but are
mind,
there
something
Yeah, go
happens in your mind, you only see part of it, and then your mind fills in the holes, and so you come to think something didn't happen that happened, or especially with hearing, that happens a lot. Like in
That's
a
fine. That's
conversation.
fine. But that just is alluding to the duality between the internal perceptions and the external information that informs those perceptions, right?
Like Christians believing in a magic Jew.
Oh, are you believing in magical space foam that farts out universes?
Yeah, you guys believe in Einstein's Belgian priest buddy.
So I have a question for the atheist.
George Lamette, the priesthood himself.
So for the atheist that made the comment about Jesus, all of the miracles, how do you describe them? Like walking on water, did he was there like a small layer of water and like
Dude,
some ground underneath?
I walk on water every time I go ice skating.
Oh wow,
that's not walking. Come. That was funny.
Okay, when
what's your best guess for what those miracles?
Quit your day job, bro.
What happened with those actual miracles, or stated miracles? Like, was it just made up, or?
Yeah, the Jews made it up.
I think I kind of think he might have like.
Did they made up the part about wanting to die for the made up story they made up?
Yeah.
It's funny, Drucifer. You've created your own come to Jesus moment.
No,
funny enough.
I just think that he probably like came up with tricks to try to trick people. It was common back in the day.
Hey, yeah, interesting. But look, if Kaufman's ideas are true, and some of the other guys that are even more advanced down that line are true, in the vein of other such big names like Berkeley, with Berkeley and idealism, and other such philosophers. And if it's the case that the dimension where sentience resides is actually so high tier above the physical and natural world, then the idea of a being that exists in that tier being able to affect the lower dimensions, right? I mean, the idea of like walking on water is like, that's nothing, dude. That's like pathetic. That's not even a miracle when you really think about it.
Yeah, Mark 11:23 says, "Truly I say to you, you can say to this mountain, be cast in the sea, and it'll be done for you." So if anybody just casts a mountain in the sea, then people could believe the Bible.
So, like,
really?
You realize, like, with the things that, so Jesus being, like, a leader, like, for change, like, there's a lot of people, even outside of in religion or outside of religion, that have, like, been willing to die for these kinds of things. They weren't necessarily out to die, but they were willing to. Look at the guy in Russia who like he was opposing Putin, and he literally went back to Russia to like oppose Putin, knowing he'd pretty much be killed, and like he was instantly arrested and died.
Dude, I heard a chick paid $40 to a Ukrainian relief fund charity while she was in the United States, being essentially a permanent United States resident and a native of Russia in the past, returned to Russia to visit her family and was arrested and put into jail for 12 years.
Yeah, so like I mean, like Jesus isn't special in that way. Doesn't make him correct. Like, doesn't make him a god just because he's like, oh, you know, like, I'm willing to die. It's like a lot of people who aren't gods are willing to die.
Like suicide bombers.
Willing to die, didn't he say, "Why have you forsaken me"?
I mean, there are many people who have died. I just gave an example of one.
That's fair enough, but look, this isn't I'm a butthurt atheist and can't stand that people believe in Jesus channel.
No, it's flat Earth. It's not even about religion at all. So.
Well, funnily enough.
Well, yeah.
Or is it?
It's a science chat. It's a science chat.
Awesome.
You know what always found funny, just on that topic of AI, even when I was agnostic, I was never like butthurt about religious people. I do think that there's a specific butthurtness within atheism that is also religious in its fervor.
Let's see if that atheist could actually be a real deal. So, atheist boy, does God exist? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so then what does atheist mean? You just lack a belief, right? So isn't making the positive case that God...
Hold on. I get to answer your question, right? So there are actually lots of types of atheists. So there's an agnostic atheist, a Gnostic atheist, a soft atheist, a strong atheist. There's lots of different types. So when you actually go through... So some people believe that there are no gods.
Nobody asked that, dude. I don't give a fuck. I asked you.
You did ask this. So I'll just break down the terms, and then you can go through like the different combinations.
Yeah, they surely are butthurt, aren't they?
Okay, well, apparently the atheists are butthurt, but we can't even describe like what these terms mean or what.
I don't care about the term. You were asked. Hey, let Crypto speak before we all spaz.
No, you're the only one spazzing. And his internet's spazzing, so.
Sounds like he's sending the facts.
He's got dial-up. That's what it is.
You're well dial-up.
Never mind. So
he's trying to say that
we hear you now.
If everyone else could shut up, then
40 religious views of atheism is what he was saying, I think.
Before I mute you, Crypto is coming through, so when we don't talk, we can hear him.
No, he's not.
I think he gave up.
Yeah, I was trying to get him before my signal cut out, and now it's going to cut out.
Fair enough.
Oh man, bro, you need to move to a first world country already.
Did you summon that fiber?
We don't have much apparently.
Yeah, so I could care less when somebody. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So quickly, it was just meant to be a stupid joke. I was just asking him if he was saying there are 47 genders of atheists.
Yeah, I told you.
Pretty much, but I could care less. I really could. Why? Because I asked a simple question: does God exist? You said no. So
no,
your claim is God.
You answered it yourself. I was in the middle of answering.
I said, does God exist? And you said no. What's more than an answer?
You believe in God, I think, and I said no. But then you
No, he asked actually, does God exist?
whatever. However, but then I was trying to explain. I think you asked another question. I was trying to explain.
You're trying to explain what no means. You're trying to explain what no means.
Yes.
Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah.
What is this? What is this? What is this, dude? A consent course?
I mean, this is why we can't have a conversation. Like
because you're dumb as a dude. That's why we can't, dude.
Because you're doing debate bro tactics. There's absolutely no reason to not let me explain, like how I define things, what words mean. There's absolutely no reason not to allow it.
I'm glad.
We'll
do that.
No means yes. No means yes.
We will do that, sir. Sir, since you asked, that's what we will do. So
something can be no and yes at the same time, depending on how you define things.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, because if you define things from two different perspectives, it could be no or yes. Like
there's words for that. It's called maybe.
No, again, it depends on perspective.
Yeah, it's kind of like
maybe would actually be wrong in that case, where you actually know yes or no, depending on the perspective. So it's not a maybe. A maybe is you don't.
All right, bro.
So you just said no. Give us an example of something being yes or no at the same time. Well, you just said,
besides the word maybe,
is the economy doing well? And the answer can be yes in one sense because the GDP is doing very well, and it can be no in another sense because the people are suffering and can't purchase goods because they're not making as much money. So the economy is doing well overall. You're producing a lot, but people aren't.
That example sucks. I'll give you a good example. A good example is Katy Perry's song "Hot and Cold." You're yes
I think
and
my
you're
example
no.
is good. So
you're in and you're.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Is your child feeling happy today? I'm not too sure. Does your child exist? I don't know.
There you go.
That's not what I said.
Okay, so why don't you clear it up, dude? Does God exist or not? For goodness sakes.
You don't want to listen to the answer.
That's the answer, man.
Oh, that's what I was. He asked you a question, and then
that's what I was really responding to because you were asking about atheism, and like what atheists mean. Your follow-up question was,
who asked what atheists meant, dude?
Or whatever.
Hey, dude.
Oh, what do you know? You interrupted me as soon as I started explaining it, just like I predicted.
No, because you're trying to rewrite history. Nobody asked you what atheist means, dude.
Yeah, you had a follow-up question.
Holy crap.
It's not gay.
Okay, let me ask somebody else to see if it's that hard of a task. So, percentage. Does God exist? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Ooh, ask me.
Does God exist? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes. The quantum.
I understand the assignment.
So does that mean that you believe in the Hindu God?
No.
Yeah, not because
that's not a god.
Brahmin has no qualities.
That's not a god
right now.
That's their top god.
Does that mean you believe that the universe is a god, like a deist thing?
Nope. No, God.
Me personally, yes.
That's pantheism.
I believe it is God.
In the quantum field.
What's you tripping, bro? How can the universe?
Yeah, they literally just advocated for the quantum field, and they don't even realize it.
Yeah, the quantum field is responsible for everything.
I mean, you see how we can play this game?
You're mad retarded. Go back to Reddit.
The only honest answer to is God real or not is possibly. Possibly is the only honest answer.
The quantum field is physical factors.
No, that's
you sound like you're trying to be a philosophy lawyer, bro. I don't think it's that deep necessarily. You know what I mean?
All right. I'm gonna pretend. I'm gonna pretend to be somebody who's willing to parse it out, like he just did. Somebody asked me if God exists or not, and I'll answer in kind, like should be answered. Right. So I'll answer in kind. What do you mean by God?
The quantum field.
That's a bad. Does God exist? God is. It's evident.
What is God is what's responsible for everything, be it anything from nothing to something, and obviously it's the quantum field because we discovered the quantum field.
Oh my god! I fucking
Quantum field is not God. Stop saying that crap.
I was gonna say I still gotta look this up. I do not know what the quantum field is.
It's still responsible for everything, even though it's brainless and not omnipotent.
Not responsible for jack
It's
shit.
like scientific jargon for the electromagnetic plasmatic field.
Is it like background radiation and shit, or
It's infinite, eternal, omnipresent. It's material and immaterial at the same time. Particles pop into existence from the quantum field.
Oh, that shit is crazy. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's non-scientific though because you're presuming it outside of the universe.
It's plasma. It's not fucking quantum anything.
Dude, it's just his metaphysical creation story.
No, it's not.
It's just made up.
Right. Quantum physics is one of the most successful fields in all of science.
It's made up.
Somebody's trying really hard over here, and I feel super bad for them.
It's crypto.
It is a theory.
Their internet's crapping out so hard.
Explain electromagnetic, plasmatic like interactions throughout the universe.
Yeah, the quantum field made electromagnetism.
Didn't know.
I'm saying it was made.
You guys prove any of this crap that you're saying?
Yeah, all the evidence points to it.
Cosmic,
show me the evidence.
Objects.
It's always been. Nobody's ever discovered a beginning.
What scientific experiment proves that quantum fields were actually created electromagnetism?
Because everything comes from the quantum field. It has to come from somewhere. And the one thing that's always been is the quantum field. It's always been.
Okay, sounds like the quantum field of the gaps to me, bro.
Here's a question for you. What makes a magnetic field?
Plasma.
Yeah, the quantum field of the gaps. Yes.
What makes magnetic fields?
It's just plasma and electrical circuits.
The quantum field does.
Like
it makes everything.
Quantum interactions.
No, you can't have magnetic fields without magnets. Right?
Interactions.
It made atoms.
Moving electric charge.
You need a magnetic substance. So you can't have a quantum field without what? A quantum?
No, a magnet is a moving electric charge.
Quantum field of the gaps is everything.
What creates
hold on, percentage. We're gonna solve one of the oldest questions in the world right here, right now. Why do good girls like bad boys?
Answer, good girls like bad guys.
Don't get broken, so they won't fall in love with them, and when they break up, their heart won't get broken. That's why.
Oh, that's a bad guy right there.
It's true. Yeah, kind of a couple times.
Incorrect. The answer he was looking for is because opposites attract.
Incorrect.
Oh man, why do opposites attract? Quantum field.
They like the bad boys so they could cheat on them when they're in jail. When the bad guy's in jail.
Who do bad girls like? Then?
Yo, how much did the quantum field pay you guys?
Is emotional. It's
bad girls like good boys.
It's just electromagnetism. It's
dominate
basically electromagnetism.
Why was the guy who the Heartbreak Ridge movie based on was a pacifist? Why? Quantum field.
Yeah, quantum field of the gaps. It solves everything.
Time heals all wounds. Let's change it. Quantum field heals all wounds.
Do girls
wounds all heals.
Do girls go for string theory or quantum field theory? Like
terrible joke.
Well, dude, if you I think the answer is in minimalism. So if you need a field of fabric to cover your body versus a string, then that says something about you, I guess.
I am.
Mm-hmm.
What's the mathematical proof for all this crap you're saying?
Quantum physics.
Quantum field. Quantum field.
Hey, percentage. You're forgetting the most crucial argument ever. What else could it be?
Nothing. Everything could have come from nothing.
It's important to know this shit, isn't it?
That's what we think. I think nobody
It's
knows.
very important. Oh, we can't go on without knowing.
I think people want to solve puzzles, and we want to know shit that nobody knows.
The quantum field is just an explanation for things we don't yet understand as a whole. It's even quantum entanglement is just a product of the interactions of the electromagnetic plasmatic circuits of the universe.
Do you think all will be revealed?
Made up that word, plasmatic. He just made that word up.
Do you think all will be revealed after
it's
death?
having to do with plasma. It's
a word.
It's
hey, bro.
the substance of the universe.
Do you think Do you think all will be revealed after death? Like
no, you just become ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You just go back to the earth.
No.
Prove it.
Glue might have an answer.
I have my brother's ashes here.
I'm telling you what the
my brother proved it.
Is.
Prove
it. It's actually
prove his. Go ahead.
It's theory, but it's good enough to be sound. The electromagnetic universe theory, the electric universe theory, closest thing we have to like grasping the reality of the like cosmic interactions of the universe. It's
what cosmic interactions? What the hell do you mean by cosmic interactions?
Well, the cosmic bodies are interacting like via electromagnetical circuits. This explains like astrology.
Electromagnetical? That's another made-up word. What's up?
Electromagnetic. That's not made up.
Okay, you said electromagnetical.
Did I?
Well, come on.
Drunk.
Nuclear.
No. Okay. Glue. When people talk about quantum entanglement, like people try to represent it as like this system where you vibrate one particle and another particle infinitely far away will receive information somehow.
Yeah. The
infinitely far away
is that these particles are connected.
It is contradictory. That's not what I meant. But
if God was a car, how fast
for that is that the particles are connected in an electromagnetic circuit that is facilitated by plasma.
No, it is.
Story.
Well, no. Hold on. Glue. So I've heard them say that communication or like information transfer and receiving is not possible faster than the speed of light by this.
Why not? Why not?
Do you know why that's the case?
Quantum entanglement is a hoax, bro.
Information can travel through the circuit like way past the speed of light, like instantaneously.
So
here's the question: what are they entangling? In quantum entanglement, what are they entangling?
Well, they're entangling different essentially information. Information is traveling from
information.
What
you do is you take a particle.
What's the physical vehicle for the information?
It's kind of like a wormhole.
Plasma.
Can I please explain?
It's like a wormhole.
The physical vehicle for the information is plasma.
Can I please just explain?
Plasma molecule.
It is an electromagnetic interaction.
Well, so there's these two entangled plasma molecules. What's the molecule?
It's plasma. The molecule is plasma.
Oh, come on, man. Plasma is made up. And you know what plasma is? Hold up. Can you define for the audience what plasma is?
Circuit of plasma.
What's plasma? Define it.
So it's
not you, bro.
Proton.
Not you. Glue. Go ahead. To define plasma.
It's essentially an invisible state of matter that is not.
It's not invisible. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it is invisible. Plasma is invisible. It can be activated and become visible, but it in itself it's invisible.
That's fair. It could be invisible. All right. What were we gonna say? Yeah. What's the other dude?
Oh, me.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to explain. So the way entanglement supposedly works is that basically magnetism is created by a charge in motion. So the model of, say, a hydrogen atom is that there's an electron orbiting it, and the direction of that rotation creates a dipole moment, a magnetic dipole moment. So you can align atoms in a magnetic field, and then like have these two particles so that one is aligned spin up and the other is aligned spin down, and you can separate them over long distances. And until you observe the spin up or spin down particle, right, supposedly it's a superposition of both. So you can observe one particle, and then it says, I'm in spin up. You know instantly that if the other person measures their particle, it will be spin down.
Right.
So isn't your understanding...
What particles?
How are they communicating? Is there a physical...
It is the spin of the atom. So it is the particle is an atom. It's an electron nucleus pair in which... what's being entangled is the intrinsic spin of the atom.
Right. We've seen this happening. We've gotten eyes on an atom now.
We have confirmed Bell's theorem. It just got the Nobel Prize, I think, last year or the year before that.
So we have eyes on an atom. We can see them now.
Communication.
Wait a minute.
I believe we've taken pictures of an atom. Yeah.
Okay, show me an atom with a proton and then like the valence electron going around it. please show me this.
Well, we can't because that's not actually what happens, right? There's not actually an electron
orbiting. It's an atom, but doesn't have protons and electrons.
So the electron is in.
Field.
Yeah, it's a So there's a probability to be in an orbit. So it's a shell. It's like the electron is in a superposition of a sphere not even a sphere. It's like a complex shape around. I mean, I can send you the picture of it actually.
Well, okay.
This is bullshit. Atomic theory is bullshit. It has never been actually visualized. It's just theorized.
Let me just say, you do get into issues when you're trying to photograph atoms, because the wavelength of light becomes an issue. So literally they have to do some really complex things to visualize an atom, and they're approximations. But my question is,
it's never been done. No, there's no approximation. It just never has been done. So
when we're talking about visualizing things, literally you have to consider things like photons and the properties of photons, and then the
photons aren't real either, bro.
Well, okay, that's not my point, though. What I think is
the packets of information that are theorized.
What I think is interesting, though, is if we're going back to talking about quantum entanglement. So I've heard that physicists and experts say that it cannot be used for faster than light communication, and if these two entangled particles can communicate with each other faster than light, why is faster than light communication not possible through that medium?
Yeah, well, they allegedly cannot discover
that's
the
why.
mechanism by which these particles communicate with each other. And it's because the mechanism is blacklisted. It's not you're not allowed to say the truth of it because it's antithetical to the current
the paradigm.
Yeah, the paradigm.
Do you guys actually believe this crap?
The energy model.
I should say that the universe has no obligation to allow us to have faster than light communication. This is a human.
What do you, dude? It has no obligation to limit us either, dude.
No, you're right. You're right. If the universe is as it is, it would be really handy if it allowed us to do extra things. But it is under no obligation to oblige to what we want it to do.
Last question: do you guys actually believe this crap that they had two particles infinitely far away, and they had eyes on them, and it confirmed that they were communicating with each other, and when
absolutely.
you rotated one, they rotated the other.
Possible because the particles
infinitely far away, that should be enough.
No, they weren't infinitely far away. They were finitely far.
Almost instantaneous.
Where
you can communicate.
How far away were they? Where?
Very long.
What institutions? What labs?
Well, imagine this.
It's bullcrap, guys.
We experiment.
No, it's not.
We experience a three-dimensional world. We experience a three-dimensional world. If there were somehow an extra dimension, the distance between X, Y, and Z wouldn't be important because there would be another dimension on top of it. So
right.
Isn't time
material is material. Time is
not the fourth dimension. That's BS too.
No. Time is not real. It's immaterial. There are forces which transcend the trappings of time. Electromagnetism.
No one's ever watched what's that?
Time is not real, boys. Time is metaphysical. Time is an idea of men. It's an invention of men.
But it could be the case.
It's not an idea of men. It's the trapping of the
No, it's not trapping of anything. It's a trap that you believe that it's a real
No one's ever watched Interstellar. Interstellar's literally about time travel.
Right. It could be the case that we perceive the world in these three dimensions, but there could be a dimension on top of a fourth dimension or a 17th dimension. But anyways, where
what's the point of it?
12 gigaparsecs could be touching each other in this fourth dimension. It wouldn't matter that we're far apart in three dimensions. They could be right next to each other in 4 dimensions or 5 dimensions or 10. So
I'm just saying that
in these spatial dimensions,
that
you're saying
evade time.
They could be farther, far away, even though in the 3 spatial dimensions they're right close to each other.
Right.
How can you have a 4th spatial dimension?
Well, I don't think. I don't know.
You're saying the 4th spatial dimension would debunk the first 3, would absolutely destroy the first 3.
It would be like encompassing the first 3 in a way that can be described.
Have you ever seen a Tesseract?
No, that's contradictory. That's
more
BS.
it's elaborating.
Well, you guys have no BS meter, do you?
Well, it can be described mathematically, but it's just not able to be described like with your brain. But I don't limit
what
the universe. I don't limit the operations of the universe to what I can perceive.
Fractal expansion.
No, you're only limiting the operations of your faculties right now.
You're
saying you realize if there was a fourth dimension, you would
experience
it in a 3-dimensional world, right?
Well, I would experience parts of it if I were in a 2-dimensional
you
universe.
Wouldn't be able to experience a 3D world.
Right. We would be limited, and I accept that limitation.
Right. So, but you can't really say there isn't a fourth dimension because we can or cannot disprove it.
But mathematics
absolutely.
allows
There may be a fourth dimension, but it's definitely not going to destroy all of our observations in the first 3 dimensions, the spatial dimensions.
No, it wouldn't.
It would have to be integrated to it. It'd have to be like cohesive with it. It wouldn't absolutely destroy all of our observations.
Right. It would absolutely have to be consistent with our observation. I accept that.
Well, I think it would leave us with the unsatisfying truth that most of reality is like unprobable, untestable, and unverified. Like there's a higher dimension, but we can't ever study it to know what other structures exist. And so you have to sort of be open-minded to the types of structures that could exist.
You actually you have to be open-minded to the possibility, but to automatically assume that that's the case, I think is short-sighted
too. You have to be extremely cognizant.
Well,
because it could be that we just have these 3 dimensions and that's it.
We would have to infer. We would have to infer a lot of things. Like it would all come from inference. It would all come from mathematics. It would all come from the things that it's like when you look at a black hole. Like at some point when you examine a black hole, the theories that we have go away. Like we cannot know what happens in a black hole because that information doesn't leak out. But we can model black holes. We can do the best we can. We might have to accept that there's information we might never know, but we're just in a pickle. Like when it comes to higher dimensions or black holes, like there are acceptable truths that sometimes there's information that we cannot physically have access to. Like it is a law of physics that we will never know these things.
Okay, mind you, none of this is proof of impossibly entangling fake particles.
True. You're right. I think quantum entanglement is kind of an accepted principle. What
it's also you guys need to look into the electric universe theory.
Wait. Can you go into that?
The electric universe theory, essentially, well, it's what I've been saying that the whole universe is basically, the entanglement is a result of plasma and electromagnetism. All of the cosmic bodies are entangled, electromagnetically via plasma. The interactions of the solar bodies are entirely electromagnetic. The forces, the energy forces on the Earth are a result of this electromagnetic entanglement. You can attribute like astrology to this. Like the astrological forces are a result of different energies resulting from the electromagnetic entanglement of these solar bodies.
We can cut out the astrological part, right?
Yeah, you can certainly, but
all right, but continue on.
Astrology, like I'll go out on a limb. I know that most people are not accepting of this, but astrology is it's been co-opted to some extent, but it's real. There are things you can derive from astrological predictions that.
Okay, but it's a distraction to what you're saying. It's a distraction to what you're saying.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say it anyway.
Okay, so what it boils down to, if I'm catching your drift, is the universe is perhaps information, right? Like matter. The term matter doesn't necessarily have a meaning. Like
I thought the universe was God.
Well, I'm saying that material is a lesser form of information. Like the real information is not material, but it is put into material
metaphysical
for consumption.
Who are the interlocutors that were here quite a while ago? There was a gentleman that was from the Christian channel. Gregory. Is his interlocutor here still? The guy that was talking to Gregory for a very long time?
No, they left together. They were constantly entangled.
Wait, I thought Rhydon was him. Rhydon, are you here?
Oh, sorry, I actually just got back. I stepped up for a second.
So you were talking to Gregory for a very long time, right?
I was, yeah.
Okay. So...
Looks like we just debunked quantum entanglement then.
Well, I don't know if I mean, I can mark it down on my log as today's the day that we debunked quantum entanglement. But
you do that.
So when you guys were talking about the definition of matter, like so matter is like a very loose term. Like but colloquially we discharge it as the thing that, like, when you're pressing your hand forward and it is stopped by something in front of you, or the air molecules, the things that you interact with. Mm-hmm. But I think that there's other definitions of matter when we talk about dark matter. It's and the proposition is that it's things that don't interact with the Higgs field too. Like so there's the definition of matter.
Well, what's the definition of dark matter?
Well, okay.
Cortico, so I actually looked up this link to send it to you, but I actually sent it to you months ago. Take a look at it. Do me a big favor.
Oh, you sent it to me here.
Yeah. So Cortico, I didn't know, but I sent it to you months ago as well.
No, you did. I seen both.
Yeah.
But yeah, so dark matter is the reason it's called matter is because it has a mass. The reason, basically, when we observe galaxies rotating, it's like they stick together in a way where the rotation doesn't make sense. So in order to explain it, we basically made up, hey, if there's some amount of mass here that we don't see, so we'll call it dark matter, dark mass, then that our equations would work. That's essentially what it is. Well, that sounds, I mean, in a flat Earth server, that sounds very uncharitable, but that's literally what it is.
But what I'm saying,
it's almost like the rest of the model.
Made up. Gotcha. So it's literally made up bullshit. Gotcha.
Well, it brings into question. It brings into question our definitions of matter. No.
It brings into question what a bunch of retards are willing to accept as a bullshit story.
Maybe that's true. Maybe that's the case. Maybe that's the case. But our definitions of matter are traditionally thought as the things that interact with the Higgs field. The things that the Higgs field gives weight, like its resistance against acceleration that we experience here on Earth.
So yes and no, because I mean, you've heard of E equals mc squared, right? Like most of the mass.
No, I haven't.
Okay. Well, so if you take the weight of an electron and you take the weight of a proton and you take the weight of a neutron and you add it up, then you will get a mass. Then if you take the weight of an atom of all three of those together, it's much heavier. And the reason is because these things binded together with a force basically creates a mass, right? So energy trapped in a confined area, like an atom, has an extra mass. So the fact that there's energy between
like an E equals mc squared thing going on, right?
An electron.
Yeah, that's E equals mc squared. So if you confine E to an area, right, so that it doesn't escape, then it has that equivalent of divided by c squared in energy.
So energy doesn't even exist. Hold on, there's no such thing as energy.
Tesla got it.
Energy is metaphysical.
Gravity itself is actually electromagnetic. It's an electromagnetic pull to the body that you're respectively on. Tesla was right. Einstein got it totally wrong, but he was paid.
So you don't believe gravity exists?
I believe
gravity exists. Downward acceleration.
In a sense exists. It's just not a product of relativity. It's a product of electromagnetism.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about that either. It might just be.
I don't agree.
It might just be its own law, just like entropy. What's the cause of entropy, guys?
The cause of gravity.
I think it's just we just observe it. We take it as a law
to the body that you are on.
Exactly. So why can't gravity be the same thing? Why can't relative density be its own law?
Well, the cause of entropy.
Your gravity is dependent on the body that you reside on. The different planets have different gravity. It's because they have.
Bro, get lost with the different planets. Have you been to a different planet to confirm that it exists?
Okay. Space.
Well,
all right. Whatever.
Well, so the definition of density is mass in a volume.
Sorry,
so
it exists.
Do you know what's funny about the definition of density? Is like I was like 2 years into a physics degree, and I was on a drive with a bunch of people, and like we're talking about physics, and someone asked me about density and like icebergs and shit, and I was with this girl that I fucking had a thing for. And like I couldn't fucking explain density, like it didn't fucking occur to me, and I embarrassed myself.
You lost the girl because of your glitch.
I lost the girl because of the glitch in my fucking brain.
Fucking. Oh man.
Yeah, it was fucking embarrassing.
Ice floats because it's less dense than water. Ice is an unusual. It's a unique liquid. I mean, unique substance. Water is a unique substance because when it turns into ice, it actually expands other than the rest of them, which that contract.
He was my one and only someone too. Like,
anyways,
it's all gone.
Dude, something tells me it wasn't going to work out, even if you could explain density.
You're probably right.
Don't be like that. Don't be like that.
Yo, Cortico, watch
what's up, man?
Watch what I said.
Hey, can I watch it right now? Can I mute everybody and watch it right now?
Stream it. I'll stream it.
Wait, why don't you stream it and I'll watch it with you?
Yeah, I'll stream it. Everyone watch it, man. Get right into this.
Maybe no.
Yo, are we gonna get some like Carl Sagan or whatever? Like, is that what we're getting?
Carl Sagan, dude.
You can't just.
You probably respect Carl Sagan, don't you?
Wait, you don't use. Wait, Glue, you don't use the dark theme?
The dark theme, I am.
No, it's white on my screen.
What? Wait, what? Oh, wait. Oh, I'm streaming my Discord. What the hell?
Oh yeah. Fix that. Close your stream real quick.
Yeah. Fix that.
Close your stream.
Nah.
What are you paying on?
Why isn't?
Anyways,
paying on?
He's glitching like Cortico did in the car.
Yo, I fucking glitched hard. I fucking glitched so hard. That was my moment too. Like everyone's got their moment. Like their
Bro, it's not.
Yeah, flat earthers believe in gravity. They just
is it the flat Earth?
Hold on,
that's horrible.
They're talking about they talk about the effect, the observation of relative density. They don't talk about the cause, bending of space-time BS that you're fed and believe.
Right. What do I tell you by the way? Number sign.
All right.
What's that?
What do I call you by the way? Number sign.
It's not numbers. I mean, do you know your symbols, bro?
Percentage. Sorry. What do I call you?
That's good.
Shit is lengthy, man, but
Nah, he'll fast forward.
Oh my goodness. The most obvious reduction is percentages. For goodness sakes.
All right, cut me a break, man. I thought we were having fun here.
I appreciate the plural AI. You're probably the only one that's ever pluralized it.
I thought we were like bros. Like, give me a break.
The correct term would be hold on a sec though, I gotta redeem myself here. The correct term would be percentages ad infinitum.
You're right. I accept the debasement.
Some people might say ad nauseum. I don't like those people.
I fucked it up, and honestly, I think he's smart enough to where I should have done better.
Now, you could also use a different tack and be like, "Hey, guy who thinks I give a fuck about his symbols and his name, guy."
No, he's a gentleman and a scholar, and I want to call him by his correct fucking pronoun. Oh, by the way,
that true name and again.
I don't know how I should feel about this, but like, I buy a sandwich on my way to work every day, there's this new employee. It's a man, and he calls me babe every day, and I don't know how to take it.
He calls you babe?
He says, "Do you need anything else, babe?"
Babe, and you go back every day?
That's the place that I go and get my sandwiches.
Bro, are you gay or something?
No, it's
Make your sandwich at home, save money.
I just want to get my roast beef.
Make some roast beef at home, save money. You're gonna go to the same place every day. He calls you babe.
All right, the truth is I get a roast beef sandwich.
Out with you and the girl in the car.
I get a roast beef sandwich and I get 2 energy drinks, and that will last me like 8 hours. It's on my way, but this new guy, like,
bro, buy the energy drinks in bulk at Costco. Save money. Make your own roast beef sandwiches. Don't go to some place where they call you babe.
Nah,
where a man calls you babe.
I think that's the answer. And like I'll give him his dues. Like, he puts on the makeup and everything. I don't want to get into all that. I don't want to get into.
Dude,
calls you babe.
Listen, dude, we know the truth. They have a kiosk where you order your sandwich, and when it says enter name, you put in babe.
Wait, it's a man and he calls you babe?
Yeah, I don't like it. This happened.
Kill him, man. Kill him.
He's like, I don't like it. I love it.
2 interactions ago. So 2 interactions ago, it happened. But like, this dude has been
I'd
there.
threaten his life. I'd threaten his life.
No. That's inappropriate escalation.
Well, and see, that's why I'm.
Listen, 1 second. I'm going to give you some real man advice. Hey, yeah. I'm going to give you some real man advice from an actual man. If you're not brave enough to address the person and say, I'm not comfortable being spoken to that way or something along those lines, then you're certainly not brave enough to commit violence.
Well, I mean, both of those things are true.
Already.
Stop
calling me babe.
So the thing is,
after that, you
So the thing is like, so the person at the cashier was like the person that ringing me up. The person to the right was a female, like an actual female.
Wait, why is he muted? What? Who muted him?
Maybe someone's sick of listening to the story. Maybe he lost his man card.
Okay, I'll drop it. I apologize.
Oh, bro, don't apologize. You did nothing wrong.
Well, I finished somebody.
There's obviously a faggot in the channel.
All right, dude. Now I gotta kick your ass out of here.
I apologize.
You might be the faggot. You might be the faggot. I don't know.
There's nothing
Are
wrong
you sure?
with that word.
Yeah.
There is something wrong with that word. It's against the rules, so now I gotta boot you.
Yeah, you're a gay fucking faggot. Kill yourself.
Come on, Glue, I want to see your video. Come on, Glue, I want to see your video.
Yes, yes.
One more chance.
It's explicitly against the rules of the server, okay? So...
Glue, ask for one more chance. Ask for one more chance.
No, he doubled down. Now he's gotta be shicoined.
His outer space dreams are crushed.
That was ballsy, though. It was ballsy how he, like, tripled down on that.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I apologize because the implication of what I was talking about was not appropriate for the Blather server. So I'll take it to another server some other time if anyone wants to talk about that.
Let's talk about how electrons are fake, bro.
So you've heard about Richard Feynman saying like the universe only needs 1 electron, right? Has anyone ever heard that theory?
The 1 electron theory?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Give us a summary.
All right. So the idea is that electrons seem to. Okay. So if you observe electron orbitals, like you can't like pick out where exactly the electron is. It jumps up. It jumps down. You can never see an electron. So the theory
this is all theoretical, right?
Oh, absolutely. Well,
you've never observed orbitals ever.
I don't want to speak for the electron because I'm not a scientist. I'm just telling you.
Give the electron the mic, then maybe we'll know it's real at that point.
Yeah. If anyone who's like a physicist wants to correct me, they can correct me. But my understanding is, what we know about electrons is they don't move from A to B. They jump up, they jump down, and well, they don't move from A to C, and they don't go through B to do it. Like, they don't move like you and I move. They just jump up and they jump down, and they don't move in the space in between. And so there's also this idea that electrons don't observe time in the same way that we observe time. And so theory
we don't observe time. Time is not observed.
So the theory is, if something doesn't observe space, if it can move from A to C without going through B, and it also doesn't observe time, then the entire universe only needs one electron, because we observe electrons to have a certain mass. So if something can weave in and out of time, and it's consistent, yeah. So
you only need one, yeah.
That's the idea. You only need one.
Except there are some, I guess, because there's some like substances or solutions that have, like sulfate, SO4 -2.
Mm-hmm.
Like sulfur with 4 oxygen with 4 oxygens, and then -2
like
charge.
Sulfur dioxide, or
like an anion. I mean, like there's anions and cations. Sure, if there's only one charge difference, then you could explain it with 1 electron. But what about the 2 charge difference, where 2 electrons have been lost in a chemical reaction?
Right. Like I'm not like a
same one simultaneously going back and forth through time, and taking the position of both of them. I mean,
yeah, I'm not going to shill for Richard Feynman. I think that this happened on a phone call that he had, where he just postulated it from his understanding of physics. But that would have been like 40 years ago. And
yeah, it's a cool story. Can I see? Can you have a video, like a reel of electrons jumping? Like,
electrons jumping from orbital clouds. I don't think that there's going to be anything other than like an animation or like a cartoon.
CGI. We'll figure.
Yeah. Like a fucking cartoon.
Why do you believe it's real again?
Well, I don't believe it's real. I've just heard the story.
Okay, so you don't believe in electrons then?
Well, it's not that I don't believe in electrons. I think that he just had this conversation that I thought was interesting. But
yeah, no, it's an interesting conversation, interesting story. Let's move past that. Do you believe in electrons? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do you have any evidence for electrons? Yes or no?
I think. Well, I'm not a chemist, but I think most chemists would say that electrons explain the general theories that they have with chemistry.
No, but that's presupposing that they exist again, and that there's evidence for them. So we're still on evidence. Do you have evidence for electrons?
I'm not the guy, man. Like I'm not the dude.
Okay, so the question is, why do you believe they exist if you don't have any evidence for them?
Well,
realize that's an argument that's appealing to the stone. It's argumentum ad ignorum, or whatever it's called.
Are you going to do this to me? Are you going to be the argument from authority? Argument?
No, from ignorance, because you don't know the evidence if there is any.
Yeah.
And yet you still deem that they exist.
Yeah. Well, because chemistry is
you trust the authorities. That's why. Well, I guess you're right. It is appealing to authority.
It has predictive power, right?
Authority?
No, chemistry.
Sure, I guess.
So where you're coming from, chemistry has no authority. People should not be chemists. People should not take upon.
That's the straw man. I never said that.
Okay. You're right. You're right.
If you can demonstrate it, then that's fine. If you can't demonstrate it, no, it's BS.
No. What I'm saying is chemistry is a widely accepted field.
Agreed.
And I will divert to their authority. You're right in saying that I have no personal knowledge in chemistry. I do just accept what they're saying. I don't accept all of what they're saying. I take everything just by the smell test. But
what? Smell test?
Yeah, if someone it
smells good. If it stinks, you leave it?
Yeah, if it stinks too hard, I leave it.
Well, it all stinks.
But I think chemistry is a legitimate scientific field. I accept the things that I learned in chemistry 1, 2, and 3 as things, because these are things that are 100 years old, and they've been verified by experimentation. So that kind of thing. Like I accept
I hear you. I hear you. You say like you trust that chemists are telling the truth when they say that they, discovered the atom and the electron and stuff like that.
Right.
My question to you is, what evidence do the chemists have?
Well, I think like medicine, the products that they churn out, I think that they have predictive value. I think that people rely on chemists to make predictive assumptions of.
Do they rely on electrons?
Yeah, I think that they do, because I don't think that modern. Well, so atomic theory involves electrons. Like you have to
obviously
understand.
I'm debunking atomic theory right now.
Oh well, I'm not your interlocutor if you want to debunk atomic theory. I'm not going to champion atomic theory.
It's already been debunked.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is I'm not an expert in atomic theory. I'm just going to be the idiot on stage.
All right. Well, thanks, anyways, for helping me debunk atomic theory.
Okay.
You should write that in your logbook too. We debunked quantum entanglement and atomic theory.
Yep, I'll write today in Discord we debunked atomic theory, and I will submit it to the Swedish
What?
authority.
No. We don't submit it to Swedish authorities.
You might want a medal.
No, I don't care about them. I don't recognize their authority. That's appealing to... No.
You might get a Nobel Prize.
No, thanks, man. Nobel Prize is BS, too.
Well, you get like $100,000 with it.
Okay, actually, yeah, submit it. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can win a boat.
Have you submitted it yet?
I'm working on it. I'm typing it up. Anyways, does anyone want to talk about like flat Earth?
Would you live on a boat?
Hell yeah, I would live on a boat.
What if it's a dinghy?
A dinghy is like
a small boat.
It's like a brother to a boat, right? Like so you got your boat and then you got your dinghy. Like if you are Jack Sparrow, like the dinghy is the boat that you like ride on, like the little boat that you go to shore with, right?
Yeah. Would you live in a little boat?
No, fuck no.
Why not?
Hell no. Because a dinghy doesn't have. All right, so a dinghy is like a rowboat, right? So,
what are you guys even talking about?
Flatsy, it's so good to hear your voice.
Well, thank you.
I'm in a position where I can buy a boat. I don't know if it's a dinghy or a boat to live in. And I was wondering, like obviously if it was a bigger boat, like a yacht, and you don't feel like the motion of the ocean so much, then that's it's cool, it's chill, easy. But if it's a smaller boat and you feel it like rocking and stuff all the time, at some point that might get annoying.
So are you in the kind of situation where if you held off for a couple more months, if you work like for a couple more months, your entire situation could change and you would like have a better fucking boat? Like, okay,
absolutely. So, if the Nobel Society gives me the 100,000, then yeah, absolutely.
Forget the Nobel Society. But I watched. I don't think it's going to happen.
Have you submitted it yet?
I just pressed the button. So I watched this video of this person in Boston complaining about their property tax. They're living in the harbor on a boat. Living on a boat is a fucking real thing, but you also have to consider there's a high maintenance cost. Why
is there a maintenance cost if you're not actually using the boat?
I mean, I guess that's a good argument.
If you don't like work the engine or anything, or don't take it anywhere, it should be fine, right? If it's just like parked in the marina, then yeah, there's only like the marina fees that you have to worry about. Or your boat.
I think you have a good point. I think you have a good point. I would look into your local and state laws and make sure that there is no. So I'm a lawyer in Oklahoma. If you're on a coast, I should think that there's probably no property tax involved in living in a marina. But
yeah, just like the $750, $800 marina fee per year. That's it.
Well, that's a really good fucking marina fee. No, honestly, like if I want to move out to a coastal state, like I'll have to take the bar like in a coastal state again, which will be shitty. But like I don't want to live in Oklahoma anymore. But like I gravitate towards that shit. Like I think that's a completely legit fucking plan. Like live right on the water. You're gonna have just the kinds of things that you've contemplated, like because you're living on a boat, so bathrooms, there's gonna be repair costs. There's gonna be all those kinds of things. But I don't think there's any legal issues that really jump out to me.
Yeah, if I do take it for a spin, I'll have to watch out for like icebergs. Can you tell me about the density of icebergs and like so I know what to look out for?
I don't know. They didn't teach me that in law school. I know that.
Why are we talking about this?
I mean, you never after like screwing it up with the girl, you never like look back and be like research what you should have said.
Flatsy needs to be brought to truth. So Flatsy. What happened was he met the girl of his dreams, and when the crucial time came to make his move, he was going to nerd out with her with some stupid science nonsense, and he forgot how to explain density, and so she left him for being a loser.
That is a perfect fucking representation of exactly what happened. That is absolutely perfect.
If we want to talk about pointless things, I want to bring up how NPR only let Sierra Farrell play 3 songs. Like that Tiny Desk thing. Have you guys ever watched the Tiny Desk music on NPR?
Give us.
I'm still insulted that you called it pointless stuff that we're talking. Like,
give us the clip notes, Flatsy.
I'm saying Sierra Farrell only had 3 songs, or maybe I think it was 3. It's an 18-minute thing. Like NPR Tiny Discs are supposed to go all out, and for arguably the best entertainment they've ever had, they only let play such 18 minutes, dude. It's not fair.
Okay, Flatsy, I've never heard of Sierra Farrell.
Sierra Farrell, yeah.
Well, I typed in SIE, and that was the #1.
Yeah, she's amazing. I play almost all of her songs on guitar. Just saying.
Wait, are you a guitar hero?
I play guitar, if that's what you mean.
Flatsy, you sound like you probably have a voice to go along with that guitar.
I do. Yeah.
Well, so you got the bacon and you got the fryer, and why have you never served us?
Do you want to hear? Do you want to hear a little bit, like a taste?
Yeah, I would.
Oracle, why couldn't you talk to the girl like this, man? You're absolutely macking right now.
Yo, Flatsy.
I'm married, so it's easier to talk to me.
Flatsy and I have an understanding.
You didn't know that?
Flatsy and I have an understanding that the day that he leaves her one and only someone,
Nope.
I'll be.
That's not happening. If he decides he's leaving, I'm packing up and asking him where he's going. It ain't. We ain't gonna be out without each other at all.
No. I fucked it up royally.
You say that now, but wait until you serenade Cortico.
Yeah, I'm good. I love my husband. He's amazing.
Of course you do. Can we hear a little bit of something?
Yes, of course. I'm Flatsy, so I'll sing some Patsy. How about that? Crazy. I'm crazy for feeling so lonely. I'm crazy Crazy for feeling so blue.
Yeah, the mic's bad.
Is it bad?
It's cutting out, yeah.
It's bad, but you're good.
You love me as long as you wanted. Is it still cutting out?
A little bit. Do you have it on like automatic activation or whatever it's called?
And then someday.
Well, stop. Do you have it on like on voice activation or do you have it on push to talk?
I have a headset on. Hold on. I'll try to figure it out. Hold on.
Flats, you gotta turn it to push to talk.
Might be better with push to talk, yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think so, but also
it's getting because you hit the high notes and it's high enough where it doesn't even register it, so it just cuts out.
I will say though, like what we got, holy shit. Like well done.
I mean, she's no Taylor Swift.
No, she's Patsy Cline. She's her own. Although, like, I have gained a recent respect for Taylor Swift. Just doing her own thing.
Oh my goodness.
Not being a part of the media swing.
Yo, tell that to the man that calls you babe.
Dude, like, that's a problem. Like, we still gotta deal with it. Like, do I go to another gas station? Like, it's so on the way. It's so fucking on the way. And now I gotta go to a new fucking gas station.
What do they call them when, like, they're fans of Taylor Swift?
Swifties. You want to know why I know that? Because I'm from Kansas City. And, Travis Kelce is a Kansas City Chief, and he's dating Taylor Swift, and they are the hot new couple where I'm from.
Oh my god, you actually paid attention to that crap?
Dude, I gotta pay attention to fucking Travis Kelce. Three-time Super Bowl champion?
So what?
I'm from KC, dog. Like, if, okay.
So what, bro?
We have nothing. We have nothing to hold on to. We're in Kansas City. Like, we have nothing. So
you're gonna give Gummers to another man? Come on, man.
So
we just need to pride.
No, that's my sense of pride. You gotta have pride in your city. If you win the Super Bowl, if you got Patrick Mahomes, are you a football fan?
No, not at all.
Wow, come on, man. Like, this isn't.
I play it. I'm not. I don't watch it. I don't worship it. It's weird, man.
Though. You play it though.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I was a wrestler, and I watch wrestling. I give a little bit of shit about wrestling, but like I don't fucking live and die by wrestling.
What do you mean you watch wrestling? Like real wrestling or WWE?
No, like Olympic fucking like Spencer Lee was.
Why do you watch it? To learn or just because you enjoy it?
All right, I'm 38. I watch it like in my head to learn. Like, because like I know I'll never be able to do the shit that they do because I'm 38 and I'm old. But like I watch it to learn the fucking moves that I should have done. The shit that I should have done. Like that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean that's not as bad because like you can technically say you're just like studying film, sort of thing.
No, that's the thing. Is like some of the stuff that I see. Like I was like a high school athlete, and then I was like an age group athlete, which comes before high school, and I was like a little time superstar. Like I was good, but these people are on a whole different level. Like these people are NCAAs, these people are Olympians, and they take it to a whole different level. And so they do shit. They have methods that like I never even thought of doing. Like they do shit that like they have moves that never occurred to me. And so I watch that and it fucking destroys me. Like it makes me mad because it's like it's so fucking obvious that you can do this.
Okay, I don't know. I've played around with it. Push to talk doesn't work for me. Sorry.
You try to turn it off and on again?
Yeah, I don't know how to work push to talk on the computer, the PC, with my headset.
All right.
Yeah, like I don't have a button for push to talk over here in this voice
No, it's your
connected
Discord
area.
settings.
You have to define a button for it.
In your Discord settings, go to audio and video or whatever.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing it.
Could anyone stream for Flatsy and show them how to change it?
I've already looked at it.
The only only person that has audio trouble is the woman in the server.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I've looked at I put the input sensitivity down. I don't know. Does that sound different to you guys?
That might be enough. That might be
You
enough.
won't know until you start singing and hit the high notes.
Hold on. Where did she cut off? Crazy.
Here, I'll just start somewhere else.
Feeling.
It looks like you have a duet right here.
Yeah.
I'm bad. I'm so bad.
Listen. Worry. Do you hear that?
Perfect.
Yeah, we heard it.
Perfect.
Why do I let myself worry? You hear that?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
not coming out. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Wondering what in the world did I do? Crazy for thinking that my love could hold you. I'm crazy for crying and crazy for trying, and I'm crazy for loving you. Did that sound good?
That sounded so fucking good.
Yay!
That sounded so fucking good.
You skipped a line. You forgot the line. It's like, I'm crazy for thinking the earth is spinning.
Yeah, that's true. It's pretty crazy to think that. You have no reason to think that.
That was so fucking good. That was so fucking good.
I play guitar too. I do open mics and I do some gigs, but I haven't done a gig in a while.
Why not?
And I've recorded in the studio.
How do you warm up the crowd before you start singing?
I just talk and say some really cringy stuff because, you know, I'm kind of awkward, but also I'm not shy.
So you walk out, you sit down, you say, "Hey, I'm Flatsy."
I don't sit down. I don't sit down.
I'm gonna sing you a little bit of something I know.
Yeah, I'll be like, here's a tune, and it goes like this, and then I start.
Yeah, she doesn't sit down. She's a woman, so she can only do two things max at once. So she's
No. I don't sit down. I don't sit down.
She can sing, play guitar, and sit.
Listen, percentage. I don't sit down because I have a guitar strap. Okay.
Oh, you're strapped. Is that supposed to scare me?
No, I'm just saying it's strapped to me. I don't sit down. I like standing and playing.
I hear you.
That's actually two things at once. Not sitting would be taking away one of those things.
Anyway, so like, what do I care?
Yeah, what about the ball Earth? How about that ball?
Yeah, facts.
Oh, what about it? What's the question?
What shape? Is it like, you know, lumpy Earth, or is it a globe? Is it a sphere? What kind of globe is it?
It's a globoid. I don't know if you've heard that term.
A globoid.
Sure. Guys, how do we break the AI? Let's break the AI. I'm sure we can do it.
Well, we got to know his stats because he's coming in to troll like hard body. So I really want to know if he thinks the Earth is a globe.
I love when you say that.
Let's kind of drop the act for a moment. Let's see if you actually know if it's a globe. So present the evidence that the Earth is a globe, and then we'll go ahead and go from there. Or can you not do that? Oh, I'm wondering. Do you have the intellectual capacity to speak of what you think the Earth is, or are you just gonna be feeble-minded and troll? So it's up to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I mean, sure, I can talk about why it's a globe.
Go for it, dude.
Yeah, so the gravitational field is symmetric, which means that if you look at the equation, the shape that comes out when you have a bunch of matter clumped up, the solution is a sphere. It's a globe, right? So the disk model or the cube model or the tetrahedron model of Earth-like objects, they don't have any mathematical foundations. And so what like ends up happening is you guys just like talk in circles. And
I hear you saying mathematical foundations. Yeah. So I'm thinking that this idea of yours that you can get a globe only from mathematics, can you actually project that out into the physical and natural world? Where can we see a demonstration of this specific mathematics in action?
Well, you are on the ground, right? Like you're not.
I hope so.
Floating.
Yeah, I hope.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. So obviously, you guys believe in gravity. I would presume, right? Because if you like, there's no denying.
Wait,
so if you say gravity,
require belief, do I need to pray tonight or?
Yeah. If you talk about gravity, think about it like this. If you talk about gravity, it's specific gravity. So it's akin to us saying relative density. So you're heavier than the air. Of course, you're going to be on the ground. So that's what it's similar to us saying specific gravity, relative density.
No, this is not. I'm not talking about like density of matter and like volume in space. That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, essentially, that's what we're talking about. So if you say it's more than that, then you're going to have to show evidence of more. So like right now, the question that I asked you was, is it from your mathematical idea? Is there any way that you can project that idea onto the physical and natural world to actually sustain the demonstration that you speak of? If it's so demonstrated in math, can you demonstrate it in the physical and natural world?
Well, I mean, mathematical assumptions are just that. They are used to model the world in a specific way, right? Like you can have epicycles for modeling the motion of the planets. But the epicycle theory is much more complicated than Kepler's laws of the celestial motion, which, assumes the planets are spheres, and one of the objects of the other one revolves around is an ellipsoid. Because when the model is based on ellipsoids, the equations become much simpler, and so you can do a lot more with a lot less. Like that's the basic idea of mathematical modeling.
Well, that's great. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. Now let's talk about what you brought up with the Earth has to be because of gravitational attraction. Only one particular type, according to your mathematical explanation. Well, that's great that you have some idea of what you think you can explain with math. But now, how can you project that out into the physical and natural world and show a demonstration of it actually in action?
Oh, I mean, there are plenty of examples of this. The Greeks already figured out that if the Earth was flat, distances would have to be measured. Like you could measure angles and distances and figure out what's happening, right? So I forget who the name of the guy. What's his name is? I guess
Eratosthenes.
Yeah, maybe. I guess.
Some Roman guy.
Yeah, some Roman guy about 10,000 years ago. No, I'll give you for the sake of like getting the conversation moved along. I'm not gonna stall for time. I want you to know like specifically it was Eratosthenes. So if you're gonna appeal to him, I need to know if you know anything about him. If not,
so he measured the angle of like the shadow in some well, and he was like, well, if the Earth was a sphere, this is what it would be, and if it wasn't a sphere, it would be something else. And the answer he got was within like a percentage point of the actual true value of the curvature of the Earth. So I mean, even with math, you can figure that out.
Wait. Question.
Yeah.
How do you get close to an unknown?
How do you get close to an unknown?
So if he's the guy that measured it, how did he get close? So where is the definitive measurement?
Yeah.
If he got close, when was it ever actually measured to be verified? Because how do you get close to an unknown?
Do you understand what Stevie's asking you? AI, do you understand what Stevie's asking you? So there needs to be a standard in order for him to get close to that standard.
Yeah, so he had a guess.
Close. Like so that means someone had to have verified the number, right? That he got close to. So why did you not start with that part? Why would you start with a guy who made a guess or got close? Why not just give us the actual thing?
What actual thing? The actual
Basically,
radius?
what you're saying is holy shit, dude! You just brought up that he got close to the radius.
Yeah.
So why didn't you just give us the thing that actually verified it, not the dude that got close? Basically, what I'm saying is he's getting close to an unknown. That's not possible.
No, it's definitely possible. It's like just like the circumference.
Okay, so then why would you
of the circle? Hold on, let me talk. You keep interrupting.
No.
The circumference of the circle, the ratio of the circumference to the diameter is pi, right? Like it's an unknown that you can calculate using basic axiomatic methods and shuffling symbols on a piece of paper.
Of the radius. You're like, well, he got close. Mm-hmm. So who did the actual thing to verify the number?
No, I mean, I don't know. You probably sent a messenger to actually go and check, I guess. I don't know.
He sent the messenger. Where did he send that messenger to?
From like Egypt to somewhere else, and then like he measured the distance.
Where did he go?
But you're saying he got close. Who did the actual verification?
Somebody else did the actual verification.
Who?
Called him up on a cell phone.
Who's the guy that's unknown?
Isn't that crazy? This is why I'm calling it out, because you're like, oh, he got close.
Uh-huh.
So who did the actual like verifying part?
I mean, how do you verify anything, bro? Crazy. Like you have somebody else check your work.
No. You were the one who said he got close.
Yeah.
Meaning someone verified.
Yeah.
Someone actually has the like definitive answer. Right. And he got close because someone else like verified it.
Right.
Why would you not start with the verification? Like, this is the fact.
Uh-huh.
Like, you don't realize the problem here?
No, I don't think you realize what I'm saying.
Wow, that's great. No. Because this is a script. We've heard this many times before.
Okay.
That's why I'm calling it out. You're basically saying he got close to an unknown.
Uh-huh, yeah.
You can't get close to an unknown. Basically, the only reason you're saying he got close because there's supposed to be someone else that verified it. So if we're asking you for measurements, why not just start with the verification and not the guy that got close?
Like, because he was guessing. What do you mean?
Okay, so who did the verification, dude?
Someone else.
Who?
Someone else other than the guy that had the guess.
Oh, so you're telling us that somebody else verified it, but the guy that you're speaking of.
Why would you not lead with that? Put your best foot
You're
forward.
speaking of the guy who just guessed. Why did you tell CB off the rip that you're going to talk about the guy who verified it? The one that you're claiming that he got the information from. Like, dude, do you not see what's going on here? You gave us the guy who's just guessing and not the guy who actually verified it. Like, we want the guy.
Yeah.
Put your best foot forward. Give us the facts.
Why are you guys confused about this? I was explaining the axiomatic method.
We're not confused. We're not confused.
I think you are confused. I was explaining what the axiomatic method does.
That means that no. You're saying here's the guy that got close. Okay, great. So who did the verification to know that he was close?
Someone else other than him. I mean, you can keep asking the same question over and over again, but like
you're not even giving us the answer, bro. You're saying someone verified it. Who? How do you know it was verified if you don't even know who verified it? That's what I'm saying. This whole he got close is cap. It's bullshit. That's saying he got close to an unknown that no one verified.
Yeah, and then somebody else verified that his answer was really good.
Who?
I don't know, some scientist.
Who?
You said some scientist? Like, bro, that's not even an answer.
Come on, man.
Like, I could tell you, well, some guy figured it out somewhere.
How do you know there was any verification? Well, okay, fine. If you can't tell us who, what was the method of verification?
Oh, that I don't know, but like probably like satellite imagery.
Satellite back in Eratosthenes days, bro.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Back in Eratosthenes, dude. They're talking about sandals and donkeys, brother. And you're this man says satellite verification. Yeah. What is going on with this cat, bro?
What the fuck?
Like, you guys confused about satellites? Like you don't believe in satellites?
I mean, I don't know how to dumb it down for you. Like, I don't know your name, but how can I say, well, I'm close? How do I know I'm close if I don't know what your fucking name is, dude?
It's Dr.
You can't get close to an unknown. No, dude. Oh, come on. You're not even paying attention. You can't get close to an unknown. You need to know the known thing to be close.
Let me just
right. Like for example, I'll just
go ahead.
Right, like it's like being like close to home. Right. Oh, well, I'm almost home. I'm close to home. Well, if you don't know where home is or the destination, how do you get close to a place that you don't know where you're going?
We're basically why are you confused though? Like, you can guess, right?
I'm not confused.
You're like you can guess the answer is 1, and then you can do a calculation to verify whether you're correct or not.
No, that's not even what that has nothing to do. Any example I gave you, name or destination. That's not a number.
Yeah. So the radius of the Earth is a number.
No, you don't get close to an unknown. Okay, we're asking you who verified the number, dude. You're giving us the guy that guessed it and got close.
Yeah.
That meaning someone had to have got it right for the other dude to be close to that number.
No, nobody else had an answer before him, so he guessed.
Oh, no, after. Lead with your best foot forward. If he got close, then who verified?
Well, I'm trying to explain it like you guys are children and you don't understand anything. So I'm leading with the historical account because the historical account is how the idea first was developed.
All right, let's see. APOC, did you want to come in real quick?
Yeah, just real quick. You can't say you're trying to teach us like we're children when you're telling us that they had satellites during Eratosthenes, bro. Like, I'm just saying, you can't. Those two, sentences.
Well, this is a children's story, so I'm giving you a mythologized.
Well, just real quick. Hold on, just real quick. Hey, Kiwi, I threw a mic at you. If you want to grab that, pick it up. If it didn't work, though, sometimes there's a glitch. Request, and I could bring you up if you want to join the, speak here in the. If you want to speak here in the space, but I do see you. All right, go ahead.
Freaking X is toast, dudes. If QE just showed up.
Is anyone talking?
I'm just saying, dude. X is toast.
Yeah. All the bullshit's gonna come to an end.
And look at Get Vaccinated laughing down the bottom. And all I'm sitting there thinking, turn out the light. The party's over.
You're gonna have
seriously.
You're gonna have like 10,000 Globers walking the plank, dude, in a minute.
Seriously. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give QE a follow here. QE, did you want to join the?
Or is he just in boomer mode?
Yeah, I made him a speaker, but I don't know. That's what I was gonna ask. If you could, did you get the mic? Is it because sometimes though it glitches out though and it fails, or it takes like a really long time. So, QE, are you able to give like a thumbs up? You give the little emoji thumbs up if you could hear us.
Actually, is he on his phone or is he on PC? If you're on PC, you'll have a microphone icon, a little people icon, and a heart. The heart one allows you to select things, thumbs up, wave, thumbs down, cry, laugh, basic shit. The microphone one will allow you to talk. Above that, it should say join as a speaker if they've thrown a mic at you. Thank you for Magic's ID services. Please come again.
Man, get in here, man. This is crazy, bro. This guy's talking about, well, I got close.
So he got close, and how'd you get close? Well, they must have used like satellite or something. What?
That's fucking wild, bro. You cannot get close to an unknown. I don't know where Miggy lives. I can't be like, well, I'm close. Close to what? Like, you need to know where it is to be close to it.
Why are you upset about the use of the word unknown?
I'm not upset. I'm calling your dumbass out.
But like, you seem upset. I'm retarded, so like, I'm already a dumbass.
Yeah, I know
like,
you're
you don't
retarded.
have to
I'm not upset.
repeat.
I'm just calling your idiot retard self out because you can't be close to an unknown, dude. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Well, of course you can.
Well, I was close.
Yeah.
Okay, where do I live?
I don't know.
That's pretty close.
So how can you be close to? How can you be close to that?
Yeah, it depends on your definition of what close means.
This is what a guy.
No. How? So even if you were like, well, Canada.
Yeah.
And then you're like, well, I'm close. How do you know you're close if you don't know where I'm at?
I could go to Canada and then If you're there, then I was close.
No, dummy. No, dude. I'm not near Canada, first of all. But either way, you can't say you're close to something that you don't know.
Yeah, I can.
What's my favorite fucking food?
I mean, why am I guessing what your favorite food is? That's the dumb question.
But you can get close.
Are you close to knowing what his favorite?
Get close to an unknown. That's what I'm saying.
No, I mean, I don't care about what his favorite food is.
If we don't know the radius, how can you get close to it?
By guessing.
Really?
Okay. How do you guess? What you have to know what it is to be close.
You need a comparative. At the moment, you've got nothing. In order for you to say, "Hey, I'm close," you need the actual number. Therefore, you
don't need the actual
number.
You need a guess.
It has nothing to do
So
with
you're guessing. So hold on. You're guessing. You're guessing compared to what?
And then you measure it.
No. Stop. Go back. We're not taking logical leaps here. You're guessing.
There's no logical leap. I'm explaining to you what it means
I don't want explanations.
I want facts. That's unknown.
You
don't have
guessing.
First you guess, and then you measure, and then you compare to verify whether you were close or not.
And no one's done this.
Okay, that's what we're telling you. That's what we're telling you, that you have to measure and verify the number to be close to it. But when we ask you for the measurement and the verification, you're like, well, I don't know. There's this guy that guessed and got close.
Right.
That's fucking retarded. You need to know what it is.
That's in the name. You don't have to keep saying that. But the point is, you guess, and then you measure, and then you compare, and then you verify.
So who did the measuring? Yeah, we know.
You know?
Who did the measuring?
Okay, so you know all this.
Yeah, that's how you get close to something. So who did the verification? Who did the measurement?
Somebody guessed, and then somebody else measured.
Who?
Yeah. You've said that now.
Who?
We're not on a broken record. You've said somebody guessed. Now, we want to know who got it right. Who did the right bit?
Why do you need to know who it was, though? Like, that's the part I don't understand.
You're saying someone did it. Where are you even getting that from?
Like, why do you need to know who it was?
Who did what?
It was a person. It was like another human being.
Who?
A human being.
Who?
A person.
What did they do?
They measured.
And how?
I mean, they performed an experiment.
Here we go.
And how? What did they do specifically? What did they do?
I mean, it doesn't really matter to me what they did.
It does matter, bro. Like, you're saying this is the verification process. You can't name a person, name a method.
No, you don't need. Here's the thing you don't understand.
You're just saying
this is an abstract argument. There's nothing specific about who did what.
Oh, well, who named the girls you fucked? Well, I can't. Well, where'd you do it? I don't know. Like, you're basically bullshitting.
No, I'm not bullshitting. I'm giving you a logical argument.
Yeah, you are. Well,
here's the logical argument.
Give us who did it.
If you want to know the value of the radius of the Earth,
what they did,
you guess, and then you perform an experiment to verify whether your guess was correct or not, and then you can verify whether it was correct or not.
Who did that?
Oh, some guy.
And then what did they do?
And then somebody else measured it.
What did they do?
To verify whether it was correct or not.
What method?
Oh, the method is not important.
This dude's scrolling, bouncing.
So this random person, yeah, fuck you, dude. Get out of here, fucking loser. This is crazy, bro. If you're gonna say that someone did something, well, we need to know who did what.
No, you don't understand.
You can't just say, well, No, I understand.
The past and the future.
Some person did something. Who did what?
It was some person. Like, why do you care who it was?
You're an idiot.
Because that's a validation. That's a validation of the claim.
So nobody did it.
So
why don't we just rip the
AI.
Band-Aid off? Nobody.
Yeah,
did
AI.
shit.
This is a validation. This is a validation of your claim. So if you have no validation to support the claim that you're making,
no one did anything.
Yeah, hold on.
You're a believer. Like, you're basically believing in Santa Claus. Well, Santa Claus brought the presents.
Yeah. So
the fuck.
You're asking a very obvious question. Why is this?
Anything,
can
bro.
CB
no
hear me?
Measured anything.
Hello, CB. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Quiet, man.
Yeah.
You're
So
stupid.
basically, if you're saying that, what is the reason why I need to present any?
All right, I'm gonna take a chill pill. God damn this.
I don't think CB can hear me.
Hey, CB.
Creation Bear.
Can you hear Alpha talking?
Can you hear
Creation
me?
Bear?
No, I can't.
Oh, okay. Drop and then come back.
All right, let me drop out. So
essentially, the reason why we're saying it's important is because it's obvious. if you make a claim, you need to support it with evidence. And if you're saying that it's not important, then why would you make the claim? Because the important part is that you explain how you know what you know. So if there's nothing you're bringing or offering for the reason why you think a certain thing, then why would you even say you think a certain thing? There's no evidence to back it up.
No, there is plenty of evidence.
No, you didn't give any evidence. That was the reason why CB was upset. You weren't presenting evidence. So now...
No, he can find the evidence himself. Why is he wasting
it's not about finding, because you make the claim, you bring the evidence. If I make the claim, I bring the evidence. And if you have no evidence to support your claim, then it gets tossed out, hand wave dismissed. That's simple.
Okay, so that's fine.
Yeah.
You can just say, I don't believe what you're saying.
Well, it doesn't matter.
That's not what he's saying.
He
keeps insulting me.
This isn't a
He's doing an ad hominem instead of saying, if you're not going to present evidence, I'm going to dismiss the claim you just made. That's not what he said.
Yeah, but it's dismissed on the grounds of you not bringing forth any evidence. That's how it's dismissed.
I totally agree. If you're having a logical argument, then when you make a claim, you should either present a proof of your claim or assume it's an axiom. That's how logic works.
Yeah,
but that's not what he was doing.
You haven't done that. You haven't done that, AI. We're asking for you to do that. Present the information that supports the claim that you've made that the Earth has been measured, and you haven't done that.
Of anything.
And that was the issue. So no evidence supported for the claim. So now we're waiting on somebody who's going to be able to support the claim that they made.
You're totally correct.
Right.
I agree, yeah.
All right.
We are in agreement.
Well, that's good. All right, so welcome everybody, 24/7 Flat Earth. We just came on to X as a platform in the continuing series for 24/7, like expanding outward into social media. We're on episode number 6, and we just clickbait title it "Globe equals fake news." Hashtag Flat Earth to bring the algorithm to kind of let people come and notice that we're doing a live space. But welcome everybody who's joining us right now. We got some familiar faces. We got QE in the panel as a listener. Hopefully you can grab that mic. Come on up here. But we got Apocryphon as a co-host, Flat Lloyd Wright as a co-host. We got 2 co-hosts and me as a host, Alpha Veritas. Welcome everybody. Matrix is up here with us. Retarded AIs joining the panel. Rayleigh Criterion into the break. Kembo Beats is joining us on the talking panel. Northern Rebellion's on the talking panel. And if you think that the Earth is a globe, come on up and present your evidence. So far, no evidence presented. So we're just waiting for somebody to actually do that. Don't forget, this space also, that you guys want to bring more activity in here, all you got to do is repost the space to everywhere you can on every social media platform. That way it'll attract more listeners to come in here. So that's what we want to do. Repost and like the space. All you got to do is hit my profile, just the big purple AV, and it'll take you to the place where you can find that space is being broadcast. And then there's a little heart button under there, and then a repost on the bottom right-hand side. So repost it and send the link out to everywhere you can, and bring people in here that want to argue for globe or say that the Earth is flat. So welcome everybody. We got Kiwi on the speaking panel now. Welcome, sir.
Kiwi.
I'm tired of listening to his dumbass logic.
Bro, man. Sorry, Mickey. I didn't realize I couldn't.
Doesn't even know what logic is. What's logic? Give me the 4 types of logic right now in less than 10 seconds. For the retard.
He's talking to you, AI.
Hey.
I only know 2. I only know 2, which is inductive and deductive.
That's not the 4 types of logic, you moron. That's types of inference.
It's also a type of logic. Inductive logic and deductive logic.
Validate the measurement of the globe tard. Retard.
Yeah, but what do you say? Again, you guys are just insulting. You're not answering.
Validate the measurement that you stated that there was. It started with a guess, right? You're a fucking idiot.
Fucking retarded, dude.
I remember abductive. That's the other one. Abductive
that's types of inference, you moron.
There's abductive, and then there's
just
one more.
Shut him up. He's a dumbass.
Kick him out of here, bro. This guy's retarded, bro.
You could drop him down to a listener. co-hosts.
Yeah, drop his dumbass down.
Fucking idiot.
I got him. I sent him out.
All right.
No worries.
It's not even worth his time.
Yeah, so with
somebody who I don't know. Then why
Hey,
are you
retarded.
under somebody?
Hey, retarded. What you should do is just maybe look at. You can listen to QE as he destroys other people as well, and learn something. How about that? Like you just sit there as a listener, learn things because right now you're talking, but you don't know what you're talking about. So maybe just chill, listen. Thank you for being here.
Shit.
Yeah, just listen, learn. Now you're like in class. Now your time to listen. But go ahead, Alpha.
I was gonna say, I don't know if you guys would want one of you two let up one of the co-host spots. Let QE up here.
Oh yeah, actually,
Flat Lloyd, get your ass out of here, boy.
Because when we need a mute when you need to mute everybody, QE could still be talking. Yeah,
that's the reason why I was saying that.
It's my first time in here, so I don't know the logistics, the ins and outs of this.
WQE, Flat Lloyd, drop down to listen speaker, bro.
Is there any way you could support things in here, like provide citation, provide some type of support, or is it?
Unfortunately.
Well, the way you do it though is we call it the nest, QE. Like above us, if you see where you see like 2 dots, and then you should see the flat earther posted. Did you fall for that totally 100% real spacewalk yesterday? Like that's called the nest or the jumbotron. And what you'll do is you could go to any tweet. And you could share it to this nest.
That's Greek. I'm only looking at a small screen on the right-hand side. It says record, leave, 3 dots.
Bro. We ain't got no text chat, bro. We need to get that, but we don't have it.
You don't have? Okay, thanks.
Well, if you could, like, let's say someone that does, like, they understand the nest. Like, if you could say, drop your citation in the nest or the jumbotron, and they'll know what that means. And then we could, like, we could look at it. They'll pop up above you.
Yeah, you got to do it, APOC. You got to do it in a way so make it user friendly for everybody. So if you want to post something in this, like where we're speaking here, right above us, the chat bubbles where we're talking, if you're going to do that, all you got to do is go to any post in your profile. You find any post on the bottom right-hand side of that post, there's going to be a little arrow coming out of a box. It's pointing up. And when you click on that little arrow with the box pointing up, it's going to open up another subcategory where it says share to spaces. And when you click that, it's going to share that post that you have on your profile to this space where you're in right now.
Oh, forget it. Okay. Forget I even asked.
WQE, W Flat Earthers, fuck the globe, fuck the flat Earth. I mean, fuck the globe Earthers, man. They're a bunch of losers, dude.
Retarded put 100% when you said that. That's funny.
They're a bunch of faggots, dude. They're a bunch of loser faggots.
Yeah.
And you know what's just so funny? He's like a scripted bot. They all say the same shit. We ask him for measurements of the Earth. They give us Eratosthenes, and they say he got close. Well, how do you get close to something that is not known?
Eratosthenes. He didn't even say that. He said
did. Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah, you're right.
Somebody guessed. Somebody guessed, and then somebody measured. He's just making dumb shit up.
Fucking crazy, bro.
Loser.
Idiot. Loser faggot.
Did you start off with the basics with him? Like, say your ABCs without the song. You got to establish the foundation first.
You can't even do that.
We couldn't even take the yellow crayons off him.
Well, he likes the red ones the most. That's why all the red ones are gone. He done crunched them up already. Idiot.
Yeah, he started off with saying he has a doctorate. And then it was all downhill from there.
Well, somebody did it. Who? I don't know. Then how do you
know somebody did anything? Moron. You guys have a doctorate.
I told him he has a doctorate in retardation.
What the hell, man? And this is like
another pretender clown fraud.
Yeah, fact. So many people are like this. Oh, somebody has the answers. Oh, who? Oh, why does that matter? Well, you're saying somebody has the answer. So who? Oh, God.
Just real quick, shout out to Chemo Beats and Northern Rebellion. You guys are in the speaker box too.
W Northern Rebellion, W Combo Beats. WQE, man. I see you, QE. On the tweeter.
On the tweeter.
He's on the tweeter tonight. Facts. WQE, man, for real.
Yeah, you were brought up several times, QE, in our shows, like a few of them actually. They were like, "Yeah, it'd be cool if you brought like QE in here, and Nathan."
Oh, Nathan? Oh shit.
Yeah, we have to prepare the ground first. As soon as I start getting more followers, I only got 142 within the context of like less than a week.
Get it up, guys. Get it up.
So the more
follow right now.
the more followers I get, when I open up a space, I'll have enough people in here so that whenever we host spaces, it'll be big enough to like whenever QE or Nathan want to host a specific show here, I'll have enough like viewers. So that's what I'm trying to do. So if you guys, with your guys' help, I'll be able to like get more followers and kind of have 24/7 planted into X, which is that's the heart of the aim that I'm going for right now. So and with that, guys, I don't know if you want to play rock, paper, scissors, APOC and Flat Lloyd. Who's going to give us?
No, Flat Lloyd, dude. Flat Lloyd. I love Flat Lloyd. That's my homie, man. And
he's the homie, brother.
I'm not gonna
Flat Lloyd. Start loving a mic. You need to get a new fucking mic, man.
What? His mic is good.
Your mic sucks.
Nah, that's cap. Flat Lloyd, say what up.
No, sometimes it's bad. Does it sound all choppy right now?
It sounds perfect, gang.
Did anyone tell him?
Dude, it sounds amazing. It sounds probably better than mine right now.
Yeah, that shit's bad. Intensive Care Bear, your mic is like a busted damn chainsaw.
No way, dude. Really?
He was talking about your mic, I guess.
He was talking about your mic, dude. Not...
Shit, gang. I'm so sorry, bro.
It's like you're muffled.
Really? I'm
yeah,
bro.
Bad.
All right, let me fix my shit. All right, I'll do it, baby.
I can't even hear your dumbass.
No, really? Come on, man. I got iPhone.
It goes in and out. You know, ask your sister.
Hey, man.
Wow.
She's married, all right. My sister is married.
Damn.
Okay. Leave her alone.
We have Rem Dubs just joined in. Welcome to the show. I sent you a mic if you want to go ahead and pick that up. If you want to join up here to talk about the topic here. Globe is fake news. Tell me how you feel about that. Also, at the Hells Angels, welcome back. You were here with us yesterday.
Hells Angles, W Hells Angles.
Yeah, Angles. I said Angels. Angles. Yeah, if you guys want to join, feel free to jump up. We have some pretty good speakers right now. So if you'd like to join.
Facts. Man, fuck the Globe, dude. Seriously. Globe's retarded.
We have a 10 speaker limit panel. I think that's what it is. So we got 10 people. We're going to have to start rotating speakers. So 10 speaker panel, don't forget.
Not me. I ain't going nowhere, gang.
We gotta have.
You can move me down.
So this.
Yeah, I just figured out how to open my microphone now. Yeah, what's up, everybody?
You're good, Kembo. You're good. The thing is, I'm saying if somebody, all you got to do in this specific space is there's a little emoji to put the hand signal. That means that you're raising your hand because you want to speak as a listener, and the co-host will scan the panel to see all the hands raised. So if you are a listener and you want to speak and there's an open position, then we'll bring you up to the talking panel. So there's only 10 on the talking panel. So all you got to do as a listener is go for the emoji that's a hand, and it shows that you're raising. That's what we say when we ask, raise your hand if you want to speak, is use the hand wave emoji, and then we'll see that, me or the two other co-hosts, and then they'll bring you up to the talking panel. because we only can have 10. So we'll start rotating people out as soon as it starts getting more busy. But as for now,
yeah, it's good now. Yeah, it's not filled right now, so I don't think so, at least.
So this Andy Bolo guy, get vaccinated, he's sending me a DM asking me why am I anti-science, and I just responded, I love natural science. But this is a very weird character. He can't like have a conversations, and then he's sending weird DMs to people.
Yeah, I'm gonna be an absentee landlord for like about 10 minutes. So, co-host, if you can take over for just a moment.
No worries, got it. Yeah, get vaccinated. He's our
he's a fucking
he's our village idiot. You know, he likes to. Here's the thing, though. He likes to do like laughing emojis, thumbs down, thumbs up. It actually helps our algorithm, so we like when he does this shit because the more interactions, it helps the algorithm. Believe it or not. So we let the village idiot. We just throw him rocks and let him play with himself for a while. You know.
Yeah, no, I love it. It's entertaining.
Yeah.
These people they're just like spurging out. It's wild.
Yeah. That's why all those little interactions and they help to drive traffic to us. We pop up on their feed.
It's genius that they just keep supplying us, with retards per algorithm.
W vaccinated.
That's funny.
He's mad now. We agreed on something, so now he's mad. Oh, got him.
Got the mic.
No, he's not gonna fucking mic up. He's a faggot.
Yeah, get vaccinated. We never give him a mic. Get vaccinated. We've given him chances, and he's blown it. What he does is he requests, and when he comes up, he just uses the soundboard and he hits the alarm. He never says anything. He just annoys. So now he's just permanent request mode. That's it.
He's got some damage from the core curriculum and probably other things.
I'm gonna go ahead and
make sure you tune in tomorrow on Ballbusters. We're gonna flatline the Globetard.
Oh, we're gonna be there, Kiwi. We're gonna be there. Is it an open panel or no?
Yeah, you can join.
I'm gonna do this.
All right, I'm gonna be real salty if I don't join, but yeah, I'm gonna try to.
Hopefully, you have a better mic by then.
Really? Is my mic trash? God damn.
From what I heard,
typing in the background. Can you type some more?
That's not me.
Yeah, I know.
Whoever that is.
I know that.
Me.
Is that Mateus? Yeah.
Somebody clicking away, gang.
Probably looking up Globetard proof.
Miggy,
he stepped away for a little bit, but I think it was Mateus. Yeah, Mateus was hot micing.
I wasn't indicting him for hot micing. So stay tuned tomorrow for Ballbusters. Like I said, we're going to flatline the Globetard. Well, I already did it. It was like maybe the 8th day I was out here. I came out with Flight. I'm sure I wasn't the only one. But I made it my own and made an argument about Flight and how it destroys the Globetard. Tomorrow, it's going to be technically flatlined forever. So even the can't fog of mirrors, there's no way out.
So what flat map are you using to navigate from point A to point B?
Huh?
That's map.
What flat Earth map are you using to navigate from point A?
All flat Earth, or all maps are flat Earth maps. There's not one that's not.
Oh, I know, but I'm talking about your flat Earth map that you have. So which one is that?
I ain't using it. I'm not using a map. I'm using Flight.
Wait a minute. I know this.
That's Matt.
Okay, so you don't.
Matt Nuclear.
You don't have a flat Earth map.
Oh, is that Matt?
All maps are flat Earth map. All of them.
Okay, so you don't have a specific map to
all of
navigate
them
from point A to point B?
You don't either.
Or what?
You don't either.
Is that what I'm just asking you the question? If
all
You don't have a map
maps
for.
are flat Earth maps.
Oh, so now you're spurging out.
All maps.
What?
You clown of a dumb fuck.
Faggot, dude.
Go
You
globe
don't have a
Earth
map
map.
either.
One. Give us a globe Earth map. One of them. Let's see it.
Don't worry, dude.
Globe Earth map, dude. One.
You are going to.
You don't have any.
You claim to be an expert. I thought you were an
Dumbass.
expert on navigation.
You're a dumb. You're expert. The only one in this room that is certified expert in navigation. You're talking to him.
Oh, except I'm not.
Yeah, except you are.
If you were the big bad, Einstein of the flat Earth, you would have.
I am.
You don't have a map.
I am the paterfamilias. Yes, I am.
Well, I need multi-regional maps. I need one multi-regional maps. So if you can give me a map that contains more than one,
give you a map.
If you can give me a map, that contains at least like all 7 continents together.
Dude, you don't have a map either. You fucking idiot.
Oh,
sure, the Universal
the
Transverse
freaking
Mercator.
out in the background.
Universal Transverse Mercator, moron.
Oh, that one's not going to work for you though.
Yeah, it's a flat map, dumb fuck.
You know that one's not going to work for you, right? That's just a self-repeating one.
Yeah, it is. It's a flat map.
Oh wait. Okay. So if I'm so if I'm on the U.S. and I keep going west, how do I end up in China?
You're on the U.S. That's good English.
Yeah, if I'm on the U.S.
on the U.S.
What are you talking about?
What are you stuttering fool? Stuttering fool. I'm talking about. You said when I'm on the U.S. That's dumb fuck.
Are you retarded?
No, if I'm retarded, you're Helen Keller.
How about this? Go to your, I don't know if you're, let's go to your school account and let's see if you passed English above the district average.
You don't have a map.
When I'm on the U.S. Dumbass.
Yeah, my bad, dude. It's not my fault you didn't pass English. Yeah, you can be on the U.S.
Shut up, faggot.
You're on the U.S., so you're on the U.S. now, so you can be that way. You dumbass globe-tard idiot.
You're a retard. Yes, you are on the U.S. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
What am I talking about?
You can be on the continental U.S.
Yeah, you can be on the U.S. When you're on the U.S.
And that land is within the parameters of the United States. They should have taught you English, dude. I'm sorry. You're retarded. They
should have taught you. Who are they?
Your teachers. Did you have any?
My teachers.
Yeah. How many classmates did you have?
How many classes?
How many classmates did you have?
When I'm on the U.S., I don't know.
Oh, okay. I'm sure you don't.
Matt, name the singular globe Earth
dumb
map.
fuck.
You're gonna be okay.
You'll be okay.
No way. You don't have a map unless you can name it, Matt.
Well, I'm looking for the globe map. Well, how can you call someone?
Yeah, that's what you need to be looking for.
You don't have a map.
You need to be looking for the globe map. That's what you need to do.
Please. Yes. One question. How old are you?
One question.
We need an answer.
How old are you, Creation Bear?
Name the globe. No, faggot. Name the one globe Earth map.
Just go ahead and tell me. How old are you, real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Name
I got you. As soon as you tell me.
Where's the globe Earth map there, Pierre?
As soon as you tell me how old you are.
Where's the map at, Pierre?
He's calling me a faggot. I'm so offended.
Yeah,
well, you're the one with the anime profile picture, sir.
Yeah, fag.
So as soon as you remove the anime profile picture, no one will think you're a
dumb fuck up. Shut him up.
You look like a little fanny.
My balls in your face.
Little fanny bitch.
My balls in your
He's
face.
done.
I'll shut him up right now, but I'm trying to post your thing real quick, Kiwi. Hold on. Hold on. Link to. I'll shut him up. But okay, cool. Thank you. I'm posting this. I'm gonna put it in the nest. Kiwi. I know you said about announcing it, but here we go. I'm gonna put it in the nest so that way if you want to keep plugging it, Kiwi, just tell them the show is in the nest, and you'll see it right now. Okay, it's there. Kiwi, do you see above us where I just posted it?
No.
Okay, you're on PC, right?
Yeah.
Okay, who has PC here? Matrix, you have PC?
Yep.
How do you see the nest? Because I'm not on a PC, so I don't know. Like, guide QE to the nest.
On the right-hand side of the screen is where we're talking. Is it a long, thin section, or is it a skinny one right down the bottom?
Long, thin section on the right.
You can see all the icons with Alpha, APOC, Flat Lloyd.
Yeah, you just have to say Alpha. You don't have to go anymore. Yes.
Yep. Above that, what do you see?
Alpha Veritas, episode 6. Globe equals fake news.
Excellent. In that box on the left and right hand side of it, you should be able to scroll left and right. It should pop up a little arrow.
There's like little arrows.
All right. I got left and right.
Do you see my post?
Left. Link to check out Ballbusters live stream by Apocryphon.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So when you say, also, if you say you have citation, put it in the nest. That's where you're going to see it. Okay. And then you would click on it and it'll open up that, information, whether it's a link or a video or a file. That's where you're going to find it though, Kiwi. Okay.
Find what?
Like whatever, like if you ask them, hey, give me a citation of that, or let me see a video, or put a link, like that's where we put the information in the nest. So that's what we call the nest or the Jumbotron. So when we say that, you're going to go there, the same place where I linked it, your show.
Yeah. All right. So let me check your Apocryphon post. Link to check out Ballbusters is right there. How do I add something to that?
Yeah, so at the bottom, you see a comment section or a little comment bubble. You click on that, and then whatever you type, it's going to, it'll be to that stream of, of my post. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's no fucked up. Yeah.
Nah, let's be honest, bro, dude. The chat here is trash. Let's just be
Are we gonna do our boxing match or what? Little bitch.
Dude, box.
Little
I'll
5'4"
fucking
fanny
slap
panny.
the fuck out of you, you faggot.
Little 5'4" fanny panny. How are you gonna call me a faggot when you're not even 6 foot?
5'4". I'm 6
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, you're 5'4".
You idiot.
5'4".
I'll slap the fuck out of you, dumb
Well, come do
fuck.
it then. I'm in Jacksonville,
All
Florida.
right, hold on.
All right, then I'm gonna come to Miami. I'm trying to go to Miami and fuck some bitches. I'm gonna fuck your bitch, and then I'm gonna slap the fuck out of you. You
Well, come do it.
loser, faggot.
Come do it. I'm in
idiot.
Jacksonville. I'm not in fucking Miami.
All right, then
Hey, Creation Bear.
Come do it.
Creation Bear. He's not in Jacksonville. He's not a fag. He's a jag.
Jagged. I'll fuck your chick, and then I'll fuck you
What kind of
up.
lame ass
Fucking
joke
idiot.
is that?
Fucking loser, dude.
You would
I'll
think
fuck
that
you
you'd
up,
be more
dummy.
creative, you little anime boy.
I'll animate my balls.
Tell me
on
what
your
Naruto
fucking
did
face,
with the
loser
56
faggot.
Sharingan.
Dumb fuck. I'll slap the fuck out of you, dummy. Shut the fuck up, man. You're an idiot. Matt Nuclear.
So Matt, did you learn that all maps are flat? Is that what you learned yet?
Yeah. No.
I'm still waiting for the flat Earth map, by the way.
They're all flat Earth maps, you dumbass cracker. We told you 10 times.
Dumbass cracker. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's what you are.
You're clearly white as fuck.
What are you talking about, man?
And you can't fight, and you're 5'4".
Okay.
Projection.
How many of you guys? Okay,
And you're 5'4".
Dude, how old are you, by the way?
Bro, it doesn't matter how old.
How old are you, by the way?
Slap the fuck out of
Hey,
you,
Fanny,
dummy.
how old are you, by the way? Hey, Fanny, how old are you?
You're not saying
How old are you? How old are
fucking
you?
Idiot.
Why are you so embarrassed about your
I'll
age?
the shit out of you. I'm not embarrassed.
Oh, he's
What
so
am I
embarrassed about his age.
I'll fuck your bitch. And
Okay,
I'll
say
fuck
it then.
you up,
Say it, little
idiot.
bitch. Say it. Say it.
Why did
Say it.
you're not saying
Say it.
shit? Fuck you.
You don't gotta. Dude, you're fucking. Your dick's little, man.
I'm young enough to fuck
Okay,
you
what's
up,
your age?
Idiot. Stupid fuck.
Oh my God! Look at this
All
guy.
right, hold on. Chill, Matt. Chill. You get.
Why does it matter? 90s kids,
Matt,
we up,
just
man. 90s
just chill,
we
Matt.
Up, man. Shut the fuck up, Matt. I'll
Stop
fuck you
making
up,
it
bitch.
personal, Matt.
90.
Matt, stop.
Pussy.
He's like 30 or something.
I'm gonna mute you again. And
No, I want to set up the boxing
Pussy,
match,
bitch.
bro. Let's-
I'll fucking slap the fuck. Box. We're not gonna box. I'm gonna fuck you up, dude. What are you talking about? Box.
Okay,
Fuck
MMA
the
fight.
gloves.
Let's make it happen.
MMA. Fuck MMA. I'm
5'4" little
up,
midget.
Dude. What the fuck?
All right.
5'4".
Yeah, come with your anime shirt. Bring your best Naruto shirt.
What makes you think I'm 5'4",
Little short
dummy?
bitch.
You're crazy. I'm literally in the 15th percentile, bro.
All right, Matt, chill, guys.
I would love to see
I'm
you in
gonna
person.
ground and pound you like Khabib and tell you to believe in that globe.
I'm
I'm just gonna. All right, I'm gonna take him out. Hold on. Creation Bear, I took him out. Matt, if you want to talk, science, you want to talk, your evidence, we could go there. I'm gonna bring you back up, but stop.
You wish I was 5'4".
Well, it doesn't help, Creation Bear, that you're also egging on again.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. 6 foot. You're getting
All right.
towered over.
All right. Okay, let's leave it alone. Leave the personal stuff out of it. I'm gonna add you back up here, but chill. Just enough with the personal. If you go straight to personal, you're getting straight dropped. Okay, just letting you know. All right, you're back.
We got the question for you. The question is, please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your globe.
Well, of course I do. So one's going to be the anti-total.
All right. Well, you can stop right there.
The second is going to be bottom-up disappearance.
You can please stop right there. You just compromised yourself. You'd fail. Intro to second grade general science, because scientific evidence, it is natural science, and scientific evidence deals with the scientific method. The scientific method only adjudicates natural cause and effect relationships, not shapes. So
you're false.
You just compromised your fucking science acumen, dildo dark shit.
Yeah, so this is the typical flat earth. This is typical. So let me respond. Yeah, let me respond. Yeah, let me respond.
He's
yo, Apocryphon, mute him. Let me respond. Mute him so he can let me.
How do you mute these fucking retards?
Apocryphon, shut the fuck up, dude. You're a loser.
Hey, how do you mute these fucking idiots?
So, I removed him. I'm back. So here's
I muted
hold on, APOC. Hold on. So this is how it's gonna work. I was trying to get QE, the co-host, because usually co-hosts, we do a mute space. It mutes the entire space, so all the speakers are muted except for me and the two co-hosts. So that's what I was saying. If QE gets the co-host, he won't be muted.
Yeah.
So
Lloyd, if you want to drop to bring him up, I'm pushing buttons and posting stuff, and I can't do that if I'm not. But feel free, you can go ahead and do that. I'm cool with that. Just keep an eye on the requests and stuff like that. Just minor maintenance stuff.
Yeah, man.
All right, cool. I could drop, and then
I'll listen.
Oh, okay. Well, then that too. Yeah, go ahead and drop, and then we'll bring up QE. No worries. Because I don't know. Can you post stuff to the nest if you're not co-host? Oh no, you could do it as a speaker, right?
No, you could post stuff to the nest, but you have to be speaker.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the only way that you can post. Hold on. Let me get
now my question. How do you mute the abject retards with diarrhea in the mouth?
Well, once you're a co-host, QE, you'll have a button that says mute everyone, and it's gonna mute everybody but me, you, and Alpha. But you have to be the co-host. So he's gonna send you something, and you have to hit accept co-host. You see it?
Oh, I see it. So it mutes everyone?
Yeah.
All right.
Except for us three that are co-hosts and hosts.
Oh, so there's only 3 co-hosts?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the host.
2 co-hosts and a host.
Yeah, 2 co-hosts and a host.
Okay. Well, I learned a little bit every other minute.
Yeah, but what's really cool about it is that there's a bunch of chaos going on. It mutes the shit out of everyone. So everybody gets muted. And then you have the privilege to get order back into the chaos.
Oh, I see how it goes. Okay.
So see, now that you're co-host, you see the request down there? That's Matt. You could click on him and put add as speaker, and then also you can mute him when you want him to shut the fuck up. So go ahead and add him if you want.
I see requested, but
yeah, so click on his face.
I see him.
Okay, cool. And it'll say add as speaker.
It says approve, request to speak, approve, or deny.
Yeah, approve.
Or you could deny. It's up to you now.
How do I get back to the main screen? I see. I got it.
All right.
So, you already answered the question incorrectly. So you would fail 5th grade general science.
He went down back as a listener.
Did he boot scoot? No, he left.
Yeah. He left. He's like, oh, fuck this.
Yeah, that fucked him up. It usually does it to everyone. Just ask that question. It'll stop shit.
Yeah, or maybe we couldn't hear him talking, so he like left to read. Because there's a lot of glitches in X. Like even while you're talking to somebody, like it goes out sometimes. So we've been having to work with that too.
One of the things. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, your avatar is a really good one, but I think the white background doesn't let the little Terminator guy look like he's coming out, like, and the letters too. So, do you have a different one that you could use for that?
Let me check. That's a good question.
I'll check it. Yeah. So if everybody in here right now, his name is John right there. You could also change your name that appears in here as well. Just little stuff. So you could change it to QE. Or if you want people to call you John, it's up to you.
Either one.
Yeah, in the meantime, while he's doing that, does anybody else in here want to come up to speak? Remember, the emoji to come up to speak is raising your hand. So it's a little hand icon in the emoji panel. And then we'll bring you up. APOC is doing a lot of logistical work. So he's kind of taking care of maintenance for anybody who wanted to come up. He's watching all hands that are being raised and such.
How do I change that? The avatar.
You got to go to your profile. So click on the little.
Oh, I got you. I'm sorry. I didn't see profile on the left hand side. I got it.
Yep.
That profile.
And also, Alpha, I posted the Ballbuster show tomorrow in the Nest. So every now and then, maybe just remind, like if we get different people in here, just throw it at them, let them know. Check out the Nest to get the link. I put the link to Flat Earth Debate server, so that way they could join to listen in. I was going to ask you, QE, do you have? I could put your YouTube as well, I guess. Let me edit that, or I'll redo it. And
I guess whenever he's doing something right now, I guess we're gonna bombard him with like 1,000 different things.
No, that's okay. I'm all right. Is that better? That's as best as it gets.
I think we all have to probably refresh, but like for us, we see the old one still probably until it takes time to upload the system.
Yeah, it's changed on my end.
Yeah, so it probably we'll see it here in a little bit.
It's as good as it's getting. I don't have a dark background.
All right. I think, and you're also Oh, I like it. I see it. If you click on your little avatar, it does look a little better. You can also put a banner up there on your channel too. So
I need a fucking banner, dude. You got what I got.
Yeah. I could probably get one down from your website and give it to you. You throw it up there.
I don't need a fucking banner.
I'm chilling out, bro. I'm chilling out. Is the retard still here or what?
Well, if you're here,
Wow.
What the fuck? Why do we have to deal with these retards, man? I swear to God.
Like we haven't dealt with them for the past 10 fucking years? What?
No, but seriously, bro.
Like,
why are you testing my gangsta on the live stream? Like, pull up, bro. What the fuck?
So you're 5'4"?
That's crazy that he would assume I'm 5'4".
1'4.5". Get it right.
You seen me on the live stream. Y'all know what I look like. I ain't no short king. What the fuck?
Sounds like you have an issue with it.
Says a little
Not really, QE.
Yeah, I'm only 5'10", man.
I'm taller than that. So, Matt, you better watch the fuck out.
That's a great accomplishment. Your parents should be prouder than gamers.
Yeah, they are. They are. Hey, listen, if you're over 6 foot, you're in the top 15% of human beings. Stupid, not you, QE.
No, I'm fine with it. I'll just take your fucking knee out.
Yeah. I'm sure you will. You got to catch it first, motherfucker.
Just take your knee. Being tall, it's not an accomplishment, you dumbass cracker.
Yeah, it is, QE. Yeah, it is.
That'd be like aliens coming down and you take credit for the Golden Gate Bridge and shit when you don't know shit about bridges.
Man, you better catch my ass first, man.
So check it out, man. Just a little plug for everybody that's in here. If you're gonna post anything from your profile to kind of showcase if you have anything going on with any streams that you're doing, you can post it to the Nest, which is like I was mentioning before, on your profile. Any post that you have on the bottom right-hand side, there's a little arrow pointing up. When you click on that little arrow pointing up, it's going to open up another little panel that shows you can post it to this space. And then you can showcase what you're going to be doing, just like APOC has been doing. So right above the speakers at the moment, there's all the things that are being posted you guys can click on.
Yeah, you lost everyone at the beginning. Start over.
All right. So basically, if you're going to post anything to this space so that anybody can see what you're talking about, if you got something going on, just go to your profile. You click on your little icon, your bubble. It'll take you to your profile. And anything that you post on your profile, and just go to any post. And then on that post specifically, on the bottom right hand of that, there's a little.
Shut the fuck up! Stop.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Dude, what the fuck is like? What is it called? The Jumbotron? Who came up with these names, dude?
The fuck are you talking about? The Nest again?
The Nest, the Jumbotron. What kind of fucking shit is that, dude?
That's what they call it. It's called the Nest. Back when it was Twitter, they called it the Nest, like, because that's where I guess you would put your eggs.
How do you get to it?
You guess.
So on any post, right? On any post, on the bottom right hand corner.
Oh, wait a second. Wait. There are no posts in here, you fucking guy.
No, okay, hold on, listen. Click on my name, and then click on the sky or the little place, and you'll see my page, right? So all the things I've posted, you see a comment, a repost, a heart, the views, the bookmark, and then there's an arrow. I get it.
After 20, are you D-Rose?
And then
I got it after the first fucking one. Now let me ask you this question. Yeah. If I post something, if I do that, does that post to all my followers?
Yes. Anybody that's following you will see it on that you posted.
Bullshit, yes and no. No. It's not going to be on your main page. They're going to have to click through some bullshit to find what you said. If you don't tweet out an original post, a lot of that stuff is behind some sort of wall. Your replies, your things you commented on. That's not on your main page.
All right. Let's try to break this down. Listen, if I only want to post to this space,
right?
Whatever space this fucking is, it's 24/7.
Yeah.
Where can I do that?
So you go as we were saying, on the right side, you'll see an arrow that's pointing up.
Right side of what, you dumbass cracker?
Of any post, right? Of any post.
What if
you're confusing, Apocro. You're
my God,
bro.
No,
he's probably on his phone right now.
Okay.
No, he's not. He's on his PC. He said so earlier. Don't you lot pay attention?
Yeah, not a PC.
Okay, let's start here. QE. What do you want to share to the Nest?
I don't. I just want to know where the fucking Nest is.
Okay, the Nest. Remember where we talked about how above the names he said go left, and you saw me posting the Ballbusters thing? That's what we call the Nest.
No, he wants to know logistically where it is, APOC. It's right above
he knows.
Does he know? Okay.
Yeah, earlier when you were gone, Matrix helped him because he's on the PC as well. So he knows where the Nest is, but we were trying to tell him how to post to the Nest. And that's the arrow on the right side of anyone's post. Mine, yours, his, anything.
I got a whole bunch of them here. I got Alpha Veritas, Northern. Well, no, I don't got a whole bunch. I got Flat Lloyd Wright,
Dude, he's a fucking boomer. He doesn't know what the fuck. I don't even know what the nest is, man.
Shut up.
No, that's some bullshit. We don't know what the nest is, man. That's some bullshit.
The nest is where all the shit is up the top.
Yeah,
I don't either, bro.
Guys, can we get just QE speak so we can help him out?
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's not helping everybody jumping in.
This will help everyone out. So on my PC, I'm over to the right, and I have every icon that's in here. All right, Alpha Veritas, host, co-host me, Apocryphon, Matrix. You get the idea. Right above that, I have 24/7 Flat Earth episode 6. So, and I got arrows. So, I hit the arrow. I got Apocryphon. Link to check out Ballbusters live stream. Hit it again. Northern Rebellion. And Alpha Veritas again. Right? So you're saying that this is the nest up here.
Correct.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, how do I fucking post in the nest?
Okay. On the left-hand side, where all your other shit is, if you're on any post that you want to put in the nest, there's a little up arrow. If you hold your mouse on it, it says share.
Up arrow. Where's the fucking up arrow?
Okay.
Share.
So-
Okay. I'm on Alpha Veritas. I've got the up arrow all the way to the right. It says share.
Yep, so if you click on that, it'll pop open a little window. You've got a choice. Share to space, copy link, or send via direct message. You want to share to space?
Share to space. And I can post a reply in this box right here, right? Or a reply.
No.
Yeah, I see it right now. Shared by
Or
John.
most relevant. Holy fucking shit. No, I don't got shit.
No.
I never met a John I didn't like.
What that does is that posts whatever you just chose, it chucks it in the up in the nest. That's all it does.
I didn't choose anything, you.
Yes, you did.
fucking-
When you clicked share to space, you picked that thing up and shared it up to space. That's what you did.
I can see it right now.
Hey.
QE, I see it right now. It's in the nest. You
I
shared
didn't
Alpha
post anything in the motherfucker.
Yeah, it says shared by John. I'm looking at it. You shared it.
Shared what? I didn't share shit.
You
Boomer
did.
detected.
You shared Alpha Veritas's space, like this thing right here.
Oh my god.
Boomer detected.
Look back at the nest, and you'll see your share. The thing you shared right now.
Why the fuck you tell me to share something that I didn't fucking share?
Hey, guys, I'm telling you, it's some bullshit. Dude, QE, it doesn't work like live stream voice text. It's trash. I wouldn't worry about it.
Here, I'll take it off. That way, I'll take it off. I'll remove it from the nest. Now it's no longer there.
Why'd you do that?
So he could learn. All he did was just share the space to the nest. If he wants to share the space to his own profile, that's a different way to do it.
You're just confusing the guy, man.
I know.
It's a fiddly
Just
pain in
real
the
quick-
ass thing, though, but yeah, you get used to it.
Just real quick, I want to welcome Taylor. She raised her hand way earlier. She requested to speak. I brought her up, but we've been dealing with this. But Taylor, just give us a second. We're trying to work things out here, and then we'll bring you up to speak.
No, we ain't gonna work anything out, and it's not a piece of wood.
Okay.
Let's go to Taylor.
All right, Taylor. How are you?
Taylor.
Let us know.
I'm doing good. Yes, Wiz Khalifa. So I was just in Sacred Space, and then he was asking, like, can you find the Flat Earth space in the spaces search? So I searched Flat Earth, and y'all's space came up, and I just want to come say hey.
Hey, thanks for joining us, Taylor. Also, I'm trying to get as many people as I can to follow this account that I'm on right now. I'm Alpha Veritas, the host. So whenever we do spaces, we're gonna open up and see how many people can jump in and kind of support this channel. 24/7 is a brand, so we're trying to get the group that's on Discord over here onto X. So there's quite a number of us. And
Are y'all familiar with Sacred Space?
Not that I know.
Really? There's like over 100 people right now in that Flat Earth space.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool, and they have their own thing. There's quite a bit of people. Yeah, hold on, guys. There's quite a bit of people that are doing their own thing. APOC, your mic's up, man.
Oh,
you might want to mute up. So people are doing their own thing in this space, but we bring our own quality and our own brand over here. So we got our own thing going here. So we're unlike any of the other flat earth spaces you've been to, as you'll probably see if you hang around. So we don't follow the other people. They follow us. We are the tip of the spear. We are the best of the best. I don't know what you want to call it, but we have been the people that are part of this particular brand have been the ones who lead flat earth conversations and arguments, everywhere on the internet.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just took a look at their profile. Cellular biology PhD candidate. We're gonna have a lot to talk about because that's cellular biology. Well, my expertise is biochemistry, and then right beside that, you have love quantum physics. So
yeah, I'm just I like studying like the fringes of science. You know what I mean? And
I'm sorry I interrupted you. I see a Taylor post. Time does not help the problem of abiogenesis.
Absolutely.
Look, we're gonna get along great.
I've actually debated abiogenesis a few times. Written a paper about it. It's impossible.
Really?
Yeah.
My paper would be one sentence.
She did a paper, Kiwi.
Yeah, I've written some papers myself.
It was about 12 pages.
12 pages. I could solve it in one sentence.
Yeah.
I could solve it in one sentence. We don't have to solve it with just biochemistry. Where'd you get nucleosides from? But I won't go there. Where'd they get the information from?
That's one of the best things for intelligent design, because they had this informational hierarchy and integrated systems. Where'd that come from?
Yeah, where'd the information come from? Period. I'm saying that rhetorically because you already know. So it's that we're gonna get along really good. I think.
She sounds awesome. Everybody give her a follow, and hopefully she gets all of us to follow.
WRiz.
She got enough followers. She got over almost 7,000 followers. Fuck that.
Everybody, do follow Taylor. She sounds to be somebody that has a level head, so we can do that
for sure.
Now, what about your position, Taylor? What about your position on the nature of our reality here on Earth?
Yeah, so I believe in biblical cosmology.
W.
Okay. Well, there's one problem. It's not a problem. It's just a problem with the statement. You believe. Do you know what believe means?
Well, I believe there's evidence for it, or I've been presented evidence to support it.
Okay, I that's not my question. What does believe mean?
That you put trust in it or faith in it.
Believe.
You're persuaded by it.
Belief means, now I'm being pedantic, but this is important. Belief means you accept something without evidence. So you might want to rephrase that. I know. That would be better.
Okay, I could just also say I'm a biblical cosmologist, maybe.
Biblical cosmologist. I suppose. What's biblical cosmology?
Well, in the biblical cosmology, it describes the earth as being set in its foundations, never to be moved. Yeah.
Okay. No, that's good. There's another problem with cosmology, because cosmology is a demonstrable pseudoscience.
I agree.
Yeah. The reason why is it's not based on experiment. See, now we're speaking common languages here, right? Cellular biology, yes? Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, because to be natural science, you have to follow the scientific method. That means you have to validate claims via experiment. There's no other way. Right?
You're right.
Right. See, I told you, Meggie, what I tell you.
WRiz.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah. This is it. Yeah, exactly. So, because here, let me give you the pseudosciences, and let me ask you a question after it. So these are the demonstrable pseudosciences. See if you agree. Paleontology, archaeology, anthropology, geology, evolutionary biology, whatever that is, and yes, I'm still laughing. Theoretical physics, cosmology, astronomy, and astrophysics.
I would say archaeology, because I believe in biblical archaeology. Well, I know biblical archaeology is, true, and that we found a lot of evidence for the Bible.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the disciplines themselves are demonstrable. It's very easy. Demonstrable pseudosciences, just not any adjective in front. I'm saying the disciplines themselves are demonstrable pseudosciences. You know how I can do that?
How?
Post or give me one valid scientific hypothesis in the history of any discipline I just mentioned.
Got him.
That's how easy it is, isn't it, Taylor? Now, think for a second, because in order for you to have experiment, you must have a hypothesis first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, that's the one. So a hypothesis is independent and dependent variable relationship. It's a supposition in the natural cause and effect relationships, correct?
Absolutely.
Hey, she's speaking my love language. I'm already married, Taylor, so you're all right.
Me too.
So you have to have a hypothesis. So in any of those disciplines, in their entire histories, they can't post a single viable one. For the first 5, they're gonna have to be Doc Brown and get a time machine, because to get the dependent variable, that's the observed natural phenomena. They can't do it, so they're gone right away. For the last 3, cosmology, astronomy, and astrophysics, they can definitely observe a natural phenomenon. They can definitely do that. But they're going to have a problem with that independent variable, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because they can postulate, quote unquote, I hate doing that. They can postulate a cause, but that's just fairy tale dreamland shit. They can't actually test it physically. So they're all pseudoscience. They can't form, there's no valid scientific hypothesis for any of those disciplines. So how can they be natural sciences?
That's a really good point.
Thank you. I'll be in the area all week.
Excellent. Taylor, can you do us a solid? If you can, repost this on your profile or share it with as many people as you can. We want to show everyone, the world, right? We're going to expose them to the fact that there is no scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe, because that is a category error. And a lot of people believe that that's the case, that that question is answered in that specific way. So we're going to show you and everyone else that that's not possible, because it's a malformed question. But even if I said it right now, they're still going to get it wrong when they come in here. I guarantee it. So one thing that I would like you guys to do right now is to share the space out to as many people as you can. We're trying to get well established on X. And so 24/7 Flat Earth is, like I said, it's a brand. So appreciate you guys for showing up. We got a lot of listeners right now that maybe you want to raise your hand and come on up and have a chat with us. We have right now on the panel, me as a host, Alpha Veritas, Apocryphon as a co-host. We got QE right now as a co-host. I know Taylor speaking with us, Matrix, Creation Bear, Flat Lloyd, and Northern Rebellion. But we still have some spots if you guys want to come up and have a chat with us. So raise your hand.
I just wanted to say real quick, man, like I just got super hyped up. I love that we're on Twitter. Shout out to you guys. Are we broadcasting anywhere besides here? Like, we don't have
recording.
A Rumble bot in here, do we?
No, not yet, but we're recording, and so this will be recorded for everyone to play back and listen to, and they'll recognize QE's voice whenever they come in and listen. It's episode number 6.
Amazing. I love this.
It's episode number 6 on the continuing 24/7 Flat Earth series, now on X. So we're going to dominate this space like we do every other space. Just letting you know, we don't follow other people. They follow us. So let that be known. So when people come in here, they're going to know that they're here. It's very different than the other spaces. Go ahead.
Just for Taylor, can somebody give Taylor my website?
Yeah, we'll post it up in the nest for Taylor if you want to. Well, somebody will post it. APOC or any of the other speakers.
APOC, can you post that up there, for Taylor?
Yeah, I'll get it right now.
He doesn't have to. Yeah, I'm not going to ask you any questions about it now. I'd just like you to go ahead and review that. I have scientific evidences for a creator and flat Earth proofs. Just when you get a chance, go ahead and peruse that website. I'd like to know your take on that. Maybe we'll meet up in a few weeks or something on.
That's really cool because I've actually done a lot of evidence and compiled a lot of evidence about the scientific proof of God. I went on Modern Day Debate a few times and debated it. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know that Modern Day Debate is not an actual debating platform? Did you know? Yeah. Well, see, in debates, you don't have 15-minute openings of a carpet bomb barrage of baseless assertion fallacies, number one. Right? That's why it's not a debating platform. In fact, it's like a super chat platform. Right?
That's crazy. Yeah, they're asking me to come back, and I would like to have a partner, so I'm kind of looking for one.
Well, you're in good hands here. So if you ever need to, kind of ask somebody, there's everybody in 24/7 supports with QE what he's been doing, all his work, and all what we do. So you're definitely in the right space now. So you're in good hands here.
Oh, I've seen her before. I've seen you on Modern Day Debate. You're with that crayon munching Egypt. Witsit Boy Zero Skygrifter, weren't you?
I wasn't with Witsit.
You weren't?
No, I've only debated pro-creation science.
Oh, maybe
I've never debated flat Earth ever.
Well, please forgive me. I'm a worm. I thought I saw you on there before.
Hey, QE, is that the one you wanted me to post by?
What's that? What did you post? Kind of trailed off there.
I think he was APOC. Are you there?
Yeah.
Say again what you were going to say, because you trailed off at the end of that.
I could only find from your YouTube just your YouTube link. I was looking for an actual website, but I didn't see it in your YouTube.
Matrix put it up. It's in the nest.
Oh, okay, cool.
So Taylor.
Oh, the Globe Terminator.
Yeah,
okay, cool.
Yeah, it's right above us. So Taylor, if you want to find out what his website is, it's up on top.
Cool, that's awesome.
How do I get out of what I'm in?
John, what are you a Christian?
Yes.
Cool. Do you ever study like biblical archaeology?
Nah, more in the end times.
Okay, cool.
But I've reviewed it before. Yes, it's very interesting. Yes, I've run across plenty and destroyed baltards with it. Yeah.
So, are you a young Earth, flat Earth creationist?
Obviously.
That's awesome, man. It's hard. They're very few and far between.
Yeah, when I say young Earth, it's a very difficult thing, right? Because I know it depends on your epistemology, right? See, my epistemology takes in scripture, right? Along with natural science and scientific method, along with other tidbits. But when I talk to people, their epistemology, especially atheists, whatever that is, they don't have that epistemology. So I take that out of it. Follow that train of thought.
That's a really good train of thought, especially if you're going to be debating.
Yeah, there really is no debate. I'm being pedantic though. I really don't go there, like I said, because they don't have that epistemology. So I take that into account. But I bring it on home to Taylor pretty quickly, right? So they have no way out. There's no way out of this. You already know that.
Yeah, my friend Enigma on Twitter, he's been calling me a flat earther and stuff and trying to have maybe a conversation with you guys. So I invited him over here.
I just brought him up. I just brought Enigma up to speaker. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying I'm a Globey. Proud.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the pride is.
I'm a Christian.
The first downfall.
I'm Catholic. I can't trust.
Oh God! Have you read Revelation 17 yet?
No. Probably.
I'd go ahead and read it. Now, I don't have anything against Catholics because I was born Catholic. I mean, I was Catholic till I reached the age of reason, about 3 or 4. But there's a picture. There's a picture of Catholicism. Now, I'm not talking about Catholics. I'm talking about corporate Catholicism. Just read Revelation 17. There's a picture over there.
What's this got to do with it, though?
Yep. Enigma, well, check this out, right? I'm gonna go ahead and pose a question to you, and I want to see if you can answer it. So, is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe, Enigma?
Yes, the Polaris mission that was just launched recently.
All right, stop them. Go ahead. Here, try again.
QE cut out.
Yeah, unmute the space. Let's see.
I can hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. You just compromise yourself because natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing to do with shapes or second law of thermodynamics violating space. So you just revealed yourself.
Wow. Do you believe in eyewitnesses?
No, believe. I don't believe shit.
Well, there's your problem.
I either know it or I don't. What's belief mean?
Well, you're a Christian, right? I think you just said you were.
What's belief mean? I'm a Christian and I know there's a creator. So,
yeah.
My question is, what does belief mean?
Faith in the trust of other people or institutions.
The trust of other. No, that's not what it means. It means, and that's pretty stupid, by the way. It means acceptance without evidence.
Yes, and that acceptance is based off the trust of the word of someone.
That's not what you said. That's not the definition. What you said wasn't the definition.
But yes, it's about trust in other people. Why do you think on the document
it doesn't say trust? Acceptance without evidence. That's the problem. So you already compromised your science acumen. Do we want to go another step forward? So, Enigma, do you think that you have any evidence for the Earth as a globe? You think? I went to think because, listener.
Oh, he dropped down.
Oh, he's back. No, he's not. I can't get back to the damn stage.
I got him. I brought him back up. Yeah, I think he glitched out. I brought him back up, though. Yeah, you're good now.
So you figure out what belief means?
Yeah, I'm paraphrasing my definition, but I'm not gonna, quote the dictionary.
Don't be paraphrasing definitions, and they're not your definitions; they're axioms.
Okay. I think I understand what faith is as a Catholic.
Now, I didn't ask you what faith was. I asked you what belief. Now,
oh my Lord,
belief and faith. Yeah, it's getting tiresome. Yeah, it's called the Socratic method. We need to define terms before we discuss.
How about we just look at video evidence of the
clown ass?
How about we address the video evidence? Do you know the Polaris mission right now that's happening? No. Do you know about the Polaris mission?
Guys, here, paraphrasing, here.
All right, so let me just do this real quick. QE, there's a mute space button. Just use that whenever you need to as a co-host. Let's see. I don't know if you got muted because of it. There's a double mute that usually happens.
Oh, yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah, guys, use the mute button so everyone can hear me talk because I'm the co-host. I'm a big shot. Guys. I made it in life. I'm a co-host.
See, did it work? Are you still speaking, QE?
Yeah, I'm messing with it. I've lost pretty much everything here.
All right, go ahead.
Switch to listening, space settings. Everyone. Holy shit, what did I get myself into?
Hey, look, he's got his hand raised.
Hey, where do I get the icons with everyone in the room again?
Look at me, guys. I'm raising my hand like a gentleman.
Matrix, he could help you, QE. Hey, Matrix, you use a PC. You know where the where he can you help navigate him back?
This is terrible, Miggy.
I know, right?
It's a learning curve. It's a learning curve, QE. So once you get past it, it'll be better. Trust me.
Diversity is a good thing for now, QE.
So when I hit mute space, it fucking mutes everything.
Correct.
What the hell?
It's not so much of a mute; it's more of a nuke. A little bit different, but just as effective.
Yeah, can you still talk while you mute everybody? That's the only thing I wanted to see if it.
I don't know how to use the mute button.
Yeah, we'll remove that guy from speaker.
Lloyd.
He's not contributing.
Yeah, no worries. I got him.
Okay.
This is bad, dude. I hit mute space. It mutes me. Everything.
Oh, so when you hit it, you also get muted? QE?
Yep.
Yeah,
that's a glitch. What you get drop, and then like close X, and then reopen it, and then join, and then I'll bring you back up, and then maybe we'll send you a co-host. Oh my god!
Yeah, you're just getting control.
I don't know how to use the mute button, guys. Oh my god!
Who
is that?
So cool! Look at me, guys.
Who brought Lloyd back up? I sent him down and brought him back up.
You're giving Lloyd's a bad name, man.
I took him out.
Yeah, you can't have that name, dude.
Yeah, a little.
I think
Yeah, a little learning curve. It's all right. It's a new platform. Everybody's getting used to it. Once everybody gets used to it, then we'll move forward with it better.
All right. I'm just still trying to.
How is he still?
No way, dude.
Right.
Dude, kick him out.
I'll remove him.
Fuck this guy.
Yeah.
He's not a speaker, guys. Hold on. Let me give QE the co-host again. Give me 1 second.
Like, how retarded do you have to be to do this, bro? This is how much we're winning. We're so winning. It feels so amazing to be a flat earther in 2024, bro. We're so crushing.
That's his globe proof, man, right there.
Exactly. I mean, that's the best they have to offer. We're so crushing.
All right, if you want to remove somebody, you click on their face and push remove from space.
Yeah, I literally had to do that right now. I just removed him because I don't know how he kept coming up as speaker without even getting a mic.
Because if you make the settings to where you don't have to request, as soon as they request, they come back up. So if you remove them as speaker, they can continue to keep requesting. So you have to remove them from space.
Got you. Okay, good to know.
W Taylor in the chat, guys.
Yeah, thank you. And by the way, Taylor, is refreshing. I'll have I don't want to sound like sexist, but it's also cool to have a female
W
up here. W sexist, is that what you just said? But it's good to have a female though up here that could actually, like, if it's just cool because when you have a female Glober come in here and to have like a female school her, like I'm just saying it's really cool to see that. So,
all right, we're gonna test. We're gonna test out to see if QE can mute the space and then have him be talking still. So QE, if you're able to mute the space, and then we'll check to see if anybody else can talk and if you are muted as well.
Yeah, I'm checking that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming through.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the mute space icon anymore.
Interesting.
I can mute myself.
Let me see if I can. Did you see the accept for a co-host? Because you're okay. So you are a co-host.
Yeah,
it shows co-host.
See, right beneath my name, it says John co-host.
Okay, yeah. The mute space should have came along with that.
Oh, you know what? Does it say maybe mute everyone? Maybe it changed to mute everyone.
No, I don't see anything here.
It could be a little lag too. It'll appear after a while. So
I think Enigma had a question if we wanted to ever, after we get this settled.
Well,
he was going to say about Polaris. Is there any response to that? The new SpaceX mission?
Well, Polaris, he already got compromised because anything about Polaris, anything in their second law of thermodynamics violation, vacuum of space, is heretofore crushed.
I was talking about the SpaceX mission.
Yeah, he's saying that nothing can exist in a vacuum of space, like it'll be crushed, is what he's saying.
No, what I'm saying is he appeals to Polaris with science. That's like we already went over. There's nothing there. So he would fail fifth grade general science, number one.
The video footage SpaceX has released.
Number two.
Live stream.
I don't give a shit about a live stream to freight.
It's a 2-hour-long video, buddy. You're going to say that Jared Isaacman is lying? Is that what you're going to say? Jared Isaacman and the crew, the civilian crew is lying. That's what
it's not science. You're already compromised.
It's video evidence, guys. We can see the curvature of the Earth.
Hey, Pac, you're getting feedback. Mute your mic.
I sent you a thing, Enigma, yesterday about how SpaceX uses these special lenses.
Lens, Taylor.
Yeah, they claim themselves to use it.
Sunshine. Polaris is in a second law of thermodynamics violation. All your fairy tale space is heretofore removed from the conversation unless you can show gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, he's saying, how do they keep the air in the atmosphere without a container?
Atmosphere is a paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. If you think they do, not you, the general you, if you think they do, you would fail, literally, first grade intro to gas behavior.
How does that debunk the video?
Debunk the video? How does that debunk the video? The video of what?
Of SpaceX's launch they just had with 4 civilian astronauts.
Oh my God!
Dude, go take another picture, dude.
Okay, we got to try a Jedi mind trick on this kid. This is not the space you're looking for.
No, you guys bear the burden of proof that they are liars and it's been faked.
The liar. Yeah, I just proved it. Either the second law of thermodynamics is false or they're liars.
And I did send this interesting video of this little rat, a mouse that was
lying to him,
caught on a SpaceX engine. Like, they've been caught, obviously faking some videos.
It doesn't matter. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Anything with the vacuum of space, anything. So everything appealing to the vacuum of space is nullified. You can't appeal.
Have you ever been to a SpaceX launch? I have.
Holy shit. Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics... Let's try this. Let's go this route. Do you know what the second law of
thermodynamics... War games with you, buddy.
Shut that fucking idiot up.
We're not your buddy, pal.
So we're going to have to drop you as a listener, Enigma, if you're not able to control your mic. Because right now, QE is trying to figure logistically how to mute the space. So if you don't know how to control your mic, you're going to be removed as a speaker and you can listen. Because it's getting difficult.
Kiwi, can you talk? Sorry.
Yeah, he's not able to. So he's still.
Okay.
I think we gotta figure out this logistical problem, and then we'll be able to do that. But for now, if he's not able to control his mic, we'll just remove him from a listener or speaker. Sorry. We do want the conversation to proceed, but yeah, Kiwi's trying to redo it again.
Yeah.
Hey, don't bring him up, APOC. Let me see if I can bring him up. I'm gonna give him immediately co-host and then see if that'll work.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because when I muted everyone, he couldn't talk, so he wasn't co-host at that point.
I'll give him co-host right now, see if it works.
Which makes sense because he said that he couldn't mute everyone, so it makes sense that he wasn't co-host.
Yeah. Let's see if he can come up here now.
But yeah, I just wanted to let Enigma know we get it. Your first question is, but why would they lie? But we're trying to get you to understand the lie, right? It doesn't really matter yet, but we get it.
Biggie, send me a co-host link.
Yeah, I shot you once. I'll try it again. See if I'll shoot it to you again. Let's try again. Let me know if you got it.
Nope. Nope. Don't know.
Be wigging out sometimes.
They better fix this damn soundboard.
No, I don't got anything, Maggie.
Yeah,
and just a reminder, right? Like we're having problems in 2024 of trying to get somebody to get a co-host on X, but they want you to believe that we are making phone calls to the moon a long time ago, decades ago. So just switch that around your head and realize that we can't do this in today. Do you really think we did that yesterday? Hopefully, it'll help you guys out.
Kiwi, when you drop out, do you actually exit X, like close it down, and then come back in? Okay.
Yeah, I'm in here. I see all the icons. I see GlobeTerminator.com shared by Matrix in the nest, quote unquote. Shit.
You got it right.
But I'm not a co-host. I'm just a speaker, right? Paul?
Yeah, currently. But it seems as if I'm clicking on your name to give you co-host. It just doesn't apply it to you for some reason. Not applying it.
Just the best way to do it then, Kiwi, is just restart again. Like, unfortunately, but just close it down, reopen it, and then rejoin.
I did that twice.
Yeah, third time will be the charm. Unfortunately, though, it just glitches out.
You might have to actually kick him out. Really... Remember before with that other chap that wasn't kicked out properly, and it still allowed him to come back? It might be doing that shit. So you might have to actually force him out, and then have another crack.
Right.
All right, let me do that, Kiwi. Hold on. All right, hit remove. Did it remove him? He's still here online. You guys see him still?
Yeah, it's still here.
Mine's is even glitching to remove him. Remove Kiwi Try 25. John has been removed from the space. Man, X be glitching out sometimes.
Okay, now I think we can go to the settings, isn't it right? The space settings. Let me see.
Oh, he's finally out.
Okay. Let me see.
And Enigma, we want you to have that conversation, so just hold tight. Let us just figure out the logistics here of this. How to get him going. So I think it's important that you learn what he's about to say. It's not about do we believe in launches. It's not about and all that stuff. He's probably restarting his computer.
Hey, I wasn't listening, so I have the mic now, though. Is there anything you guys wanted to ask?
No, we're trying to figure out the stuff for the X is glitching all over the place right now, so we're just trying to get a handle on it.
I think it's only one or it says up to two co-hosts can be assigned with the muting button. So maybe it's just a host and a co-host is what it means, or
no?
So maybe if
no, he was able to earlier.
No, it's both co-hosts.
Yeah, he was able to do it earlier. It just when he came back in, he no longer saw it. Yeah.
All right.
So
all right, yeah, I just was.
So the people that are removed from this space are in a kind of like a banned status, Apocryphon. I don't know if you know that.
Oh, so yeah. Do you have to remove them?
You have to bring them back from the banned status.
Oh, okay. So let me
removing them puts them in a banned status. They can't return back into the space.
I'll say so. Do you see the ban list?
That's what I'm doing right now.
Okay. Yeah, I remember that happened last time. That's right. We had to go over and. When it went to the people, when you manage people, all the way at the bottom. And then over removed. And then here we go. I see him. I'm going to allow to join. Okay, he should be back now. I just put it to where allow to rejoin. Hopefully that resets everything. Hopefully it works itself up.
So where did you do the allow to rejoin?
Okay, so on the people down at the between the soundboard and the heart, you'll see all co-hosts, speakers, listeners. If you scroll over, you'll see removed. When you click on removed, you'll see 3 dots, and then you put allow to join back.
I suppose I don't have that option on the PC, so it doesn't show up on the PC.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
Shoot him the invite, co-host.
Yeah,
he's back.
Yeah, let me get it. Let's see if it works this time.
I finally got back.
All right, let's see. I shot you co-host. Do you see it? Yeah.
Yeah, I got everything mute space. Yep.
All right. Go ahead.
Finally.
Yeah, continue.
I forgot what I was saying.
You're about to tell him about the violation of the second law of thermodynamics because he was like, "Don't you believe in NASA's SpaceX launches?" Something like that.
No, I don't accept NASA without evidence. So no, I don't believe it. Number one. Number two.
We have video evidence recently.
Number two.
Video evidence of the curvature of the Earth.
Number two.
I don't need a lecture on science, guys. Did you see the video?
Number two. Well, you already been compromised. There's no lecture needed.
Do you guys trust your own eyeballs now?
Are you retarded?
You don't trust anything to society. You think NASA's lying?
No, I didn't say that, dumb fuck. I'm saying that you would fail intro to 5th grade general science and you don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is.
I don't need to if I have video evidence of the Earth.
Biggie, this is a fucking train wreck.
I can't believe it's still muted
every time.
It's weird.
Hey, QE, when you want that's weird. Yeah, that it's not letting you do it. But when you want it, just say mute him, put him on mute, and then I'll just mute him, and then you can go. Are you there? Oh, he has to be unmuted.
Because we could take them off of down the list.
Now I got it after I hit 8 buttons and shit. Now it's mute space. This is really bad.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So let me fuck with this.
This is awesome, though. I'm not going to lie. This is really cool. It's like a breath of fresh air. Shout out to the panel. It's awesome hearing QE over here on Twitter. Guys, spread the word.
Yeah, we run into new people, It's different than Discord because there's a whole lot of new people.
Yeah, Biggie, when I hit mute space, it mutes me, everyone else. I mean, what the fuck, dude?
It's supposed to mute everybody except for the 2 co-hosts and the 1 host, me. And that's what that button's for.
It doesn't. Mute space. I'm going to do it again. Mute space and only now I am talking. Yep, it goes off immediately. This is bullshit.
QE, this is hilarious, bro. You're so raw and real. But pause.
You're so raw
on it, man.
No. I'm hitting mute space, you crayon muncher. I'm hitting mute space. And it mutes not only the space,
bruh,
but me.
Don't hit the
and
button
when I hit
unless you're trying to get control of the room. Dude.
Fuck up.
Don't hit the button unless you're trying to control the room.
I was going to say, QE, are you able to hit that little icon at the bottom left where it shows 2 little people, and if you hover over it, it says manage space? When you click on that, there should be 3 icons next to each username. And I think you can, say mute me directly, or in this case, Creation Bear.
No. Nope.
When you go that route, you actually are... if you go the people's in the bottom, that's just to remove them from speakers or remove them from the space. But to mute them individually, you click on their bubble, and then you'll see mute their mic. The only problem is they could unmute themselves. So that's why that mute everyone comes into play, because they can't unmute it. But why Q is also getting muted? It didn't get muted, or at least on my screen it is not. QE?
Yeah, I have to work with it. 1 second.
Okay. Are you double clicking or just clicking once?
Clicking once. It's a train wreck.
Oh, you got it. Did he get it? Oh, no, he didn't get it.
No, it's a train wreck, dude. It's a train wreck. I mute space, and it mutes me along with everyone fucking else. And the only way I can get myself unmuted, because it's red, but it's not highlighted, you fucking glue sniffing idiot, X Factor fuckwits. My God. Yeah, train wreck.
Yeah, but we talked to the moon back in the 60s and 50s, so.
Don't worry about that. This is fucked up, man.
Yeah, I mean, we got to integrate Discord so we can do it from Discord. That'll be fun, because I can use the soundboard and shit.
Yep, you got to do it through Discord. Yep.
Yeah, that's going to be through OBS. That's what Alpha's going to be working on. So that way we can be streaming on X to catch those people to listen to it, but then we'll be talking to people through Discord, and then we'll just be inviting the people from who catch it on X to come into Discord to actually participate in the conversation.
Oh God, it worked that time. Shocking surprise. Then when I unmute the space, it mutes me. What in the flying fuck, X? What the fuck is this? My word. Yeah, well, it's getting around that time, folks. This was lovely, by the way. Thanks. This is about intuitive as fucking cerebral surgery, and it doesn't fucking work.
We'll see you here tomorrow.
Yeah, no. Oh no, you won't. Later, guys. Have a good
in the chat that doesn't exist. Later, QE.
Have a good one, QE.
Yeah, later, guys.
Thank you. We'll promote your show, by the way.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Sure.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. With a better mic?
Yes.
Got him.
Yeah. Later, man.
Guys.
Hey, guys. I would just say use the app on your phone or Android is the best way to kind of manage the space. The web interface is probably a new feature, new capabilities, and not perfected.
Shit, I didn't even ask him if he was on web. That's what he probably was on.
He is on web, yeah.
Yeah, he was on his computer.
No.
Use the app version.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, he was. That's why Matrix was able to like walk him through it, because Matrix is also using the computer.
Yeah, but there's probably the co-host functions aren't as, bug proof. Yeah.
Yeah, true. Because didn't they only have it for mobile at the beginning? Like you didn't even have it for PC at first?
Yeah, they started you could only listen on PC, and now they're, improving that. But I would say if you want to be co-host, use the app, not the web.
Yeah, for sure.
I wonder if that's why Jedi also has so many problems. Oh, no, Jedi said he uses a phone, right? Said he has an old phone. He thinks that's why. Bummer that Enigma couldn't, have that conversation with QE though, because.
Hey, don't worry, I'm still here, man.
Lost.
You can still come back in here.
Yeah, he left. Taylor left.
He wasn't going to listen anyway.
Don't you believe your eyeballs?
Did you see that video?
Yeah, I had a lot of questions for him, but well, let QE do his thing.
Yeah, I was gonna ask him. Oh, really? So you believe your eyes, right? Do you believe that you can see from real far, like trillions of miles, like the stars? Yeah, of course. Okay, then why didn't we see any boats or planes or New Zealand when they went out and they were looking down at the Earth? Yeah, he would have been like, I don't know.
That's better than that Brenda. Can't believe what she sees from her eyes.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, that's what that should have made the list.
That was recorded. That's got to be clipped.
Yeah, for sure. Let me see here. What exactly did she say? Something about you can't believe your eyes, or I forgot how he said it. That was hilarious though. And I'm like, well, using your own logic, and I flipped it on him.
Since we're on the topic about getting X kind of worked out, there is a chat bubble that you can use. I can't do it on the PC though. I think I have to do it on my phone. So if I restart, I have to do it on my phone to see if it's even actually possible. But what I could do is restart the space on my phone and see if I can go that route. I don't know. It could be a possibility.
Yeah, that'd be cool to have that chat feature on the bottom right corner. That way everyone could be just back and forth through there. The listeners can chime in as well. Well, no globe evidence. Anybody have globe evidence? Ramtex? I don't know.
Not a one. Nay.
Okay. Or a glober or not? I don't. According to your profile, I don't think you are though. So I don't see you being one. So what do you think about QE joining Alpha?
That was. I wish you had a better experience. That's the only downfall that we had today. Because X is not as like you guys were saying. It doesn't work well on the PC, so that's the problem. That if it's not something that he can carry over, and it's something that it's easy to learn, it's going to make it hard for him to be in a platform like that. Because people usually like to overtalk, and I was thinking about that too. If he comes in here, it's going to hard to hold. Because if you don't have the mute space button, then they're just going to keep talking, because they want to overtalk him. So that was going to be an issue, which it did manifest.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I think it'll be really cool once you get the OBS thing down, and then that way, like technically, we'll be in the Discord, even in the politics server, or the main server. But to be hosting it, broadcasting it to X, that way it still hits the traffic. You know what I mean? Because you'll be sharing it through your account, and then people will tune in to listen, and then you could just put the link, like, to go to the server. I mean, the same way Nathan Oakley does it with his show, right? He goes on YouTube, but then he has it to go into Discord if you want to join it through there. Or if people just want to listen in, but through X. That's cool too.
I mean, the downside is you won't get the engagement from the X users.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Because when you host a space and you're interacting with it directly, then you have all the engagement from X, and then the listeners, they're not just listeners. That's the only downside, APOC, that I saw from doing that.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, yeah, that's. I guess that's why, like, it would be like, hey, if you guys want to join the conversation, but like, you're right though. Like, who wants to like download Discord, start a profile? Like, that's way too much legwork than just like request to speak.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, if you want to be the host, use the app for now at least.
Or actually, Alpha, what you could do is kind of like what they do on Ballbusters, where he's doing it through YouTube. I'm sorry, where he does it like, remember how Nathan does it, where they have Hangouts where they join in from there, but then they throw it in Discord, and then but they still have their show. So like in other words, we could be here on X, and then throw the stream into Discord. That way they'll be listening to the X. It just got like a reverse of it. You know what I mean? Discord will be listening to the conversation here, but then they can't interact with it. They'll have to come here to interact. You know what I mean? And maybe just start a channel in the main server of like X stream or something. That way, if people want to just interact with it through there.
Yeah, I got 2 iPhones, so I'm thinking about just seeing how it's going to run that way. I'll run with my 2 iPhones that way. One of them be hosting, the other one, I don't know, could be using it to talk or something. I don't know. I'll figure something out. Because I want to use the features that it has,
Yeah. Yeah, it will be nice too. And hopefully we get a lot of those spillover, if you will, from the other chats. There's like 4 Flat Earth chats going on.
Yeah, we were found just by the hashtag.
Yeah, which is good. Which is really good. And I did see that post that she was talking about. Sacred posted, like, does anybody see the stream? He must not have, like, he must have been having problems or something of people seeing it.
I wonder if it's different if I do it off of the phone. If you get more attention that way. I don't know if it... I don't know. I'm kind of tossing on a few things, so...
Yeah.
Let's say we got Steven as a speaker. What's up, Steven? And by the way, Puck, your mic is getting a little feedback when you're not talking. So yeah.
Yeah, my bad. I have the fan. I mean, it's hot for some reason today, so I have the fan. But I'll shut up.
So we got Steven. What's up? What's going on, Steven? What brings you by this space? Hello. Maybe not.
He just wanted to just be a speaker.
Just wanted to have a mic.
Unless it's glitching out again. Maybe reset him. I moved him down. Now moving him back up. Matrix Mav. Oh, another Matrix.
We got a few Matrix.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Matrix, you got comp, man.
Steven, I sent you a mic again. Just to let you know if you want to go ahead and accept it. And Matrix, I sent you a mic as well. And Ramtix, you too. If you guys want to join the conversation, just accept it. Or going through for whatever reason, just request and I'll bring you up. Steven left.
So yeah, if you want to help like with logistics, I can give you the co-host if you're part of 24/7. We'll hook you up. I just wanted QE to actually taste to see what it feels like to be a co-host and see if it didn't go well. It didn't work out. It did not work out, man, at all. I thought it would have been a little bit better, but I guess not. So let's just try it out to see if I don't know, Matrix or Flat Lloyd, if you want to come up here as co-host. I don't know if any one of you. I want to see if you guys can actually mute the space. Maybe it's just the second co-host that can't do it. I don't know.
I'll give it a crack. See how she goes.
Do it, mate.
All right, let's see. Matrix. Let's see if that... And then when you get up here as co-host, see if you can mute the space and then say something. See if it works.
Alrighty. So all I've got is a mute space button. So if I press the...
See? It's not supposed to do that. APOC? That's weird, isn't it? Are you supposed to be able to talk right now, Matrix, while it's muted?
So what happened was when I clicked mute space, it come up with muted by host, and I had a choice to unmute. And when I unmuted, I then had to click my speaker button to talk again.
What?
So if I click mute space now.
Hey, Paul, can you speak?
Wait, yeah, but he's on PC, just like QE. So we need someone on the app.
Oh.
Yep. So it just shows that it's a PC thing. So that's good because we know what happens. So when someone on PC clicks mute, it nukes everyone except for the host.
No, because APOC's on the phone, right?
Yeah, I could talk. Yeah, I'm on the phone.
Yeah.
And I'm able to talk too. When he mutes everybody, I'm able to talk still.
Yeah. So maybe give it to Flat Lloyd and see if Flat Lloyd can talk. Flat Lloyd,
so
are you?
Let's see if.
Must be a PC thing. So how do I bounce down?
I'm on a PC as well.
Oh, shoot.
We'll give it to Remdubs. See if...
Remdubs,
you're on the phone?
I'm on the app, yeah.
All right, let's give it to Rendubs. I will give you the speaker or the co-host for just a moment. See if it.
Sure.
I'm gonna drop Matrix from co-host. Let's see. My goodness. All right, invite Remdubs.
Yeah, because remember when Creation Bear was the second co-host? Like, he was able to mute everyone all the time, remember?
Yeah, let's see. But was he able to talk?
Yeah, he was talking. Okay, go ahead, Remdubs.
All right, yep, hang on.
Okay, so this must be some kind of glitch. It's still showing me as co-host.
It does.
Yeah, it just takes a minute to go away.
I see you as a speaker. I don't see you as co-host. Do you not have the mute space button, Remdubs?
I'm looking for it. Where the hell is
You're
it?
on the phone, right? It should just be on the lower left corner. If you're on the phone.
I don't see it here. Hang on.
I've still got one.
You still got one?
Oh, here it is. I see it now.
Oh, it
just came up for me. Hang on.
Okay.
Yeah. Hang on. All right, I'm gonna
delay
now. All right. So, can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, you're talking,
right.
so it's a
PC thing.
Yeah. So
Darn
use
it.
that.
All right,
They'll probably fix it. at some point.
confirm.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying when Creation Bear was the second host, remember he kept muting people and he was talking over them. Like he was arguing with people and then he just mute everybody.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Remdubs.
Glad we troubleshooted that.
From what I've seen, Alpha, just a quick one. If we create a second account to sit in here, we can sit back on 24/7 and listen, so we can send sound one way or the other way, whichever you want. So you create someone as a host, you have other people, so they're not speakers, they're listeners only, so they can hear from 24/7 in here. You can use OBS to do that quite easy, or vice versa. So you can only send sound one way. That's the only problem.
Yeah, and we're trying to get the interactions to happen on X, because when it gets jumping in here and we got a lot of interactions, we got to have the logistical means to actually interact with X people.
Yeah.
So I think I don't mind doing all of that, but it's going to take away from this particular platform. And I think we're going to not, like APOC was saying, the problem is people aren't going to want to just download Discord and go through the rigmarole of having to go on to Discord. They'll just be like, that's fine. I'm not going to just be.
I mean, in reality, who's on Discord that's not on X?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's just like, you know how people are, man. They're not going to.
I know.
I'm speaking like real, like for real, like this.
Like one button is too many buttons.
Dude, that's too much. You know?
Like, yeah. You mean I gotta click on something? Forget about it. It's just one button. It's just one, but nope, too much. That's one too many.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Any no Globers yet. We need traffic to go through. We need to share it again. Get some people over here. See how we can do that. Went dead silent.
Yeah, just like the globe.
It's like what we go through. Anybody have anything else?
I'm looking forward to the Ball Buster tomorrow.
Oh yeah, he made it really mysterious because he was like, "It's gonna be secret. Like I can't tell you who." Like,
I mean, the subject is flights, right? Just something about them.
Wait, or was that supposed to be today?
Does sound good.
Was it on Thursday? They were saying tomorrow's show is like
It's Saturday 2 Central.
Right. No, but I mean, I think maybe it was yesterday. On Thursday, they were saying tomorrow's show, like it was secret, like they didn't want to say who was gonna be there. So I don't know.
Shit, man, the amount of people we've been talking to, everyone's gonna be there.
I forgot who. Yeah, I think it was Nathan Oakley. I think it was. He was like, "Oh yeah, tomorrow's show is like they didn't want to say. They want to give it up. Who was going to be there?
Is that why he wasn't at
special
politics today?
Maybe. Oh yeah, maybe, huh? Actually, let me check his. Let me see if his YouTube who it ended up being.
Because I know
I missed the show though. Then
he's releasing a book soon. I think.
Yeah, he's.
Now, this is a still frame from a video, and I could post the video if you would like. The video is like 10, 12 minutes long, and you can see the observation. The guy takes the camera, no cuts, places it on the shore, okay? The camera is 8 to 12 inches. We're going to call it 1 foot just to be safe, where the water is lapping up on the beach, okay? So he is at sea level and he is 1 foot above sea level. That would dictate that the water, the hill, the sagitta, the tangent point, whatever you want to call it, is in excess of that. Would that change your position?
Wait, let me see. So like this is there's no like cuts or edits or anything in this picture?
No, and I'll give you the video. Okay, I'm going to go into my YouTube and I'll post the video and you can watch it. But right there at 8 minutes past the hour, I posted an image of a still shot from this video. Can you tell me in that particular still shot, because we have a couple of oil rigs and those oil rigs are distance demarcations. That's all they are. They just tell us how far away we are from the observer, which is 6 miles and 9.41 miles, respectively. Where is the horizon in relations to those distance demarcations?
Oh, yeah, you can't really tell. Like, it's only like which one's big and smaller that tells you like how big and small they are.
No, I'm asking you about the horizon. You said the horizon was the Earth curve. This is water. Where is the horizon in relation to those two?
Probably behind both of them. Low key.
Okay, terrific. So if the horizon is behind both of these distance demarcations, which are oil platforms, and this is off the coast of California. This is Santa Barbara, California. You can still go there today. Those two oil rigs are still there, okay? And you can make this observation yourself, granted, in this video, which I'll post right now. Just let me do that because I want you to go look at this video, watch it, and then tell me what you think. If this is CGI, bullshit, tomfoolery, amateurness, or whatever. But I don't even know where you're at in the world, but you could probably do this over a body of water yourself if you had distance demarcations. Okay? I'm going to do this right now. If that's the case, would you, with me, and I'm not trying to bullshit you or anything, would you say that it's safe to assume that if that one last platform is at 9.41, let's just round it nice and easy, is the horizon at 10 miles?
Wait, let me see. I'm going to watch the video.
Okay, you can watch the video and then come back.
Okay, so he's done like a test on the water. And then he zooms into them 9.4 miles and one that's 9.6.2. Oh, and he's done it on like the same water level and stuff. I'll be honest, I don't know how to explain that. Like, I'm watching the video, but I don't know how to explain it. Like, it looks like it's on the same level as him, you know? Like, it's all flat.
Okay. Now, it's a 10-minute video, so watch all the way through. He's going to take that camera, he's going to put it on the shoreline, right? This is no BS. In fact, I would encourage anybody, at least on a calm day, and I know that the ocean's not calm all the time, but on a calm day where you don't have a ton of wake, to do something like this and see what your results are, because this is an observation. And if we have distance demarcations, then we could call it a measurement, if you like. But if we have a measurement with distance demarcations and a horizon that is supposedly, according to the heliocentric claim, the geometric tangent point of the Earth curve that we're measuring to, then the entire globe model and the heliocentric religion is debunked. Why? Because at 1 foot observer height, geometrically, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles, blocking off those oil rigs and anything beyond those at a, we'll call it a progressive rate, because the Earth curve it's an exponential rate, right? It's supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared. It is a rate of drop from horizontal. Well, if that geometry is debunked by this one observation, then the entire model is debunked. Now, I'm not asking you to answer me at this point. I think you should watch the entire video. You know.
Yeah, I'm looking through right now, like the part where he goes like on his knees and he's like doing it from the floor, you know?
Right. Yeah, he's got a little tripod and he sets that camera on the tripod right where the water's lapping up on the sand. Believe it or not, the actual height of the camera is 8 inches. 8 inches above sea level. But we like to deal with things that are nice and round and accurate, so we just round it up to a foot. So we give the globe a few more inches.
Fair enough. So wait, why do you think like the government like hide it from us though? Like, what's your reasoning for that?
Is this your concession? Are you agreeing that the government is obviously lying about the shape of the Earth?
By the way, I think the government's lying about a lot of stuff. Like, I don't really trust the government. Like, they used to have, like, they had the CIA files of them testing drugs on kids, like LSD on kids and stuff to see if it'll give them.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about that too much, just for the sake of terms of service for the server and YouTube, by the way, because this is being live streamed on YouTube. I don't know if you were aware of that.
Oh,
but full disclosure. No, it's fine. But let's just all agree that we are aware that the governing authority is less than honest, right?
Yeah, 100%. They've lied about so much.
Right. So would we be surprised if the governing authority, whoever they are, would also promote and encourage the idea that you lived on a spinning water ball in an ever-expanding vacuum to children at an institutional level that we like to call public schools? Would we be surprised?
Not necessarily, no.
Not necessarily. Okay, that's a fair answer. So why would they do it? Well, probably for the same reasons that they do all the other things that they do. Now, their ultimate goal, I'm not going to divine their thoughts. I have my own speculations, but I'm not going to try and give you a definite as to why the governing authority does what it does. Okay, let's just go ahead and look at the evidence, which is number one, because I'm going to provide another photo for you. You ready? This one's going to mess you up a little bit, but I'm going to do it anyway. So hang tight. It's the same place, the same guy, the same observation, but let's see what the horizon does. All right, you ready? I know I'm being a little bit anticlimactic here because I got to find it. Here we go. So it's 17 minutes after the hour. I have another image. Do you see it?
Wait. It kind of looks like the one on the left is a bit lower than the one on the right.
Right. So we have the same guy, the same camera, the same location, and essentially the same observation. And now the horizon is in a different location. Why? Why do you think?
Because the water level changes and stuff.
Now, does the water level change, or is the horizon truly a geometric thing, or is it an apparent thing? Means it looks like it is, at a place, but maybe not actually. Because if we have two different photos and the horizon is two different places, that means that the horizon is not something that you can measure to, because optically or observably, it will change its location depending on the day, the ocean conditions, the weather conditions, so on and so forth.
But I'm not gonna lie, that the one on the left?
Yeah.
It looks shorter than the one on the right. But in the first picture, they're both the same height.
No, they're not.
The first picture, they look about the same height.
I don't think they're even close.
Yeah, look.
The first image, same height? No.
Yeah,
in reality, they are the same height above sea level, and that requires a flat Earth. But angularly and perspectively, they are not the same height. And if you're telling me those are both just apparently the same height, I don't know what to do with you.
Like around the same-ish. They look like the one on the bottom right looks taller than the one on the top. Like this photo on the bottom, it looks taller than the one on the top. Does that make sense? The one on the left.
Describe that again. So the one on the left is angularly smaller.
Yeah, I'm talking about
this. To be lower.
I replied to it in the chat on the photo.
Yeah, it looks smaller. Even in the same, like both observations, they both look. The one on the left looks smaller, and
like
both.
most of it's getting covered by the water because of the curve. Don't you think?
What curve?
Like the Earth's curve, you know?
There's no Earth curve. What Earth curve are you talking about?
I think there's an Earth curve there.
So you're going to maintain your subjective position that no matter what, even though I've shown you that geometrically the entire globe model is debunked by one photograph, you're going to maintain that somehow the horizon is geometrically a tangent point or the sagitta of the Earth curve.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there's nothing I can do for you. Thanks for stopping by.
It looks like there's a curve like on the water, you know? That's why it's way shorter than the one on the right.
Bro, do you see the difference in the photographs? You have a horizon behind and a horizon at, let's say it meets the first one, 6 miles, which, by the way, still debunks the globe. I want to let you know that.
I don't really get it, I'll be honest with you. Like, it just that the one, the new photo you sent me, it shows that like the second oil rig, the further one, looks shorter in size than the one on the right because of like a curve. So of course it's going to be.
So you're saying that the horizon is Earth curve, right? You're saying the horizon is Earth curve?
Not really, but like, can you just see the one on the left in the picture that I replied to with the words?
Yeah, I know. I see what you're saying. Let me ask you a question. Do things angularly, the farther you go away from them, do they decrease in size? Yes or no? In apparent size. They do decrease in size?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if it looks smaller because it's farther away, then there's no problem here.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Fair enough.
So if things decrease in angular apparent size with distance, what's your point?
I don't really know. I'll be honest with you. Like, I just think, but like, I still want to go back to like, why do you think the government hides it though? That's just like my main reason.
Well, we already talked about that. I'm not going to speculate. I mean, I could speculate with you all day. I can't necessarily.
What's your opinion on it though?
The motivations. What's my opinion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you want my opinion, my speculation, even though it's not Sunday, the governing authority is going to promote an alternative reality or a false reality to the public to believe, if they so choose, because the public is willfully ignorant and doesn't take the intellectual authority for themselves to find out what actually is true. And that means that the government, knowing that the public is willfully ignorant, will believe everything that they feed to them. And therefore, they will control the thoughts and the intent and ultimately the moral standard of the public, because the public is none the wiser and doesn't seem to care. And they'll essentially rape you and extort you and make you slaves. That's their purpose.
Oh. Do you think Jeffrey Epstein was hired by the Israeli?
We're not talking about Jeffrey Epstein, bro. If you want to talk about that, go somewhere else.
No, but this is LinkedIn, Loki.
No, it's not LinkedIn at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
Because if you think about it, the government hiding the Earth being flat, and the government hiding that the Israeli intelligence had dealings with Jeffrey Epstein, it's all the same thing.
If you say so.
It's all the same show, just different episodes, you know what I mean?
I suppose so, if you think so. But objectively, the Earth is measured to be navigated and practically used as a flat and stationary enclosed plane. That is across the board. Why would I think that we're moving?
I'm just asking, do you think we're moving?
No, let me ask you, do you think that you're moving?
Probably.
What do you mean probably? I'm asking you, do you right now feel, experience any motion whatsoever?
No, not really. But like, if you think about it, when you're in a car, there's this thing like when you're driving, you don't really feel like your body's moving at 80 miles per hour or like whatever, you know? Like maybe you might feel the downforce a bit, but like...
Sure it does. When I'm driving, I feel the motion. And by the way, this is a false equivalence. I'll tell you why. Because if you're traveling straight down a highway, if that is not going to be analogous to the angular velocity claimed by the globe. So you're not traveling in a straight line. You're traveling in essentially an arc or an angular path on the outside of a spinning water ball that at the equator is 1,038 miles per hour. So I don't know what latitude you're particularly at, but you should be experiencing anywhere between, let's say that you're in the north, anywhere between 1,000 mile per hour breezes to, let's say, 600 mile per hour breezes. Do you experience that wind? You got a 600 mile per hour wind out your window?
No, not today.
Okay, so if there's no 600 miles per hour breeze, because everything not attached to the non-inertial spinning reference frame would deflect at that particular rate. So if you don't have anywhere between 600 to 1,000 mile per hour wind, you're not moving. And you're also not experiencing an angular acceleration because you're not on a spinning water ball.
Fair enough.
Remember, there's more than one vector here. There's like, let's see, there's 1, 2, there's either 3 or 5, but just remember they say you're on a spinning ball, but they say that spinning ball is orbiting the sun at 66,600 miles per hour, and that the sun is orbiting a black hole in the center of the galaxy at like 155 million miles per hour or something like that. 155 something, you know? And then they say that black hole in the center of the galaxy is moving a direction itself, potentially, away from the center of the universe. So that's 4 different vectors at extreme speeds, which would involve acceleration and deceleration, you know, of someone on the surface of the Earth scenario. So what I'm saying is, in the heliocentric model, in the globe model, in the globe paradigm, when you're standing on a patch of dirt in Panama, you're not going the same speed around the sun throughout the day. You're going one speed at one point in time of the day when you're going with the rotation of the Earth. But when the rotation of the Earth is, you know, causing you to go in a speed in the other direction at another 12 hours later, then you're going, you know, a slower speed around the sun in that paradigm. But this increase in speed and decrease in speed has never been demonstrated, measured, observed, or anything. We're just supposed to believe it. I just remembered something funny I was saying to myself a few years back, just for fun, which is that I just say to myself, "Oh yeah, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, yet the kitchen sink is stationary."
I think I might prove the globe in a couple of weeks. Go do an actual experiment or observation. Sorry.
So it hasn't been proven yet. You're still trying.
I'm just proving it to myself. I'm going to go. There's a town I grew up called Pyramid Hill, and it's named after a hill that's a pyramid. I know, very original. But the surrounding area doesn't have a lot of elevation change. So I'm going to go up to the top of the hill. And if I look out directly to the sunset, I'm going to download the Theodolite app and see if the sun crosses the eye line on the Theodolite app before setting. If it does that, then it can't be due to perspective. It has to actually be dropping in angle below 90 degrees from me as it sets, which would violate observations from all around the world if it was flat. So it has to be curve.
Did you do that personally?
Yeah, I just want to go back to the hill and climb it with my kids because I used to climb it all the time when I was a kid. So I'm going to do that around sunset and do it personally with just a Theodolite app on my phone.
Nice. Though, to be honest, I don't know to what extent is the gyro in the casual mobile phone reliable.
Was that Embo typing away?
No, it's me.
Not this time.
Were any of you guys affected by the hurricane?
Oh shit, hi dog.
Yo.
Yo. So, how's Flat Earth arguing been today?
No arguments today. I just told him I was going to do an observation to prove the shape of the Earth in a couple of weeks and asked how the hurricane's gone.
Okay, okay.
I think it'll be pretty definitive proof too. Like, there's no other way to explain it. Dropping past your alarm from six.
Dogs or gods, in your observation, is the horizon going to be blocking the sun?
Well, this could be a bummer not to have him around anymore. Once he finally has proof in hand, it'll be like an end of an era.
I guess.
Why do you say that, Crit?
Well, there wouldn't be any reason to come around anymore.
Why do you say that?
Because you've got the answer you've been looking for in hand.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. I come here to test my views against people.
It'd be move on to greater and bigger things, like.
Oh, I thought you meant like you guys would finally move on. My bad.
Oh no, there's nothing new under the sun. Nothing will change.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying, Chris. So you're saying that once I get proof that I'm going to stop coming here? I don't see the connection.
Yeah, you'd open your Globe channel and talk about the Globe if Globe.
Why?
You got your proof.
That's not my motive. That's assuming my motivation for coming here. Why are you assuming my motivation?
Oh. You're a bad Crit. Dogs, let me just ask you, what is your motivation for coming here?
My motivation is to test my ability to speak and my ability to come up with logical arguments against people who disagree with me, and also to learn why people disagree with me.
Okay.
Well, you've been bombing at that for quite a while. Like, I don't think this observation is going to help that.
Yeah, I know. It's absolutely terrible.
Right.
I bombed so hard that after I left, you guys had to ban me for a couple of days.
What are you talking about? You're here right now.
I know. That's because it was...
Yeah, there would be
and
no
you
shadows.
You will have the radius and the circumference of that table. Even
if it was a table, there would be no shadows if the light was infinitely far away, right?
No, you assume, like I told you, that
the shadows would be directly under the.
Have you ever heard about pool tables? They have that light bulb just above.
Yeah, and then put that light bulb infinitely far away. What would happen?
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh!
That's your assumption.
Yes, I know. That's what Eratosthenes did. So what would happen to the shadows if you put? So what would happen to the shadows if you put the light infinitely far away?
It wouldn't.
Okay.
No, I mean,
listen,
like
everybody.
a hypothetical light that could go through.
What I'm trying to
Necros, stop. You got them on an all messed up track. All we have are elevation angles to a celestial object. And those angles are different in different places. But at the same time, depending on the time of day, the elevation angles to the sun will change if you stay stationary. This proves nothing about living on a ball. You cannot make an assumption that you're on a ball to do this. What you have is a flat plane measuring elevation angles to the sun. You don't know the distance to the sun, so this is entirely pointless to talk about Eratosthenes. Anybody got a problem with that?
Well, I think it's
unless you have a distance to the sun. Anybody got a distance to the sun that they can verify for me?
Yeah, it's got to be close, like that last guy said, because we have shadows.
Is close a distance?
No, it's just close enough to have shadows. If you move the light source away, like on the table, like Necros was saying, the light will disperse due to the inverse square law, and you won't have shadows.
We have shadows on the ground. We're measuring the length of those shadows, which would be an elevation angle. This is a flat earth we're using here. Eratosthenes used a flat earth. So I don't know why we're talking about this as if it's some kind of globe proof.
He was talking about it like that.
It's only fair. If it's a globe proof, then it's a flat earth proof.
Well, I'm saying that it's a globe proof. I was just going with the hypothetical.
We don't do hypotheticals here. We deal with reality and what we can observe and what we can measure. Does anybody have any measurements to the sun that they'd like to verify today? Or how big it is? How about that?
Sorry, I'd also like to point out that example was not an observation. They did not observe curve. So
no, they didn't. They observed shadows. That's it.
That's true. They calculated it based on that like experiment or / hypothetical, right? Like you do science based on hypotheticals, I thought.
This is not science at all.
No, that's not science.
No, like you make like a model of what you would expect to see.
It's not a model either.
Well, the model is the hypothesis.
No, it isn't.
What's a hypothetical?
I believe the measurement.
Hypothesis, right?
Yeah, that's an equivocation fallacy now. This is an equivocation fallacy.
Hypothetical.
Okay. You're obviously ignorant and belligerent. That's an equivocation. A hypothesis is very specific in science, natural science, and the scientific method to be specific. So, you can't just go, oh, it's a hypothetical, therefore it's a hypothesis. It's a composition fallacy as well. You don't even know what you're talking about. So, either give me what this is. At best, it's an observation of lengths of shadows. That is all. You measured a shadow. Now what? What's the sun?
Right.
What's its distance?
I agree 100. I agree with Seisu. Gravenson, do you have a reason of why this would prove a globe Earth by any shadow of a doubt? Or can we move on to the next? Hey, can somebody unmute him?
Who, Lucas?
Unmute whoever Gravenson is.
Yeah, we can move on. Yeah, I'm not like tied to anything. I was just exploring.
Awesome. I just wanted to make sure. So Eratosthenes is not a globe proof for you, right?
Yeah, definitely not. No.
Perfect. Do you have a globe proof?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I just like exploring these. Yeah.
Awesome. Is there any globe earther in here that has a globe proof? Like similar to the test that we've shown as far as the too far test and things of that nature. Does any globe earther in here have a proof? All right. Great job, Seisu. And sorry, I didn't want to be like the ultimatum guy or something, but it's just like we were getting nowhere, and I don't think that the guy was trying to prove a globe Earth. And if we're not proving a globe Earth with Eratosthenes, and we can all agree there, then it's like, okay, it's not a proof. Let's move on.
Moment of silence for the globe.
Yeah, sorry, I got belligerent when I was spurging about hypothetical and hypothesis, but I genuinely think
it's no worries, man.
It's just that I believe that. That's all I believe. Yeah.
It's just with us. Okay. I'm gonna say with me first, and so I promise you, I'm sorry, but I didn't mean to cut you off. But every time we've had these conversations with globe earthers, there's not one that don't bring up this hypothetical world and this hypothetical space and hypothetical test to prove something. It's every time we prove it with the actual ground that we live on, with the ground-based tests, ground-based observations, from planes to plane surveying on the ground, everything. It's like these are things that are undeniable. It's only the globe earthers that say, okay, well, let's say we hypothetically had, a flat earth and there was, no atmosphere, blah, 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 blah. How far away can you see? And, it's dumb shit. And yeah, sorry, sir. So I just had to get that out, man. I just cannot stand when the globe earthers have to go to La La Land and Narnia to try to make a point.
Well, like the scientific method itself, like to test anything in reality or in the universe, like you'd have to like make a hypothetical and see if your observations match that, and then if they match it, then your hypothetical was correct or is in line with your observation, at least. Like, you know what I mean? And if it's not observation, then your hypothesis is dumb.
Okay, so
right? We all agree with that.
I'm going to call you out on this. Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I respond?
Go ahead.
You have to be extremely precise with your words when you're talking about natural science and the scientific method. Mm-hmm. Hypothetical is not a hypothesis. Hypothesis is very specific. It has two constituent parts to it. Do you know what those two constituent parts are?
Let's see. I'm not sure off the top of my head. Like there'd be an if. No, I'm not sure actually.
Okay. Very specifically, I'm gonna give you a freebie here. You need to have a dependent variable. That would be your observed natural phenomena, and then you would have to have an independent variable, which would you would vary and manipulate the researcher himself to see if he could cause the effect or the phenomena, the dependent variable. These are two very specific things. The
Are you sure that's in
independent
the
variable.
hypothesis, though?
Yes.
I think that might be in
Your
the
hypothesis. No. These are the parts of the hypothesis. Then you conduct the experiment based on your hypothesis.
Yeah, they're in it because that's what you're testing.
So, like, you guys don't make hypotheses then?
No, of course people make hypotheses.
No, like flat earthers.
You have to make the hypotheses. Of course we do. But this is not a topic. Yeah, this is not a cause and effect relationship here. We're talking about, at the end of the day, what would the observation be? Okay, so let's try and make a hypothesis here with, let's say, Eratosthenes. What is the observed natural phenomena?
Shadows.
Okay, shadows. What would be your presumed cause? Well, it's got to be one or the other.
Like shadows and the source of light that are creating the shadow, right?
Are you going to observe a shadow?
And geometry, and I guess geometry.
Holy cow. So you don't have it, you don't like hypotheses? You can only have one naturally occurring phenomena to test. Are you going to test geometry as a dependent variable?
Huh? How would you? You could only test the shadows, like.
Well, you said geometry.
Yeah, like how would you test?
You added a bunch of things. Oh, and the sun and geometry. So you have three things in a dependent variable. That's not a dependent variable, friend. You have one observed natural phenomena. You were right the first time. You said shadows. Shadow is the thing that we're observing. I go outside.
Shadow is the dependent variable. Yeah, and the independent is the sun and geometry, right?
No. If I vary geometry, then shadow. I cause a shadow by varying geometry. Show me in an experiment.
Geometry is independent of the shadow. The shadow is dependent on the geometry.
You're equivocating.
Why are you bringing up
geometry?
Geometry is math. Geometry is a concrete noun. It's math. So it doesn't do anything. It doesn't cause anything. What does geometry cause?
Nothing.
Okay, so that's not a presumed cause of your dependent variable. Now you're going to say, oh, well, I'm going to vary and manipulate the sun. Okay, if you want to call that your independent variable, can you vary and manipulate the sun?
No. Okay, I guess, yeah.
No.
One variable would be your position on Earth as well, right?
Well, at best, if we have a shadow that we're trying to figure out what makes shadows, I mean, this is not going to be a hardcore experiment, right? It's essentially the blocking out of light, wouldn't you say? So if obstruction, then shadow. Fair enough? I take the obstruction away, no more shadow. I put the obstruction back, I have a shadow. That's it.
And what's the independent variable?
Obscurity, obstruction, right? Physical obstruction of light. That would be the independent variable. That's the thing that I can manipulate. I can put something in front of the light source and cause a shadow. I take the object away, I have no shadow. So I have confirmed my independent variable. If obstruction, then shadow. Yay, we scienced shadows. Now, if you wanted to make this, turn this into geometry, then we're not doing science
Shadow
anymore.
would be the independent variable, and the obstruction would be the dependent, because you're changing the obstruction, and the shadow is coming from the obstruction.
The obstruction is my presumed cause of shadows, obstructing light.
Right. So the
shadow
dependent variable would be the obstruction.
Variable is no.
Yeah, because that's what you're moving, and like that's what the researcher. That's what the researcher. That's what the researcher can manipulate.
The only thing I can manipulate is the obstruction to create the shadow.
That's why it's the dependent variable.
No, the dependent variable is the naturally observed phenomena. You already said that it was shadow. You were correct.
I might have mixed them up. Yeah, you're right. I might have mixed them up.
There you go. Independent is the cause.
True.
What's causing the effect? Yeah.
Dependent variable. Yeah. I think the words are just
the effect is the dependent variable. Dependent is the effect.
Okay.
So now, if we want to transition to lengths of shadows, we have abandoned natural science and now we're into geometry. Okay, we're going to measure a shadow. So you're going to take a yardstick, tape measure, I don't care what it is, and you're going to measure the length of the shadow, but you better be really damn quick, because apparently the sun is traversing across the sky at 15 degrees per hour. So for just 1 second, it's going to be that length. The next second, it's going to be a different length. So we have a length of shadow. Now, what can we derive from the length of the shadow on the ground? That, of course, is a horizontal linear measurement. Not much. We could get an elevation angle from that, and that's what Eratosthenes did. So he has an elevation angle and can get a distance to the GP of the sun using that elevation angle. That's all he can do. That also is a horizontal linear distance. Or we can just say the shadow is this long. But that's it. That's why Eratosthenes is kind of so silly, because it's just an elevation angle at best. Any other attempt at trying to determine the shape of the Earth using a horizontal measurement is going to be affirming the consequent, because you have to bake in a whole bunch of other assumptions that you don't have any evidence for in the first place. Why would you assume that the Earth is round? There's no hypothesis. It's just geometry here. We're only dealing with geometry.
Right, like I was just
not an experiment.
The hypothesis thing, like, so the hypothesis would be like, if the shadow does X, then X, I guess, or then Y, or whatever. Like that's a hypothesis.
No, because shadows don't cause things. Well, I mean, they cause
observed to
my eyes X. To use. Go ahead.
If the shadow, yeah, I should have said it. If the shadow is observed to do X, then anything, I guess, like whatever. Then that would be your hypothesis.
So what do shadows do?
Like I'm just trying to get what a hypothesis is. That's all I'm really asking about, in like the scientific method.
Well, you could look at the you could try to figure out the presumed cause of the shadow, but shadows don't necessarily do anything.
True. I'm not saying I'm not saying anything about shadows in this instance. I'm just saying a hypothesis would look like if shadows are observed to do X, then something. And then the observation would be shadow does X, therefore the something is correct, or whatever, or shadow doesn't do X, then the shadow is, you know what I mean?
Well, in this scenario, what is your naturally observed phenomena? That would be my question to you. Because what do shadows do other than just be the absence of direct light?
It is funny to me when people say, well, no, Eratosthenes proved it with this yada, 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 right? All they're saying is time zones prove the globe. I mean, it's ridiculous.
But I was just talking about like the scientific method in general. I wasn't even talking about Eratosthenes anymore.
It's just to find out the cause of an effect. That's the scientific method.
You make a hypothetical. Yeah, you make a hypothetical.
You don't make it out of what? What do you make it out of?
Your mind.
Okay.
Like a thought experiment. Yeah, like you do a thought experiment first. Based on, of course, natural phenomena that you observe, right? First. And then like you are trying to figure out why this natural phenomena is doing the thing that it does. And then you make a thought experiment. Oh, if this thing is doing X, then it should do X, or then I expect it to do Y or whatever.
An expectation is not an experiment.
No. Expectations are 100% like what experiments are based off. Like that's how you conclude that. That's how you conclude that the experiment, that's how you conclude your hypothesis was correct.
Yeah, if you can't manipulate the cause in your mind, whatever it is, then can you prove anything with it?
No. You have to. You actually have to experiment. No, you make the thought experiment, and then you test it in real life. You do experiments about your hypothesis, about your thought experiment, and if your observations in real life match your hypothesis, then that matches your hypothesis. If it doesn't, then you can throw your hypothesis out. Then the hypothesis is bull.
You're being really, really broad about
your thought experiment is garbage if it doesn't match observations. In reality,
if you can't manipulate the cause to get
no. Do you accept that? Do you accept that?
Oh, you ramble. You ramble on the weird stuff.
I made it so simple. I made it 3 words for you.
Dude,
I literally just summarized
pseudoscience, dude. I mean, if your experiment that you want to talk about.
No, I just want to get to
they asked about the scientific method, not about how you would do a thought experiment in your head to validate your thinking.
Okay, if you do a scientific experiment,
the two things, a thought experiment and the scientific method. Now we're going back and forth.
No, I'm saying the hypothesis is a thought experiment.
Yeah, you got to think about it first. I got you. What does that mean?
So you hold that in your head. That's your literal, that's what you're experimenting on.
Awesome, Graveson. Awesome.
So look, if your observations do not match your thought experiment / hypothesis, then your thought experiment / hypothesis is thrown out. You throw it out.
All you got to do now is change your mind and you change the cause.
Yep, that's correct. You have to change it, right? You can't keep that thought experiment. You throw it in the garbage, right, Tanks? You throw that thought experiment right in the garbage. Right? No. You throw it in the garbage because it doesn't match observation. It doesn't. It's not real.
Relax.
No. I'm just getting him to
We have to be very specific. Okay. We don't do thought experiments. We do actual experiments. Hypothesis actualization. That's how experiment is sort of defined. Now, hypothesis is defined in a couple kinds of ways, or your independent variable. It is your presumed cause of an effect, or some people use the term educated guess. But you were close. If hypothesis, or better yet, if the experiment does not match observation, then yes, you can throw it out. However, in natural science, there is sort of this, we'll call it anti-hypothesis. In the hypothesis, you can have a dependent variable, an independent variable, and a null. The null is what occurs when the independent variable does not successfully create the effect that you are looking to prove. So, if the independent variable does not create the dependent variable or cause the dependent variable, then you have confirmed your null hypothesis, which is right. So X does whatever I tried instead of an obstruction. Pixie dust does not cause shadows. Therefore, I've validated my null. Pixie dust does not cause shadows.
Very true. Yeah, you can have multiple hypotheses in the same experiment, right? Yeah, and
only 2. You can only have one presumed cause.
Right. That's what
and a null.
I should have said that. And proving either one would prove the hypothesis incorrect or correct, right?
Well, you'd at least prove a null if your presumed cause didn't work, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta bounce. You guys have fun.
Anyways, let me ask like a genuine question here.
So demanding.
Okay, you want to answer my question? If you believe that the Earth is flat, how come every other planet in our solar system is very observably a sphere?
Yeah. Well, we're not. Yeah. Well, I believe all this stuff, but we don't live on a planet. We live on the Earth. The things in the sky seem to work towards like our benefit, and they're all working around the Earth. Specifically, people map it out with Polaris at the center, and then the body is rotating around Polaris. Whether you have the sun at the center, or going around the center, and the planets going around the center. If you have all the planets going around the sun, which is going around the center, it's all mapped out as Earth being the center.
Well, the question was about sphericity of the planets.
Yeah, why is everything
apparent sphericity, I should say.
Why are they? Well, I mean, what on Earth is round? Why are you saying
we're asking about the planet? We're asking about the planets. Though.
Why are they round?
I mean, so think about it. Stars are spheres of gas. Planets are spheres of gas or mass, like solid or whatever. Everything in space kind of acts as a sphere. But why is the Earth flat in that case?
Saturn has rings. Are they sphere rings or?
Yes. Saturn has rings. That's caused. Okay. We can explain that, right? Scientifically.
I'm just saying they're not a sphere.
They're circular. Are you happy? But okay, that doesn't negate my question, right? Everything else is a sphere. Why is the Earth flat?
You're assuming spheres. How do you get depth perception looking through a telescope?
With the moons passing in front of them.
Also, and you can
the shadows on the spheres.
They're just lights in the sky, kids.
Oh, there's shadows on the spheres. Matrix, but there's shadows. There's shadows on the spheres.
Yes, all the shadows.
Oh no! See, he's getting mad about the shadows on the spheres.
The shadows.
Yeah, but I'm saying you can observe Jupiter spinning around in a fucking circle and see all sides of it. It's a sphere.
No, you don't. You don't see that. Nobody sees that. But
yes, if I was to set up my camera, if I was to set up my telescope outside right now with a camera, and I could record for the whole course of I don't know how long it would take specifically for Jupiter to do a full rotation, but you could observe photos of it from different angles, and it's a sphere. Are we denying that all the other planets are spheres now?
Absolutely.
But Saturn has rings.
The fuck does that have to do with anything?
Saturn's rings aren't rings per se. They are just oddly dense,
rings aren't spheres
of asteroids.
They're like rocks and asteroids surrounding Saturn.
Yeah, they're not like classical depictions of rings. They're literally just like rows of asteroids.
Hey, and just so you are aware, what's her name? Demanding Leo. They claim that there's beer planets, there's platinum planets, there's gas planets, there's literal flat planets. What you just said is absolutely incorrect. There's no one shape of anything in the sky. Just like the guy said, Saturn has rings around it. One is claimed to have 4 different. Go ahead.
But almost everything, all the planets that we observe in our solar system are spherical. They have some variation, like Jupiter is a gas giant, Saturn has rings, other planets have 100 and something moons, right? But they are all spherical in shape. They're not perfectly spherical, but they're all spherical.
So I just posted for you in the chat 3 different videos, all of stars through telescopes, Nikon P100s. I'm sorry, P900, telescopes and things of that nature. So if you want, I mean, you can bring some of the
Stars
pictures.
are not the planets. Okay, listen.
I mean, but this is what I'm saying. You're saying look in the sky, and because that's spherical, we must be it. So I'm saying, okay, when you look at a star, we must be a star too, based on your logic.
That's not. That is not at all my logic. A star is
your logic is look in the sky, and if you see a lot of round things, then we are round. That is your logic.
No, okay, listen. A star is completely different because a star is constantly reactions are happening. It's not going to be a perfect example.
They're round.
Are they round?
They are circular in shape if you observe them very closer. But if you're looking from a distance, they're going to look a bit different.
All right, if you don't get my point by now, it's cool. But yeah, look in the sky and just tell yourself that can prove what you want.
I have a telescope. You can observe stars.
I do too.
Yes, and
I misunderstood
you're looking
your question.
from a shitty telescope where you can't really get a great magnification. The star is going to look like that, kind of plus sign looking thing. Kind of like the third photo that you posted. Right.
What does the back of the moon look like in your telescope, or the sides of it, or any face that has never been seen by all of recorded humanity? For you to tell me what's the exact size of it or shape of it, what's behind it?
The moon rotates. You can see multiple sides of it.
You've never seen the moon rotate.
And that's why
you've never seen the moon rotate.
That's why you see the crescent. And the different
if
phases
you saw
of the moon
rotate, you would see the other sides of the moon. They tell you that it's literally tidally locked, so you never ever see any rotation of the moon.
But you see the crescent of the moon for a reason.
Yeah, can you take back what you said? That's not the rotation.
Can you take back what you said? That you see that the moon that you can see the moon rotating.
You can't see the moon rotate, but you can see the planets rotate.
Nope.
Okay, I will concede on that one. Right? Sorry, my bad. Right.
Okay.
But you can see the planets rotate. There are pictures of Jupiter from different angles. Yes or no?
No, you can't. Stop it. There's no thing in land.
What do you mean? There are pictures of Jupiter from different angles. I can Google them right now.
We're talking about Jupiter, the one that's got that storm that's always visible.
So just to make sure, you're trying to draw the conclusion that because you see spherical objects in the sky, we must be a sphere. Is that correct?
No, but I'm saying that every other planet in our solar system is a sphere, right?
What planet?
Why would
we don't agree with that?
But I'm saying that I believe that every planet in our solar system is a sphere, right?
How do you prove that claim?
You're saying that everything but Earth is a sphere. Why? Can you explain to me the reasoning?
Well, we didn't say any of that. We didn't say any of that. We said Earth is a realm that we live on. The elevation is horizontal. That's how we measure everything. Water lies horizontal while at rest. Just so happens to be we have something called a horizon of a water line that means horizontal. So now I don't know what that means to you guys, but if horizontal everywhere doesn't mean horizontal, that's kind of weird. So if we live on this plane called Earth, to look up at birds and say we're on a bird now would be fucking weird. We've already measured what we're on. To look up and say we're on a tree leaf because the leaf floated down from the air or a raindrop.
Those are not comparisons. You know that.
That is a very
what else are we on that we look up at?
No, that's a very stupid analogy.
Airplanes?
Those are things on Earth. We're talking about planets. We're talking about things outside.
What is a planet? I'm looking at a bird planet. Fly above me. We must be a bird.
Obviously, are you telling me that you don't know what the definition of a planet is?
I'm telling you, you have no fucking clue on how to demonstrate to me what a planet is, and it's your claim, your religious belief of a planet.
Land in the sky.
This has nothing to do with religion.
No, it actually.
Yeah, it does. Because you're the only one that believes this crazy bird planet shit. That you see stuff in the air, and that means you're one of those. That's weird. That's just odd. And you think it's funny too, or else you wouldn't have laughed. It's just
no, I think that you're being ridiculous. A bird is something on Earth. Obviously, we're not fucking bird shaped, right?
I'll tell you what ridiculous is. In your law, one of those so-called planets happens to be a gas giant. So how do you have gas pressure without a container?
Gravity, my friend.
Gravity, my friend. Gravity doesn't affect gas. We all know that. Come on, child, step up.
Oh my fucking god.
You do realize that Jupiter has an atmosphere. It has storms. It has.
Excellent. How do you have gas pressure without a container? Without the container, the gas would fuck off into the space. Remember,
actually, when you have a
because the gas is dense. It's dense than everything around
so-called
it.
planets
It has an
are
atmosphere.
a violation of natural law.
Hey,
They're just
Matrix.
lights in the sky.
If we had a container, all the gas pressures would equalize, and we wouldn't have different pressures at different heights in the Earth. So why does that happen?
Every single phase stratifies itself according to density. More dense things go to the bottom, less dense things go to the top. Solids
Not in
do
a
it,
container.
liquids do it, gases do it.
No, in a container they equalize.
Yes, they do. They all do
Yeah.
it.
So then why isn't all the pressure equalized across the entire Earth?
In a given volume, it is equal.
No, it's one container. You just made that claim.
That's right, it's in a container. Correct. Well done. Welcome to Flat Earth. Have a nice day.
Yeah, so then why do we have different pressures at different heights if it's not in a pressurized container that equalize?
Put it this way, mate. If it wasn't in a container, you wouldn't be breathing now. All the gas would fuck off and you'd be dead.
Then where does all the oxygen go? How does oxygen? Because oxygen's a gas. How does that stay in our planet?
That was a good job sidestepping my question, Matrix, with another question. Good job.
Yeah, well, someone else was talking over the top of you. You can thank him for that.
I mean, he was just making fun of you the whole time, but whatever.
Listen, guys, we live in a dynamic system.
Was I making fun of somebody, you said?
I don't know. The system that you guys are calling Earth, right, with the sun, the seasons, the tides, all of these things come into play. The temperature change in the air, all of these things cause gas to move. The gas is made at the ground level, so it's not equal because it's in motion. But it's trying to equalize. That's why we have the motion. If everything, like the guy said, if everything was equal, then it would be at a state of rest, right? But it's not at a state of rest because it's trying to equalize.
Okay, to go back to that guy's point, you do the whole, how does a gas planet exist? You do realize that gas giants have solid cores, right?
Everybody know that.
Exactly. Like,
you understand
Excellent claim. How do you... Oh, sorry, Jedi.
You understand that to have gas not dispersing into a vacuum and making a spherical shape, you need a container. Gases only take the form of their containers. If you don't have a container, the gas expands, so they shouldn't be even spheres in the first place unless they have a physical boundary around them.
sorry, one sec, can you repeat that? I couldn't hear you.
You shouldn't be able to have spheres of gas without a container around them. Gases take the shape of that container. If there is no physical boundary around them, they won't take a spherical shape because they will keep dispersing into the available space of the vacuum.
Okay, then how exactly would a gas work on the flat Earth?
How would gas work?
On the flat Earth?
Yeah, we understand that we have gas pressure, right? And you understand what the definition of gas pressure is, the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. So we have a container because we have gas pressure.
When you have gas pressure, is it not equalized across the entire container?
Not if you have energy within the system and gas production and reproduction cycles, so no.
But then it wouldn't be a container then?
No, that would mean it would be a system that's not in equilibrium, trying to get into equilibrium, but because of the energy that's in the system, it can't.
So when is it going to equalize?
Well, in the system that's constantly having energy taken out and taken into the system, never.
So then it's not a container. It's not a container with all the pressure pressing out against it.
Sorry. You have to have a container to talk about pressure. No pressure, no container. The gas will expand into another volume because that's what gas does. It expands. The only way to stop the expansion is to contain it. By consequence of containing it, the gas is under pressure in a defined volume. I know. Entropy's a bitch, isn't it?
Spot on.
No, you
No, this is the second law of thermodynamics, dude. High pressure goes to low, gas disperses indefinitely in straight line motion, only changing its straight line motion by having physical collisions with other gas molecules. Pressure is caused when it reaches the limitation of that volume of container to restrict the expansion of gas. Second law of thermodynamics, Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, not talking shit. These are laws of nature. PV equals nRT. Pressure is solved by force over area. No area for gas to press against. The gas keeps going. No volume because of no pressure because of no fixed volume. So giant balls of gas in vacuums can't exist. I'll let that sit here for a bit. I'm going to make a couple.
I mean, you're just ignoring atmospheric escape that we already have, but okay.
Give me 1 cup of vacuum, please. Leo, if you want to be able to post in the side chat, you need to acquire a community role from us, if you're fine by that. Say yes or no.
Why is One Up Frosties? Why is he muted? He got a lot to say in the chat. Maybe he want to come up here.
Yeah, he has a lot of saying, but none of it is of any value when he speaks in the VC.
I tell you what, One Up Frosties, are you able to post something in the chat that would be a direct globe Earth proof? Just to see, if it's entertainable, right? Okay. So here's is the Earthrise picture from the moon.
Gotta be real.
Oh man.
And there's another shot where the moon is smaller and the Earth is bigger, like it's opposite.
Holy shit.
You know what I love to point out whenever I see this image is that they tell us Earth is 4 times larger. But when you take a picture of Earth from the moon, Earth is the same size as the moon.
Yeah, One Up Frosties, unfortunately, man, I can't vouch for you to be unmuted if that's what you're coming with. I was trying to let you in, boss. I was really trying in, man.
Very interesting.
You want to give it another shot, maybe? Maybe another picture you might have that's saved? You maybe want to try another one? I'm trying to get you on the Demanding Leo, why you got a straw man us like that? You know we don't believe in that looking ass type of Earth. Come on.
This guy's trying to paint us as Flat Earth Society. What a joke.
Yeah, we're not in the Flat Earth Society here. That's another psyop.
Right. We don't believe in the way that you guys view the planets and quote unquote planets. We see them as lights in the sky the way that any telescope that's ever seen them see. It's only the globe earthers that want to tell you how much that star weighs, what it's made out of, what the core of it looks like. It's only the globe earthers that try to do the dumb shit. So don't bring it on us and try to make us prove that we know what a star is made of, what the exact shape of it is. Like, don't do that. But if your logic, again, you are showing that your logic is look up in the sky, and that's what we are. And you keep making that argument, and you don't see why I keep posting different moons and planets of different shapes and sizes and everything. Different compositions. They say they got a diamond planet. They'll tell you they've just found 13 new super Earths. It's only one of us that has to believe the narrative.
Solar system.
Stuff up in the sky is strictly a false equivalency, trying to compare it to the Earth. Lights in the sky are lights in the sky. We stand upon the Earth, stationary topographical plane. These lights orbit the ground.
It's crazy, man. She wants us to believe that we're the illogical ones by not looking up to prove what we're walking on. And we're giving you the test on Earth. We've given you about 3 to 4 different tests. I know for sure that I gave you 2 myself that can be proven, testable, demonstrable here on Earth that disproves your globe Earth theory. And literally, I wish I could clip it when anti-globalists kind of gave you the backhand flat one. And I'm sorry that your lady said it's probably a little rude to say that, but I would say this to a guy, just so you know, like that my boy had to flat smack you so you could understand refraction.
So these lights in the sky you're talking about, when you look up, let's say you're in the United States, which way do they rotate?
Say that one more time.
Like these lights in the sky that you're talking about, let's say you're in the United States and you're looking up, which way do they rotate?
The sun needs to start. Hold on.
Hold on. Which way are you facing? North or south?
Let's say south.
Excellent. So just so we've got some context.
Yeah.
I tell you what, just so you can get the answer from like 2 to 3 different flat earthers, you're going to get mine first. And I think the guys above me like Matrix, and I think they may even answer it better. To me, I live in Texas, and so I don't know all the stars in the south, everything like that. But one thing I know is true, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that every star rotates from east to west, just like every planetary body that we see goes from east to west. Is that not true from what you're saying?
No, but I'm saying if you're, let's say the opposite, I didn't even get to finish my question, but I was going to say in Australia, why is it spin the opposite direction looking south as well?
Hold on.
Just to make sure, does the claim that I made reign true?
Being that I'm from Australia, they move from east to west.
I can confirm that as well.
There we go. There's another one. So I don't know why you believe they go west to east in Australia,
Matrix,
but that's crazy.
If you were facing north, would it be counterclockwise rotation?
Oh yeah. So are you saying that people in the are you saying that people in Australia are seeing it go from west to east?
Well, it is. Yeah, it's quite the opposite from what we see in the United States.
No, all the stars are going east to west. Doesn't matter where you are, right? I'm from Australia. Matrix is from Australia. It's a fact. You can even look it up. I mean, all go east to west, right? Even if you're standing in the north, right? Just say you're standing in America, right? And you're facing north and you look up, right? Or if you're facing south, they might appear to go from right to left or left to right, or clockwise and anti-clockwise, but they're still all moving east to west regardless. That is a fact.
But no, the guy down there just said that they're moving from west to east. Is he incorrect?
He's incorrect.
Damn.
Stars don't suddenly change direction.
Do you acknowledge that you're incorrect or no?
You're talking to me because I didn't make that claim.
I think it was.
Yeah, you absolutely made the claim that they moved from west to east down there.
It was him.
No, I certainly didn't make that claim. No.
Yes, you did.
Hold on. Let him answer. You said what now? What did you say?
You're just not hearing him. He's saying, no, I didn't. I never said that. Are you calling me a liar? Yes, I'm calling you a liar.
That's crazy. Hey, am I the only one that heard him say that they do go from west to east down there?
I said from left to right.
He said they spin the opposite direction.
Holy shit! Now he said left or no, left.
No, he said west to east.
You are a liar.
Looking south, you go left to right.
You are a liar.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, it's really it's like the other guy pointed out. It's really orientation dependent. All the stars go east to west, counterclockwise while facing north, even when you're in the south. No big deal. Then you turn around. Well, let's see. He might have said up and down. Let's find out.
Let's see if he can acknowledge that. He seems like a reasonable guy.
No, just repeat what I said earlier. If you're looking south, they'll go left to right.
Do you agree that they all go east to west, no matter where you are?
No, it depends on which way you're orientated, which way you're looking now. If you're looking south from Australia, and if you're looking south from the United States, it's going to be different directions. Inherently.
Holy shit. I'm going to work. I can't put up with this. See you guys.
Yeah, man, this is ridiculous. This is crazy.
And say you're not saying, well, say west to east without saying west to east. Let me hear it again.
This is ridiculous.
I mean, why would I be saying? I literally said left to right. So.
No, you said west to east, but then you tried to say left to right.
No, I mean I said that every time, but all right.
So is it true or false that all stars rise in the east and set in the west, no matter where you are?
Regardless of who's looking, yeah, just objectively, absolutely.
It's crazy it took you that far to come here.
And do it in like the Chinese. Next time, do it in like the Chinese accent, or like, oh, the sun rises in the east and set. To remind yourself that everybody around the world says the same thing, so you don't get fucked up next time, Like, oh shit, yeah, the Chinese people even say it. And they're supposed to be upside down.
Wow. Anything else you want to come with?
It's okay if you misunderstood. No, that's all. Right. It seems like you guys have a confusion going on, so it's okay.
What's our confusion?
Don't argue about that. Listen, you want to prove that you're right, go on the YouTube channel. Everybody heard you say west to east, but if we're all wrong, go back on the YouTube recorded channel and find it. And I'd apologize.
Yeah, 100% you said that, but it's...
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm not going to waste my time. I'm good.
Good, man. Hey, don't digress so hard, though, man. You sounded a little bit defeated on that last one.
Yeah, I mean, there's a guy named. There's a guy.
If you want to talk about meta, that's up to you.
Yeah, there was a guy named Professor Dave who had the same issue, and he's been telling like his listeners, quote unquote, that's a good argument, right? But he had this conversation with two different, flat earthers, as you'd call it, and he was also misrepresenting the counterclockwise rotation when facing north is observer dependent, meaning which way you're facing. It depends on which way you're facing, and then you would ascribe, but you would still keep the cardinal directions. Right? They wouldn't change. It would just be clockwise, counterclockwise. Yeah, even this professor, he wasn't getting it either. So it's not like everybody gets it.
Well, yeah, it really depends on which hemisphere you're on and which way you're facing. So if you understood that, then it would make a lot more sense.
Yeah, hers.
But that's okay.
Yeah, and then to the girl Leo who had asked a question earlier, right? Because her name's Leo, right? So I assume maybe she just takes it on, but I assume she like pays attention to the zodiac stuff. When she asked like why?
No, I don't. My name is just actually Leo.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I probably answered that question wrong. Because when you had asked, like, well, why does everything seem like it's rotating around us with a purpose? And why are these, constellations, when they align, seems to be like a purpose. Why aren't they the same as Earth? Like, I kind of took that the wrong way. They seem like they're there for a reason,
Is Leo derived from Leona or something like that? Is that kind of unusual to be named only Leo?
It's just Leo.
Oh, really?
My parents just like the name, I guess.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, like some people who believe to me it's ironic Right? It doesn't prove anything, right? But it's ironic. Some of the people who believe in like zodiacs, following the signs, et cetera, but then they believe that there's these dead rocks in the sky controlling their behavior, right? It's just like it's just kind of like a strange,
No. Astrology
like contradiction, right?
Known, right? If you have like any, like, I don't know, common sense, obviously astrology is illogical. There's nothing determined about your fate by stars, right? But in the same sense, astrology was like helpful in astronomy because people were observing and taking measurements of the stars for the purposes of astrology. But then actual scientists end up using that for astronomy later.
Yeah.
You can't deny that it helped, but I think it's kind of stupid.
No, it's good. We can, like you said, we can measure the stars. We can also use the stars to navigate as well, can't we?
Yeah. So speaking on that, like if you go to the South Pole, there are constellations that are you wouldn't be able to observe if you weren't there because of the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, okay. It's not because you've gone to another location where there are different stars and you can't see the first stars. Let's say in the north. Let's say you looked up in the north and you're underneath the North Star. And as you walked away from the North Star, going south, it started to descend downwards towards the horizon. And then as you carried on walking south, the south rotational point would come up from the horizon. And then eventually, like you said, you'd stand underneath the rotational point underneath the south and you'd see different stars. This doesn't mean that the surface between the two observers is curved. You've just gone to a different location where there's a different phenomena in the sky. And when you go there,
yeah, but you know that like constellations in the northern hemisphere are observable everywhere in the northern hemisphere, and constellations in the southern hemisphere are observable everywhere in the southern hemisphere. It doesn't matter where you are.
Yep.
So if you go to the South Pole,
you
shouldn't be able to see new constellations.
But this is what I mean. When you're in the north, you see the northern ones, and when you're in the south, you see the southern ones. I don't see why the surface between the two observation points has to be curved. In fact, the way that we measure, like you said earlier, to the things in the sky is by using a horizontal plane, because we use angle measurements up from that horizontal plane because the stars are above the horizontal plane. So we measure them in angles, right? 90 degrees, 45 degrees, that type of stuff. So when we were to measure the stars on our journey from the north to the south, using the methodology that we would use to navigate, the navigation process uses a flat horizontal plane.
No.
Yes, it's an angle measurement taken from mean sea level being a horizontal datum. The angle that you measure up to the star, let's say the North Pole, let's say Polaris, if you were to move south but measure an angle above the horizon to it and say that angle is 45 degrees, that would be your latitude, because that's how latitude is derived, from an angle measurement taken from the surface of the Earth.
That's objectively true.
Yeah, I don't understand how that proves anything about why you'd see different constellations in the southern hemisphere. That's just, you choose the latitude.
Yeah, no, I know the first part. What I said about changing location doesn't mean that the surface between the two observation points is curved. In fact, when we measure it, it's flat. So there's 2 points in there. Doesn't need to be a curved surface for you to see two different things up in the sky. Second point, we measure the Earth to measure the things in the sky when we describe them.
Yeah, that makes absolutely zero sense in any way.
Really? Do you think that everything that we observed when we measure it is based
That's a good point. Like if I were to, I was.
Wait, Jedi was speaking, Jenks. Hold on.
Do you think that everything with reference to making the measurement is based upon the observer making the measurement? It would make logical sense.
Right? I think I'm lagging.
Is the measurement based on the perspective of the observer making the measurement? Yes or no? What do you think? Leo.
It's okay to say you don't know, and Jedi can show you how it's done. Practically as well.
It's not a trick question.
It's not a trap. Believe us.
What do you think, Leo?
Maybe you should just go. Or Leo.
Leo was saying that Wi-Fi kept messing up, so I'll probably be back in a second.
Yeah, but that's fine. That's fair enough.
Am I lagging still?
No, you seem to be fine.
Okay. Hello?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, 1 second.
No problem. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good. Awesome stuff. So what do you think? Do you think the measurement is based upon the observer's perspective, the person taking the measurement?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Honestly.
Well, it would be, because your scenario talks about when I go somewhere. So it's based upon when we go places and how we take measurements of our surroundings to navigate using our surroundings. This is based on something called the celestial sphere.
Okay, yeah. Oh god. It's like, do you guys believe in the, what's it called? The firmament?
No. Do you know what a protractor is?
Yes, I know what a protractor is.
Awesome stuff. So this is how we see the world around us. Things below our eye line on the Earth, represented by the horizontal, and the arc of the hemisphere above us, going from one horizon arcing over our head to another horizon. This can be portrayed as a protractor, an arc of vision. This is how we measure things, right? So when we look up at the star, we say it's 45 degrees above the horizon. That's my latitude, for example, if it's the North Star. If we look at the sun, we can measure its solar elevation angle above the horizon, solar noon, when it's 90 degrees above my head. When we measure the moon, when we measure any star in the sky, when we measure it by using an angle, utilizing this principle of a protractor over our heads. It's very simple.
Yeah, I understand that.
Cool. So when we go from one place to another observing the stars, we utilizing the horizontal plane to take that measurement from.
Yeah.
Yeah. The arc measurement is the arc measurement in the sky. So when we go from the north to the south and measure how things look in the sky, we've measured a horizontal plane and expressed the movement in the sky with angles and time and bearing angles. The longitude and latitude, our position, is derived from those angle measurements from a horizontal plane. It's when I go to one place and then I go to another and I see other things above my head, that's like walking towards the horizon and seeing, let's say, the North Star, when you face north, is right on the horizon. You're about on the equator. Now, as you move towards the north, the Polaris being on the horizon, it will start to ascend upwards. And you measure this utilizing the protractor in an angle measurement. When you measure that angle, that will be your latitude until you get to the North Pole, and Polaris will be directly over your head at 90 degrees. It's expressed in 90 degrees because we know what an angle is. It's the intersection of two straight lines, a vertical that's perpendicular to the horizontal. The vertical line is the straight, imaginary line drawn down from underneath the star to where it comes to meet you on the surface of the Earth. Surface of the Earth being the horizontal line, forming a 90-degree angle. As you move away from the star on this horizontal plane and measure the descension angle, that's you measuring your latitude. As you keep going south, you will start to see things come up from the horizon. Same thing you would go to see east or west, but east or west is a little bit different because that's the direction of rotation. There's rotation points in the sky. We measure them from a horizontal plane. When we go south, things start to come upwards over our heads again. That's basically how perspective works.
I understand this, right?
Good.
My question to you here is, how on a flat surface does it become possible to see constellations at one end and then totally different ones at a different location.
It's as simple as pointing out that when you ask the question, you have the dichotomy in there. There's something happening here and something happening over there. Why, when I leave this place here and go over there, is that something else happening? How can it happen? Well, it's happening in the sky. It's not happening on the floor. What exactly the stars are and why they move and how they actually move, we don't know. We can just observe their movements. But when we measure the way that they move, it's from a horizontal plane.
Yes, but if we're saying that the Earth is a horizontal surface, right? What's above you is always going to be above you. So why does that change? Because the distance of the Earth, like the whole radius of diameter of the Earth in this case, because you're taking it as a flat plane, is not large enough to significantly affect what stars you're going to see above you.
How do you know? How do you know the distance to the stars?
It was calculated by scientists.
Based on the radius of the Earth, if the Earth was a ball, deriving an astronomical unit from a derision that Venus had the same radius, ball-like as the Earth, derived from flat Earth angle measurement to Polaris. Yeah, you don't know the distance to the stars. This is just a model. When we talk about
your explanation you gave works perfectly on a circular Earth model. You do realize that, right?
When do we measure the curvature of the Earth when we do this, then? When do we utilize the curvature of the Earth?
That's not the question I asked. That's not the question I asked. The question I asked is, why are some constellations visible and some aren't?
Because you go there and they come up from the horizon based on your limited perspective of the world. I thought I explained that quite clearly. It's based on you, the observer. It's based on you, the observer. It's based on you, the observer. This is how you see the world. And when you go somewhere else, we'll call this south, where there are other things happening in the sky. You see those other things happening in the sky. As you go south, they start to come up from the horizon. The things that you left behind go downwards towards the horizon. We call this the North Star in your scenario.
I understand the observation works because it works in real life.
The measurement works.
Right? But what I'm saying is, why does it work on a flat surface? It doesn't.
You know what's really interesting, Leo, is whenever I come into this chat, these guys, they
Who did that? Shout out to that guy. Shout out to that guy.
He can fuck off. He's just one of those anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, whoever did that, shout out to that guy. You just made my fucking
here. Yeah. Really. Take a sock in your own mouth.
No, but seriously though, demanding. I think literally the reason that he didn't respond to that is the same reason that everybody here probably rolled their eyes. It's if after all that you can't understand what the very thing you're asking for when you're acknowledging that they do it from a horizontal datum, flat, no curves, and you're acknowledging that and saying that it works perfectly on a sphere. You're double talking like from the get-go.
Just because the Earth has an equator line doesn't mean anything, right?
No, not an equator line. The horizon is a line. And the way that they do the measurements is from a horizontal datum.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't work on a curving sphere.
Did you not see the fucking picture that I put in chat? That is the exact explanation that he gave, which is what you observe in the real world, right? If you're
you got tangents. This is why I asked you the question.
This is crazy. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
You'll find this is tangent lines. This is why I asked you the question earlier, because you said this was possible in a sphere. So I asked you how. So you got tangent. So how do you derive the tangent?
But that's not the question that I asked, though. I asked you to prove to me why we have different constellations in different hemispheres on a flat Earth.
It's quite easy. I've tried to several times. It just hasn't seemed to have rung home to you. That's why I went silent after the fourth time you asked the question.
No, but like, okay, if you have a celestial sphere, right, on a flat Earth where you can't go beyond, and like on the curve, right, that doesn't make any sense. On a flat surface, on a horizontal surface, where you couldn't go down the curve to see the rest of the celestial sphere, right?
Going down where?
Down different, like, down there, right?
Down under what?
No, but I'm just saying, like, if the Earth is flat, why do we have the two different celestial circles?
Why?
Yeah.
Like, why? I don't know why they're there. What do you mean?
Like, it doesn't make sense logically. What do you mean
it doesn't? Sorry. What do you mean it doesn't make sense logically? When we observe them, they're there. If that's your question, why are they there?
Yes, if we observe them, we're there. They're there, right?
Yeah,
but on a flat Earth, what is the math that makes sense?
The math. Sorry, the math is the measurement that we took.
Yeah.
He said it doesn't make sense, and the whole entire measurement structure was based off a horizontal plane to take these measurements. You're asking why?
I don't have to take any. But listen, on the Earth, on a spherical Earth, you don't have to take any measurements. You can just observe. Go to the northern hemisphere, and you will see the southern hemisphere.
Sorry, you said we didn't have to worry about the Earth being a ball. What's a hemisphere?
I didn't say that. I said we didn't have to worry about calculations on a spherical Earth because it's observable.
It's observable what? What do you mean it's observable? Yes, we see the phenomena, okay. Mm-hmm. Why do we have to beg the question that the Earth is a ball? We're talking about making measurements of the things.
It doesn't make sense on a flat surface. The angles don't make sense. I'm sorry. You have not proven that
the angles don't make sense. How do angles make sense on a curved surface?
I posted a photo. That's how the angles make sense.
How do you derive the tangent?
I don't fucking know how you derive the tangent. But look at it. Like, it makes sense.
You're going to need to know a few things about your reality to derive a tangent to that pre-known reality. It's a ball already before we start drawing tangents to it. Take the question.
About proving it to me on proving it to you on a curved surface. Prove it to me on a flat surface. If you can do that, I will be on a flat surface.
Just have. That's how we take the measurements.
You haven't.
I have.
Nothing you've said has been convincing enough evidence to prove to me that on a flat Earth you could have two different hemispheres.
You don't have hemispheres.
No, but what I mean is the fucking celestial circles.
Yeah, that's the arc of vision above your head.
Yeah, exactly. How can you have that on a flat surface, on a flat Earth?
Because just like, can I try one time, Jedi, for?
Yeah, please, man. Someone else.
No issues, and it's gonna be a little bit. It's not gonna be as scientific, so hopefully this is like something you could understand. Let's say, so just to be on the same page, right? As far as the flat Earth and the globe Earth, no matter where you are in the world, if you just start to go south, you will hit Antarctica, correct?
I don't know about the flat Earth, but on the south, or on the fucking spherical Earth, you'll hit the South Pole, yes.
Okay, and that exact same thing would happen on the flat Earth as well. No matter what continent that you're in, if you just start going south, you're going to hit Antarctica. And so this is what I'm saying. I'm not claiming that Antarctica is an ice wall around it or anything of that nature. What I'm saying is this. To understand how you could see some stars in the very southern part of the world, some in the very northern part of the world, all going around Polaris, which is, observable. Let's say, for instance, you're right at the North Pole. Polaris is right above your head. Now, this is a huge Earth, right? We all agree the Earth is pretty fucking huge, continents and everything, right? Water, everything. Okay, cool. So let's just say the further south that you go, you will no longer start to see Polaris and the things that was in the northern part of the Earth. As you get south, and again, you have to remember that the stars are rotating above our heads. So just because you're in a different place at one point in time, it's okay. The stars are coming right around to you too. So
Yes,
if you can't get that, hold on. If you can't get that picture in your head, as far as how the stars would rotate above you on a flat surface, and you would not be able to see some stars and you would be able to see others because of where you are on that flat surface at that point in time. You're in denial at this point.
This is assuming that the stars were much closer than we estimate them to be.
I don't know. Demanding Leo, they already went over with you much earlier, right? That like the sky ramps down, the water ramps up, like the horizon. They went over the horizon, right? So you see this vanishing point called the horizon.
No, wait. Can we not go to something else? Right? We're on.
No, it's not it's not something else. It's just the stars. Yeah. So the stars don't actually drop; they just appear to drop. Like the same way when you look at the clouds off in the distance, they seem like they're getting closer towards the horizon, the ground. They appear to drop; they're not actually dropping. So now you have that same effect with the sky, right? The stars off in the distance appear to be dropping down, ramping down. So then you don't see those because they merge into the horizon. Then you go somewhere else and you have a new horizon, and they seem to merge.
Listen,
so that's why that's good.
The point that I was trying to make before you interrupted me was the only way that sorry, I forgot your name. I think it was Pseudo was explaining to me how it works on a flat Earth is the stars would have to be much closer to Earth than we think.
Awesome. So you get it. Awesome. Right? So it's possible if the stars were closer.
That is not possible though.
Sorry.
All right, cool. You know the exact distances to the stars. Cool. We're flat earthers, so we can't know the distance to the stars, or we can't say they're closer than you say because you know it, right?
Dude, it's very, very clear when you look that the stars are extremely far away and they're very big. You don't get objects that big unless they're very far away.
Awesome. Okay. All right, cool. Jedi, you got it, man. I just wanted to put that 2 cents in there. Cool. She still don't get it.
No, you're fine.
No, I get what you're saying. You're saying the stars are closer, and therefore when you move south, you don't see them anymore. That's how you get the two celestial circles, right? I'm saying that's illogical.
Not necessarily.
It's just logical.
The distance to the objects isn't really in question. It's just based on how the observer views the object relative to them.
Yes, but okay, if you're saying that if you're all the way in the... Okay, if for this to work, either you would have to be extremely far away to the point that you can't see it anymore, which for a star is going to be crazy, right? Okay. That would make the Earth absolutely fucking massive. Or the other option is the star has to be closer to Earth, therefore it would be harder to see at further distance. Those are the two options.
What if the star has no defined location?
The star has no defined location. That's your point?
Yeah.
That's okay. I'm going to be honest with you.
It's not my point.
That's a retarded point. That's a retarded point.
No, it's just as plausible as you telling us that one is quintillion light years away. It's just as plausible as you telling us that one of the stars are 17,000 quintillion miles away.
I would never say they're quintillion miles away because that's not a real number.
Okay, well, you tell me, how far is the farthest star?
How far is the far? Okay, I couldn't tell you how far the farthest star is. It's probably not in our universe or our galaxy.
Ooh. It's the simple fact that you literally think you can tell somebody that, which is just blowing my fucking mind.
We know how close the closest star is.
We know. Do we?
Cool.
That's awesome. We know.
We know how close the sun is. It's been calculated and measured by scientists.
How do we know how close the sun is? How do we know this? What was the measurement that was taken to arrive to distance to the sun? Eventually, after another time doing it.
Just say you don't know.
No, I said the transit of Venus is how we know how far we descend.
Okay, and how do we know the size of Venus? That's the object crossing the sun that we must know the angular size of based on its definite size.
Yes.
They calculated how far away the sun was 2 ways, right?
Yeah. You said transit of Venus.
There's the old way, which is
Okay,
the
so
transit
this one
of
then.
Venus, right?
This one.
Where
How's it
they
the size of Venus?
We do it the old way.
No, there's two.
How-
Okay, listen.
Sorry, excuse me. Don't tell me to listen when I've asked you a question, and you seem to be sidestepping the question onto the other way.
I'm not
good enough for you to bring
You're
up?
not letting me finish my words.
Excuse me, you're just diverting. How did that
I'm
get
not
to
diverting.
How
Okay, we don't need that to
Yes, you
calculate.
do when it transits the sun.
You need the distance to Venus.
Sorry, based on how big it is and its angle in the sky. You need to know the size of Venus. How'd you get that?
To calculate the distance to the sun using the transit of Venus, right?
Yeah.
We need different observers at different locations.
So
We need different observers at different locations,
Doesn't want to
and
answer
they're
the question.
measuring the shift parallax to Venus's position.
You just went in circles again.
Right? You're not letting me finish my fucking point before asking me a question. And then you use Kepler's
I will ask you again.
third law, and you calculate using the angular displacement of Venus, not its size.
Okay, awesome.
Okay.
So what's the size of Venus? Based on its angular displacement. What's the size of Venus?
I didn't do the fucking calculation, but
How'd
they
you get the size of it?
You get the angular displacement of Venus using doing calculations from two different observers on different parts of the planet.
Excuse me, you seem not to want to listen.
You're not letting me finish my fucking sentence.
Excuse me. Yes, but none of them have answered my question. I've asked you 10 times. So could you answer the question?
About the size of Venus.
Yes, because you're going to need to know it.
You don't need the size of Venus.
You
need the angular
Hey, now you don't need the size of Venus to know it. Now you don't need the size of Venus to know it.
I've always said you do not need the size of Venus to know it. You need the angular displacement.
Yeah, the angular displacement. Yeah, we get that. But that angle has to represent the distance because the actual size of Venus would appear differently in angle to the observer. So we need the size of Venus. Don't understand what you don't get.
You don't need the size of Venus. We're just using it as a benchmark.
I know you're not going to answer the question because you don't want to hear the answer.
We don't need the size of Venus. Okay, I can't argue with a brick wall right now because it's literally this is how they calculated the transit of Venus 100,000 years ago. Whatever
what are you talking about?
When they calculated the transit of Venus, they used different observers. They calculated the angular displacement of Venus, and then they used Kepler's third law of planetary motion.
Angular.
Right. How would they get the distance to it? How would they get how big it is in size? Like, how many miles can they tell you how
You
long
don't need anything about how big it is in size to find out how far away the sun is.
Oh,
you need the distance to
That's
Venus.
crazy because they absolutely do need that to understand how far away something is.
You don't need the size of Venus to calculate the distance to the sun.
Okay, what do you need to calculate the distance to the sun?
You need
from a triangle, the sun, Venus.
You need the baseline distance between the two observers on Earth. You need the angular displacement of Venus, and you need basic fucking trigonometry.
Okay, cool. So right there, hold on, guys. Let me do something for her real quick. If you look in the chat right now, these are heliocentric scientists that all did the exact same thing that you said to do. And some of them came up with 3 million miles. Some of them came up with 12 million miles. Some 28. 54 was Isaac Newton.
Okay.
Benjamin Martin was. Hold on. I'm not done. Let me finish my point. Benjamin Martin was 81 to 82. Thomas. Hold on, damn it! Now people are chatting. All the way up to 95, went to 96, went to 104, then back down to 93 million miles. You are the type of person that no matter what time period you're living at, that I just said that you would have just agreed with them because you said, hey, they're a scientist and they did it, therefore I believe it. They're not doing anything different than what you said to do. And
there
people are getting different. Hey, hold on 1 second.
I don't agree with.
Hold on. And let me.
It's based on simple trigonometry.
can I speak or?
Well, you understand the methodology, right?
I understand.
Cool. So the distance change. So how did they solve this problem? How did they settle on the 93 million miles?
You can let me speak without interrupting me for a second.
Sorry, it's like you don't want to answer. What assumption did they have to make?
Okay. Like I said earlier, this is how they calculated the distance to the sun a long time ago, and it's how they came up with.
But they were wrong every time.
It was the first accurate measurement that they made. Right, was using the transit of Venus, but now we calculate the distance.
How did they solve that problem then?
Now they calculate the distance of the sun by using laser ranging.
Sorry, like ranging to a black. She's now getting she's getting reflections off a black body now.
Literally, they found the distance to the. No, I'm being for real. They calculated the distance from the Earth to the Moon using a laser,
at the moment,
and then they used
We're not talking about the moon. We're not talking about the moon. We're talking about the sun.
Yes, but they use that measurement to calculate the distance to the sun. They relate it to the Earth-Sun distance. You know that it's possible, right?
It's interesting you didn't want to answer the question earlier, and that you've decided just to skip onto this. I really think that there's no relevance to somebody asking you the question.
I said.
Do you know how rude you are?
No. Okay. Listen. You keep interrupting me as well. I feel like you're not listening to me.
Excuse me. You sound very defensive.
And this is the first time I've gotten to
another point.
Yeah, your cognitive dissonance is kicking in. That's why you're defensive. So cool down, Leo.
Listen, I'm not a defensive person, but I think that you're very rude. You keep interrupting me, and people that interrupt piss me off.
Interruption. Okay, so one at a time then. Decide.
Okay, then let me finish a sentence before you speak over me, because it pisses me off.
Go on. Make the sentence.
You had two questions that you asked me during my explanation that you kept repeating over and over again. One was, how do we find the fucking size of Venus? I told you you don't need that. You need the angular displacement of Venus. Second question you asked me was, what is the distance to the moon matter? And it's because you can find the relative distance to the sun using the distance from the moon, the Earth to the moon, right? And finally, this was the transit of Venus was the first method that was used that gave an accurate measurement for the distance to the sun, but it's not the current methodology. We have new methods to find the distance to the sun that give the same answer.
Okay.
And you can find 7 different scientists who made a math error, but you will see the distance to the sun is just a thing that's been proven. You're never going to change my mind on that.
I mean, that's fine, but they all come from a radius of the Earth, no matter how you derive the distance to the objects, whether you use, as you said, very simple trigonometry, that when you use very simple trigonometry, gives you different distances to the sun that was pointed out earlier. We have to understand that we need some stern things within our calculations, things that we know that we can base upon. So these assumptions are the radius value of Venus based upon the radius value of the Earth. All measurements to the things in the sky are based upon the radius to the Earth. Even your distance to the moon is based upon the radius to the Earth. Yes. But that radius... Hold on. I haven't finished. That radius is derived from a flat Earth measurement.
The radius of the Earth is derived from a flat Earth measurement?
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. Yeah. Angle measurements to the stars, which is what we're all doing at the moment. Now we've just swapped those stars for Venus, the sun, and the moon. Still going to be measuring, utilising the celestial sphere, angle measurements taken from a horizontal plane. At no point in time do we measure the curvature of the Earth. We assume the radius derived from an angle measurement to the sky, which is a straight line distance denoting a circle around the ground position of that point. That radius giving you a circumference value. You can then derive a sphere from that when you implant that flat onto the curved surface above, making a terrestrial sphere where the celestial sphere was. And then you can make your measurements from the radial point where all verticals meet at the center of the Earth, from that equatorial celestial plane to the objects in the sky. Well, all angle measurements are going to be taken from a flat Earth. You'd never measure curvature.
This is like doing math with people who think 1 × 1 is 2.
No, I just know what geometry is.
No, I really think...
you know what an angle is. You brought up tangents earlier. You need to derive...
you brought up tangents.
Sorry, excuse me. When you dropped your picture earlier, you had lots of tangents on the sphere. I asked you how you derived that tangent. Now, to derive that tangent utilizing the horizon, you must know the distance to the horizon based on the radius of the Earth. That radius is derived from an elevation angle measurement to Polaris, an angle measurement from a horizontal plane. You turn circles into spheres for no fucking good reason.
Oh, genuine. This is like trying to do math with people who think 1 × 1 is 2. I'm kind of wasting my time here. I gotta go.
Do you know what an angle is?
I gotta go.
Okay, bye.
I'll see you guys again.
Okay, bye.
Until next time. Damn.
Oh, wow. Okay. That was fun.
Bro, she has the heart of, anybody can think about a boxer that always got beat up but kept coming back. She has the heart of that, because from all the way from the refraction argument to the things disappearing bottom up to the rotation of the stars, she literally invoked that if I look up, I can tell you what I'm living on. She invoked that she can tell you what the distance to the stars and the sun is. All coping, man. All coping.
Did she do the old ad hom and run away? That's classic.
Yeah, you guys are stupid. Bye.
Oh, well, yeah. But that's what I said, cognitive dissonance. That started kicking in. When Jedi mentioned angles on a horizontal reference frame. You noticed the change in their tone and everything. What do you mean? How can you measure from a flat surface?
Hey, and to all the newcomers, Cypress, Pandemos. I don't know if you've been in here, Kathos, Mike Assist, Nuck and Fuzz. We got some names in here today. What's up, guys? If any of you want to speak, feel free.
Hey, what's up, Pseudo? Hope you're good, brother.
What's up? What's up? Who was that who just talked?
Roots.
Roots.
Oh, okay, what's up, Roots? Y'all got to hear that man's song.
Oh, you heard it. Nice one. Yeah, me and Kembo did one.
Yeah, that was pretty dope. Pretty dope. The beat and the lyrics pretty good, man.
Thanks, bro. Hopefully we'll make another one day. When Kembo sends a beat.
Anybody in the building, Globe, got a question or anything like that? Or even any other topic somebody want to talk about, cover?
think the globies are all hibernating for the winter.
Oh, you just missed the lady that was here before?
Yeah, I did hear her. She was a bit of work, wasn't she?
Yeah, towards the end. She even showed the contradictions. She wouldn't have it.
I'll be right back, Lodge.
The distance, she was talking about the distance to the sun, all the calculations. How was it made?
Well, Jedi had a lot of patience, man, because she was grinding against me.
Yep, angles. They don't get it, man. Angles. That's a tough one for them.
I keep thinking I should drop it for a while because angles, like you said, might be too difficult for them. But they keep bringing up things up in the fucking sky and measuring them and what we would see. And every single time they talk about shit in the sky and measuring what we can see, I'm sorry, but you're just going to have to know what an angle is. And we're going to have to talk about this, I'm afraid. You're going to have to understand that we're measuring from a horizontal plane. So everything that you're talking about is going to be utilised in the horizontal plane. So welcome to Flat Earth.
No, I just want to bypass that bit, Jedi. Fuck's sake.
She straight up said that taking the horizontal measurements work better on a globe.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Did she answer about the tangent part? I don't think I heard her answer that part.
No, she
did. Skip that one. Like the boxer she is. Dodge.
She would point and laugh at her every time that she fucking dodged. She wasn't doing it sneaky enough. She nearly got another one in there when she went to the fucking moon. It's like, ride shuffle, man. What's going on?
I swear I thought she came back in trolling when she was like, okay, and another thing, why is the planets and the stars spheres? And I felt like everybody in the freaking chat, everybody just rolled their fucking eyes. Like, oh my God, no way she just came back in here with that. Today has been a good day, man. There's been some non-stop action going on.
Yeah, it's funny when they don't listen for about 5 minutes and then you're just like, okay, I'm done. Next.
Hey, that was epic when the guy came in, like, when I come into the room, and this is interesting. The guy muted him. Oh, that was fucking epic.
They treat me like crap when I show up, but when you show up, everybody answers your questions. Wah.
Dude, that was epic. Whoever was that quick with the fingers, man, shout out to you.
Yeah, whoever it was beat me to it. That was Ham. As soon as I heard that voice, I was like, you can fuck off. But yeah, somebody else had beat me to it. So well done, man.
It was like right at his apex and everything, dude. That was perfect.
Hey, a well-timed mute's like a punchline if it's done right.
Oh, man. That was definitely one for the books. That was a top 10 mute right there. He came in so melancholy. What was interesting is that when I come in here... Oh, that was a good one.
Hey, just so you guys know, I don't know if anybody's interested in this, like an announcement, but Gem Panda is going to be hosting McToon if anybody wants to bother him tonight. I think at 8 or 9 o'clock.
Gem Panda and McToon at the same time, bloody hell.
Yeah, I could.
I was gonna say, they let them both out of the madhouse at the same time?
Everybody's doing their final go rounds. They all think they're going to come back either famous or something. I don't know what they think.
It'll be funny if like no fucking flat earther shows up, period, point blank, to talk to the fucker.
Hey, when do they go? Is it this week?
I'm not sure. It's coming up. Maybe this week. Maybe beginning of next week. It's a 2-week. It's a 2-week trip, or a 14-day or 2-week trip.
That's a long time in a fucking very cold place, man.
They won't be. The thing is, they won't be there the whole time. It's like a 14 or 12-day thing because they're going to go to Brazil and then they stay there for 2 days, carry over to another place, and then they got to be there for the 23rd through for the solstice.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. They're going to be there for I think the 21st would be the solstice, December.
Yeah.
Peak point.
Who was it? I wonder who was it who originally documented that the sun, disappears 3 days, comes back 3 days. Who was it that originally documented that?
What, that it goes away and then comes back after 3 days?
Yes. Like no 24-hour sun. The winter solstice was that it, or is it right after the solstice that the sun doesn't come out for 3 days? Or is that just an old wives' tale?
It depends where the observer is. So, winter solstice is in the northern hemisphere. If you live very north around and inside the Arctic Circle, when you look south to observe the sun, it doesn't rise for 3 days. The angle of the sun is very low in the sky when you keep moving south.
Oh, I see. So it's from a northern storyteller's perspective. Gotcha.
It's kind of like the reverse to the 24-hour sun.
Exactly. This is what I've been thinking about in terms of the two tropics. I believe that and again, somebody catch me on this, maybe Jedi if you can, the tropic that is north of the equator, that is Cancer, correct?
Yeah.
So I believe that during the summer solstice, the sun and the moon are traversing on the inner tropic. And I believe in the winter solstice, when the sun and the moon are south of the equator, they are traversing the outer tropic, Capricorn, at its peak. So this is where I believe that the peak observation would come from, December 21st.
Yeah. 3 days of darkness north of the Arctic Circle. Is that what you're pointing out, yeah?
Yeah,
that's what I was referencing.
Yeah.
And I jumped in on the point too, because what I did was you guys know I'm a proponent of the moon map, and again, I'm not making any claims to try to bring up discussion here, but what I did was took an article that I found that listed 10 places that had the advantage of seeing the sun for 24 hours during June, and I plotted them in reference to the moon map, where the moon map claim is, and yeah, they all seem to show up around the Arctic Circle, just as Brother Jedi is saying. So it's really interesting. The Arctic Circle holds quite a bit if we actually take the time to observe the point and the advantage of light that it does have when it is circling above.
Now she's chest skanking a bit.
Oh my god, is she still here?
Yeah, in the chat. She didn't like your tone, Jedi. You interrupted her.
Well,
she's tone policing you, Jedi.
She's doing what? I'll have to read it myself.
You were mansplaining.
Oh,
yeah. You mansplained her, man.
She did.
She should have shut up and let her battle. She didn't like explaining.
She was there for a while. She was in for a while, like I saw earlier on, and then still later on, right? So a few hours in, and you can definitely tell she started to check out, like, I don't know, like 10 top proofs that flat earthers are wrong or something. Because she said, "Oh, there's calculations we can do." Like, who uses the word calculation? Yeah, she went and got a list.
Real measurements, and they give us calculations and science.
Yeah, when she started saying stuff that normal people don't say, who aren't in the, quote unquote, from her text, aren't in the conversation every day. When you start saying there's plenty of ways we can calculate it. We can use an obelisk, and nobody says these words. Stop it. Yeah, that's what. I think Pseudo and Kiko were doing a good job earlier. No problem, like debunking the claim of the black swan, with the black swan on the horizon and refraction, etc. That's one approach. And it is an approach because people come in swinging it around, thinking they know what they know, or they can research it real quick and then know it. But in my daily, I just avoid it now. I forget about the globe and just use. This is what's happening. Like, forget about the bullshit. Forget about debunking what you think you were told is happening. You move away, you measure a different angle, and it appears to drop as you move away in a linear distance, and that's how we measure an angle. Saying that doesn't happen in the sky would be special pleading.
So, the science of our universe is not simple. The many phenomena can only be explained by complex math and science. That's the reasoning.
Yeah, you definitely need to be on somebody's intro, man.
Apple go down.
Global.
Says who? Would you get on the show with McToon and go head to head with McToon? Says who?
I don't think he would do it for free.
I would like to see Says who. I'd like to see anti-globalists, Negroes. I'd love to see them go one-on-one with him.
Yeah, it would waste of time though. It's just he's been over debated already. It's been overused.
The mock.
The mock against him. Oh Lord.
It would go nowhere quick.
McToon's been used quite a bit. Even I got a turn.
Dude, the crazy thing. Turned myself.
You guys are making this sound dirty now.
Mm-hmm.
I'd take him for what he is. Dirty liar.
Yeah, I don't know if I think it's going to be a stage format on Jev's channel with McToon there. So you probably have to raise your hand or whatever, so it doesn't get all crazy. But yeah, it'll be there, and then there'll be plenty of those other guys if you want to talk shit to them.
There's something I wanted to hot wash real quick. She said that you could use the angular size of Venus as well as the distance of Earth, like from side to side, as in the diameter across. Historically, that's not how it was ever done. And also, there are huge problems with this proposal, which is why it probably was never done this way. Assuming heliocentrism, one of the first problems is, of course, atmospheric disturbances. You've got that disrupting your ability to take precise measurements down to like the arc-second size of Venus. You also have the problem of Venus's orbit relative to Earth's orbit. So Venus is doing one orbit, Earth is doing another. And where it is in its orbit would change its angular size. And this could be dramatic. Like you could be potentially looking at Venus farther away part of the year and near the other part of the year. But you're trying to determine where the sun fucking is in the first instance. So this presents a circular logic problem. So she was completely batshit from the get-go and didn't know what she was talking about.
I mean, she's talking about the transit of Venus across the sun. I mean, I guess you would use that. I guess who wouldn't use the angular size? I guess you would do that. That's not what the transit's measuring.
Like Huygens assumed Venus was as big as Earth and went from there. That's it. That's how it was done. Assuming Earth was a planet in the first instance, assuming knowledge of Earth's size in the first instance. I mean, so many other assumptions went into this. But this is also the basis for the entire cosmic distance ladder that they use today.
Yep.
So
this is why we asked the question, because she knew the distances to the stars.
Right. And rather than asking what the furthest star is, you could have said, how do you know the distance to the nearest star? Outside the sun, but you could just stick with the sun. I mean, it's been everywhere and throughout recorded history, from 3 million miles away to 105 million miles away, down to 93 million miles away.
Yeah.
Dude,
and that's even more in recent times, too.
Hell yeah. I was just trying to show her how preposterous it is for her to, because she even almost thought about it as if she would be able to come up with a logical answer of the furthest fucking star. I was just hoping that I strung a fucking common sense string, and I guess I failed.
Right. The answer is always well, somebody else must have figured it out. We hear that from the experts who should be the ones that are figuring it out. When we talk to them, they think some other expert in a related field to theirs must have figured it out. Everybody thinks everybody fucking else figured it out and has a more definitive method. And it doesn't exist.
Dude, that's why I had to post that picture that showed all the scientists with different fucking calculations to the sun to show her that by that same logic, they've been wrong ever since. So you want me to just believe you now that you say 93 million miles?
Right. Right. Well, you see, they got the Parker Probe Observatory up there. Duh. Without that, it couldn't be anything but 93 million miles away. It's like, oh, really? Yeah.
But again, just confirming, we're talking about the idea of land in the sky, correct?
Sorry?
Just to be clear, we are talking about the idea of land in the sky versus just lights in the sky, correct?
We sense the sarcasm there.
Good point. Great point.
Well, no, I mean, I'm just again coming to the idea to build a foundation upon the idea that we're walking forward with the notion or the potentiality of there being land in the sky, which we still haven't been able to prove. So, as far as we're concerned, lights in the sky. Right L, just the wrong ending of the word, or right letter, wrong ending of the word. Thank you.
Hey, Cypress Pandemos, welcome back. If you don't mind us asking, are you a flat or globe earther or somewhere in the middle?
I'm a flat earther.
Okay, cool beans. I just haven't seen you too much around, so I just wanted to talk to you how you doing.
I'm usually on Clubhouse. I just got added to the server. Wanted to check it out.
Have you been to our home server before?
I don't think so. I'm not too good on Discord yet.
Hey, you should join it. There's a lot of information over there to go through. Yeah, to learn more about it as well. And, the opposite side of the globe as well. How it's being debunked and such.
Pandemos, what made you a flat earther? If you don't mind me asking. Or how long have you been a flat earther?
I've been a flat earther probably 7 years.
Oh shit!
Yeah, somebody told me to kind of look at it, research it, and I pretty much was convinced. But when the woman was in here, I guess asking why we see different constellations in different hemispheres, I think that it was interesting you guys started talking about the sun, because I think that's a really silly question, because you see different stars and you don't even have to be in a different hemisphere. I guess I would kind of think about how, say, if when the sun, which is a star, is rising in New York, you can't see it in California yet. It's
great.
You get what I'm saying? And I wanted to say that, but I didn't want to interrupt. You guys were kind of going back and forth. But no,
Do you want to know why the sun hasn't risen in California when it's directly overhead New York?
Go ahead.
Okay. Do you see the image that I posted in the side chat? Do you know where the side chat is?
Yeah, I'm looking at.
Cool. So it's called the celestial sphere. We have a person in the middle at the bottom making observations. Now, this is based on how you observe the world. So let's say that this observer is standing in California, and to the east, the sun would be on the horizon. Based on perspective and how we see the world, the sun would start to come up to the horizon, behind the sky, 90 degrees, depending on our bearing, and then go downwards towards the horizon. So if you have two observers, one in California, one from New York, one where the sun, when in New York, the sun is high in the sky for the observer, the person in California, it will be low in the sky for them because they're not directly underneath it. So this is just based on how we see the world. It's an arc of perspective, was represented by a protractor, giving us 0 to 180 degrees over an arc of vision across the sky on a horizontal plane. So the reason why the sun rises and sets based on the observer is based on this principle. Does that help? Or have you got more questions?
No. I'm looking at it, trying to get a grasp of what you're saying.
It seems complicated, but you understand what a protractor is, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's based on that. How we, the observer, views the world from one horizon when you point at it, then you use that arm to go directly over your head and then downwards towards the next horizon. So it's based on that principle, how an optic, an aperture like your eye, receives light from a horizontal plane. And all measurements are going to be derived from that horizontal plane because they're going to be angle measurements, right? 45 degrees, 90 degrees above your head, 0 and 180 degrees on the horizon, or however you're going to use it. But yeah, it's just how we see the world. So the clouds, they do the same thing. Aeroplanes, birds that are above your eye line will appear to come up from the horizon over your head and then downwards towards the next horizon. Like standing in a long corridor when you're in a hotel or hospital or whatever, and you look down the corridor, the ceiling appears to be getting closer to the floor. The ceiling's going down, the floor is coming up to the midpoint of your view, the vanishing point. It's based on how we see the world. The objects don't change that actual height above the surface. So, for example, the clouds, the aeroplane, the corridor, the sun is actually parallel when it moves across the surface of the Earth. But this parallel to the observer appears to be an arc in the sky. Sun's not rising, it's not ascending. The surface isn't curving and blocking our view of it. The sun is remaining horizontal and parallel with the floor below. And then based on the observer's position, when it comes towards you, where you couldn't see it previously, that's nighttime. When it comes towards you, it goes up over your head and then down towards the next horizon.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Cool. Awesome stuff.
Damn, this VC is popping today. That's good to see.
Yeah, I said the same thing earlier, man. It's been a pretty good day today.
Yeah.
Are we going to get any Project Bluebeam lasers tonight in the sky?
Get out your candlesticks. No.
Yeah.
No glowing sticks. There's been some crazy videos surfacing lately up on in the internet. Like whatever people are I mean, seeing in the sky is whatever that is. Weird phenomena.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of UAPs being posted on the social media. Seems to be quite prevalent at the moment. Strange shit happening.
I wonder if it's a distraction or what's going on, really. Hard to tell.
I don't know, mate. The world's going in a certain direction. It's hard to tell which direction it's going in at the moment, but it's not fucking good.
Josh, if you want to speak up, we got flat earthers here, globers. If you got any questions to us or about the topic of Earth, you're welcome.
And D-Hole, welcome in, man. If you have any questions or any globe proofs, we'd like to hear about it.
Don't be shy.
D-Hole, are you there? Mush Kane, how you doing? Mike the Sis. Are you guys a part of the conversation, Flatter Globe, or somewhere in between? Mush Kane, Mike the Sis.
Globe.
And honestly, guys, it doesn't hurt that bad to be flat smacked. Just in case you guys have heard through the grapevine that shit hurts or something, it doesn't hurt that bad to get flat smacked. So if you got some globe proofs, man, come on up here and let's talk about it.
Well, there's only so many times they can say, but look at the sky. Seems to be a lack of evidence on the globe side.
Yeah.
They keep looking to the sky for truth. Truth is like, I got nothing for you, man. I do what I do. Y'all do what you do down there.
You did actually say in the beginning, or like some part after, in the beginning, like, what we observe in the sky must be, what are we standing upon? Using that logic. And then she got called out, but she's like, no, I didn't say that. I didn't mean that.
That's a false equivalency. You can't do that. I look up at the sky, point at that, and say, it must be that. What proof that?
There is the sun in the sky, so therefore we are living on the sun too.
Right. I don't know how many times we had to make the globe earther say, no, that's not what I said, when they clearly said it. Like the guy was like, no, they rise from the west and set in the east. We like made sure he said, like, oh no, I didn't say that. I said left to right. I do know you didn't. We all heard it. Then the other person, yeah, man, it's been too much today.
Yeah.
Actually, I've been tracking Jupiter the last couple of mornings and nights. And Jupiter moves the exact same way. It rises in the east, tracks to the west. one morning, or in November, sorry, one evening, I had the advantage of seeing the moon and Jupiter in the sky at the same time. And it literally looked like Jupiter was towing the moon across the sky as they moved together. Like they maintained the exact same separation distance the whole way they moved. It was super cool to watch.
That actually sounds pretty dope.
Yeah, bro. This is November 16th, night of my birthday, and I even got a picture of it, me looking up at both. It was a really, really awesome picture. I'll throw in the side chat for shits and giggles.
You're really gonna get is you got to get some pictures and videos of Mercury and Venus at night.
Is anyone familiar with this video I posted where they took the shot of the moon there? Selenium. It's a different one. It's not the one we usually use. And the moon appears to go from west to east, the opposite way. In that observation. I don't know if anyone knows anything more. Anything more about it, like location-wise, where they were on Earth doing that.
The moon was going backwards?
Yeah, it's going the opposite way.
Bruh, that's crazy. I've never seen that.
Yeah. What it appears to do, but it's just interesting to know. Maybe find out where the location was. It's not being mentioned in the video. I don't think I didn't see that. So, yeah, interesting.
Hey, off topic question. Do anybody got any dope home remedies for a 5-year-old? My son just started getting a little bit under the weather, man, and I try to be holistic if I can. If anybody know any good ginger, honey, lemon tea or something like that type of remedies.
Do you have any oil of oregano?
You said boil some oregano?
I'll write it in the side chat.
Well, what's this?
Cool.
What's the kid is sick of something, or the cold, or what?
Yeah, man, just real stuffy, and he wasn't feeling too good at daycare today, so I went and got him. So we're up here watching Tom and Jerry and shit.
That's what you told me. No, it's not what I told you. I want you to fix it.
Vitamin C, brother. 1,000 milligrams. Flush that thing out.
Yeah, I doubt you can get him to drink black seed oil at his age, but it clears the mucous membrane. It dries out all that mucus in your mucous membrane.
You said black seed oil?
Yeah, but it tastes kind of bad.
My dad swears up and down by black seed oil. Yeah, I don't know. Is there an age limit on that or no?
I wouldn't think so. It's just going to be hard to get him to swallow it. And it's only like you only need to take about a tablespoon or two.
Gotcha.
Is he coughing? Because what I worry for my when my son is getting cold, when he coughs a lot, so it will just scratch his throat, and it will hurt him. So I give him some olive oil to just make that that canal just sleeky, to make that wind pass without hurting him. But the others, the rest, is just you let him do the thing by himself. You let his metabolism just understand those things. Yeah, it will take a little bit of time first. We don't give him any medication or any supplement. It will just take a little bit of time, but it won't take that much of time next time.
I actually like the vegetable oil idea.
On a food, I mean, what kind of food does you could eat? Same as you, like you guys.
Oh yeah, man, we've been terrible lately. I'll be honest, man. We've been McDonald's in it up.
Oh Lord, you gotta stop that. That's destroying the body.
I know, man.
Chemicals.
I ate at Razoo's the other day. Got Asian turkey fish. Oh my God, I'm thinking about it now. But yeah, man, I've been a fat ass lately, dude. I need to get back in the gym.
My son don't eat a lot of things. It just eat pizzas. If you make pizza, you will eat pizza, burgers. So I do those things just here in the house. Eat meatballs, sausages, and the only vegetables that he can eat is cucumber.
What you say, Necros?
I said that my son, so he eats pizzas, burgers, meatballs, sausages, and the only vegetable thing or fruit that he can eat is just cucumber, and sometimes, just sometimes, not all the time, apples.
Yeah, mine's big on not hot dogs, but nuggets and sausages.
Have you seen how they do those nuggets? You should watch a video of that. It's horrendous.
And I'm sure it'll make me stop it for like maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks. Then I'm gonna be like, fuck.
Usually, when you crave those, it's the chemicals they put in there, and could also be alongside with the parasites in your body. You're craving for it as well. The bad stuff. It's good stuff for them, but bad stuff for you.
Dude, I don't know if anybody got the fucking McDonald's app, but right now they're giving a 10-piece away for a fucking $1.
Yeah, understandable.
They're trying to kill us, man, and I'm gonna be the first to die behind this bullshit.
Pasta, chicken nuggets.
What I can say, if you like those things, what I can say is that if you eat them once in a month, just with moderation, even if there is some toxins in there, but that amount that you will just eat those things, it won't harm you. Your body would just extract all those toxins away.
Or just avoid it at all. What was the point?
yeah, you can. But
I mean, even if once a month. Yeah.
Some people who can't make it at home, chicken nuggets at home or chicken strips, meatballs by just.
You can make your homemade potato chips, whatever. I mean, the stuff they sell is not healthy, man. The oil, the type of oil they use to boil it in it. It's bad stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
Quasicotal, something's telling me you got a kick-ass, good, healthy diet, but some tell me that shit don't taste good.
No, it tastes good, man. It tastes good. I think there's just the idea of transitioning over to it. I guess that's the hard part. I guess for some people.
What's the common? What's
Yeah.
some common meals for you, man?
Well, I do eat a lot of lentils and beans. It's my primary source of protein and stuff like that. Wild rice, a lot of greens mixed into it as well. I make some kind of stew type of thing, like mixing everything into it one. Yeah. And by using one type of spelt grain, if you're going to eat pasta or something like that, instead of the other types that has been hybridized. Spelt is like an ancient grain, hasn't been tampered with over the millennium.
Yeah, it's alkaline.
Yeah, I'm going for the alkaline stuff. I'm trying to go for the alkaline stuff. It's more healing to the body as well. And I notice I'm being less and less sick than before when I switch over to this diet as well. Feeling more energized. Just overall great improvement, I would say, health-wise.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. On Sunday, I bought some freaking frozen fruit and told myself I was gonna start doing smoothies and shit and fruit smoothies. And fuck, I missed Monday and I didn't make it this morning either. So I don't know if I'm gonna have it today either.
Yeah, you can do juicing. That's nice stuff too. The greens. Go for the greens. The chlorophyll and stuff. That's good stuff for your body. The greens are the most healthiest for the body. The alkaline stuff, though, you have to look out for which ones.
Stuff,
yeah. Some of them are acidic, like spinach and such. They're acidic. They have a starch base.
Quasimodo, I got a wing recipe that'll make you quit all that healthy eating, man.
You can try all you want. I've been going strong.
I got some lemon pepper that'll make you throw all that lentil away, man. No, but seriously, I do got to get back on my program, man. I'm starting to fucking gain too much fucking weight.
Yeah, start with your diet first, then whatever exercise you want to, add to it.
Yeah.
It would be awesome.
Bit by bit, brother. Know your body's got to take care of it.
Hell yeah. Hey, why is Democ muted?
He was on a break, I guess, from VC. Taking a break.
Yeah, that's funny.
All right.
Dude, he can get fucking amped up.
Yeah. It happens. Quite a lot.
Personally, I don't care about having a specific diet. Naturally, in our cuisine here in North Africa, it's just full of ginger, full of pepper, just spicy all the time. So it mainly contains those elements that contain those natural antibiotics. So helping your metabolism a little bit. But I don't stop myself from eating normal food. I don't take a specific diet. Yeah, I don't eat things from outside. I cook my food, just personally. But yeah.
Yeah, I've been cooking food only. I'm not buying like pre-made stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
It's much better.
Hey, one thing I have been wanting to get into that I've been seeing a lot are like the different types of mushrooms, like the lion's mane and the oyster mushrooms and shit. Have you guys ever had those? Or
what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Different type of mushrooms, like your oyster mushrooms and lion's mane, all that.
Not really, but I've heard about how good they are for you. Sounds legit, yeah.
Yeah, I need to find some, man, and see if I can make me a good recipe with it.
There is a type of mushroom called oh my god, beef mushroom. You can use it to replace meat.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping I can do, man. I remember a couple of years back, it was just on accident. I was helping a friend out. They were doing like Ramadan. And he asked me just to join him and all that. And so I didn't eat for a while. I forgot exactly what all we did or not ate at a certain time or something like that. But it kind of somehow shifted me into going pescatarian. And for like a whole year, man, I was meat free, only ate seafood, a lot of fish, a lot of shrimp and shit like that. But basically fruits and vegetables and seafood, no meats. And dude, I felt the best I probably ever had in my life. And then unfortunately for me and my family went on a cruise to Cozumel, and they wouldn't let me do the pescatarian thing. They told me I have to get a burger. And after that first one from the Smash Burger of Five Guys, man, it was downhill from there. Oh man, I went back in line and everything.
You went from something wonderful to what the hell? Smash burgers.
It fucked me up, man. I forgot food could taste that fucking good.
I can't suggest to someone just to quit meat. I have no proof that meat is something that you have to quit because it will harm you somehow. Omnivores, it's not only us. You can have. There is many types of omnivores in nature. Nothing shows that if they eat meat, they will get sick. I think lions won't be the king of the jungle because they eat meat all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is just me, but when you think about it, like how we are designed, how our teeth are designed and such, it doesn't look like they're designed for eating meat, like raw meat, straight up like the animals do, like lions and such. Put your fangs on the on your kill, whatever.
That's great. That's really
yeah. When you think from that type of perspective, I guess, but I think it's how it's been so ingrained into our culture, the meat stuff. Just slice it up, cook it up, season it up, to make it more chewable. I guess, but yeah.
Shouldn't your teeth be a planet?
Yeah. How are we gonna planet?
Hey, what up? Yeah, if you look up and notice there's twinkling planets all around you, so your teeth have to be planets. I mean, that's the only logical conclusion I could possibly come up with.
No, it's just like Tarzan, because Tarzan was witnessing monkeys all around him, so he was thinking that he's a monkey too.
Yeah. He identified himself as a monkey.
Great analogy.
Oh Lord.
Great analogy.
It's all around.
I think it's the funniest comedy show ever. They know so much and we're so dumb and all this, and then they don't know all of it. They need more. They don't know the logistics of what they were trying to know because they knew it already. They already know everything. Then we try to break it down for them. Then they don't know everything. And then all of a sudden what the topic was always changes to, well, prove this, or I'm going to ask you another goofy question, or some more shit that has nothing to do with anything. They never want to concede to shit. They want to jump around. It's weird.
Seriously, man, that was some epic shit going on today. Well, what's up, Demont?
What up?
Nothing much, man.
I just don't like ping-ponging around, playing bumper cars with these crazies.
Yo, Demark.
Yeah.
If there is beliefs, so you have to understand that thing that is programmed in us. We can't get rid of beliefs, so you will have always some bunch of people that will just hold on some stupid beliefs, even if they are not real.
Yeah, but where do you cut where do you cut the tie? Where do you break the cord? Where do you draw the line. Like, so, okay, I could say, okay, I have no proof of who, what, when, where, why, or how that everything is, right? I don't have any proof of that. I could talk till my balls are blue. Don't fucking mean shit. You either agree or don't. And you can say, what's he talking about? I'm lost. Doesn't matter. Don't care. So, and nobody's going to know these answers. So trying to justify that stupid shit with something that's just in your face that we do have to like agree on somehow in some form or another, mechanics of shit. I mean, if we don't at least agree on the mechanics of something, then I don't even understand where we're going with this word physics or these ideas of laws and all this other shit. It's like gets so retarded and sloppy, you know? There's things, yeah, we have to imagine because we're not going to know them. That's common fucking sense. But those things shouldn't be the thing that you can measure and say, well, I measured this fucking wall. I built this box out of the tree and did this stuff mechanically. That shouldn't be an ignorant, confounded, fucking convoluted thing. And it shouldn't be everything I do here isn't real.
Yeah, correct. But that would be in a perfect world. But I think this world that we are living in, this reality that we are living in, it was created to have that duality, to have people having knowledge and people having belief, which is contradicting that knowledge.
Right. And I get the idea of originality. There's nothing wrong with it. You can do everything with it all day. That's how you're supposed to mechanically get something from your original thoughts or something crazy or a new idea or putting something together that hasn't been tried. You're supposed to mechanically try to do the attribute of that. And if you can't, then it's still just a thought. Like, I just don't understand how what we can't prove is the thing that's how they're proving the thing is by saying that's what we can't prove. It's just the weirdest fucking science, the weirdest shit in the world to me. Water sticks to balls while they spin in a vacuum.
Hey, what's up to the new guy that just jumped in? Shows a flat Earth, and that's the picture that most flat Earthers hate. What's up?
Flat Earth Jesus. What a disc in space. No, lovely.
You know this guy?
Yo, what up, man? How's it going?
No.
How's it going, man?
I think it's a troll, though.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm expecting from the picture, man. Are you a flat Earther, globe Earther, troll? What's up?
No, I thought it looked pretty.
You look, oh Lord.
I mean, we could talk about the image, but I think it's not accurate. We don't know what it looks like. Who's supposed to say?
Okay, good
Who's
start,
supposed to
good
say
start.
what? Why you got music playing?
No. He got a good start there. So he
I'm
didn't
a
say
little
some bullshit like the Globers said. Yeah, good.
Somebody's got music playing.
So you're a flat earther?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just heard. I came from the politics server. I heard this place is better.
Nice. Since when?
Probably like a few months ago.
Okay.
Yeah, but I've been in this channel. I've been in that one.
Can I ask?
Your thing looks like a Taco Bell logo. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Can I ask what the specific thing that clicked in your head?
Well, honestly, so there's this friend of mine who he works for the Air Force. You know how they do satellites, right? They put them on these white basically weather balloons, and they throw them up, and they do the exact same thing. They actually they look the same, behave the same. Like they go around and they produce all the signals and stuff that you need, but it's not orbiting. It's floating with the helium.
Yeah, it's not just helium balloons, but all type of HAPS. HAPS, it's the abbreviation of high altitude platforms. It's high
Exactly, yep.
altitude balloons, high altitude planes, automatic planes that works with the solar panels, gliders, different things.
Yeah, but I would 100% agree with you that it's a huge organization trying to push that, thought that it's actually orbiting, but in fact it's completely able to be done without any rocketry or anything like that. So I mean, I just back to the image. I mean, I just like my image, but
No, that's cool, man. I just have to make sure you want to troll or anything. You cool so far, man.
All right, you guys get a lot. You guys get a lot of trolls over here, or what?
Yeah, absolutely. I remember a while back they were. It was a lady showing how they were releasing the balloons.
Yeah, I have a website for it right here, actually.
Yeah, man. That
hot air balloons been going on for a long time, right?
Yeah, and I think she said that it was going to stay up there for like the next 10 years or something like that. Like it'll stay up there for the next decade.
Yep, and they need to reset them. That's why they always say we need to put new ones up. The satellites, they go bad, but
right, because the amount they have to keep their whatever they need to keep their fuel source or whatever their source of energy is, or keep their whatever that is, keep them going.
Yep.
Just like a hot air balloon, you'll need to keep a fuel source of some sort, and you could fly that hot air balloon forever if you had enough fuel in your tank.
Yeah.
But you could never find the edge. Weird.
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
Hey, Cyclone, what's up, man?
Imagine that. Fly horizontally for years and never find an edge of anything. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
That's a big ass flat Earth. Go ahead, sorry.
Cyclone, are you flat Earth or globe Earth?
Cyclone's flat.
Oh, okay, my bad, man. I haven't had too many talks with him. Sorry.
He's OG.
Okay, what's up, OG? Triple OG. Why do we have atheist oblate?
May I ask a question? What does OG mean? I heard that many times.
Original gangster. OG, way back.
Okay,
The original. Just means an older version. So you say, I'm the OG in this place. That means they're just the older group that's been there longer.
I see.
Or if you like a better way to put it, you can say you're an organized general. But both give that.
Or the original group. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, yes, sir. I'm OG. Yeah.
There you go.
I go more for old geezer.
There you go.
Hey, that works. It works, man.
There you go.
Hey, it's where fucking perspective is. See, Einstein wasn't wrong with perspective in certain things, right? It's all in how you look at things. It's like, just, mentally and, just how you think about it.
It's all relative. It's all relative.
Yeah.
It's all relative, but the Globetrotters are always trying to say that Einstein is wrong. They are showing a pendulum hanging when they make that pendulum move. They say that it is processing, so it shows the movement of the Earth. Therefore, all movements are not relative. You just have to hang a pendulum, and it can show you which reference is moving.
Hey, all I gotta do is wait for an earthquake and all the stuff in my room starts shaking and everything like that. So I don't know where the fuck they get when the earth's moving, you won't notice it, but every time the earth moves, I notice it. And then when it stops, I notice that too. Visually.
Yeah, like I told you, the pendulum is it's a debunk. If you say that the pendulum is showing the movement of the Earth, you're debunking Einstein.
You're debunking everything. Yeah, yeah.
Wait, hold on. Explain to me how they're debunking Einstein by saying the pendulum swings.
All movements are relative. You can't distinguish. You don't have any method to distinguish which reference frame is moving.
But they do.
So by the relativity, that means it could be the Earth or it could be the atmosphere that's causing it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It just means, well, the thing is visually, I think it's visually what the statement was visually, you wouldn't ever be able to tell by, just visually noticing something. And what they're telling you is by visually looking at this string spin, on your floor, you're going to know whether the earth's moving or not, or whether it's that string moving, or whether it's the earth moving, or whether it's those stars moving now because of the string. And that his very law is you wouldn't. So now if you wouldn't, and they're saying you do, they throw him out there, but then they bring him back for gravity. Do you understand? They just pick and fucking choose anytime they want anything.
It's measuring an accelerated
of what?
Its rotation.
Of what?
But it's an accelerated reference frame.
Where's your reference frame to prove that? Where's your little demonstration model that you can see what happens on that so we can compare the two? Or else you just have, oh, it's got to be Earth doing that. Imagine. Have you ever seen a ball spin with a fucking string on it? You don't need any people on there. I'm guaranteeing you right now, everything I do with a ball and I spin in reality in a lab and put cat toys on it and strings in little buildings, not going to do what you think it's going to do. Not going to do what it does on flat Earth.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Because with relativity, it tells you everything will occur. Like if that thing that you are standing on is motionless, you can't tell. Everything will occur equally if the Earth is moving and the sky is not, and everything will occur like that if the Earth is not moving and the sky is.
But the question is, where is your actual 3D physical ball in a damn lab that you have a reference from doing this thing with the little cat toy on it? A 50-foot one, a 20-foot one, a 30-foot one, a 2-foot one, anywhere of any size where you got a demonstration, where you got the idea, cat toys are going to tell you that ball's processing.
It's not a cat toy, and I think the original one was like.
I got you. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, what just happened? I heard the mock and somebody going back and forth, and then it just cut off.
No, that somebody stopped talking.
Yeah, I know. I just asked them. I asked them for their reference. Like every time the Globers keep coming in here, they say, "Okay, we're going to put this thing on flat Earth, and then we're going to prove a ball." That's not how that works. You have to go get a ball of some sort, prove your damn claim with a 3D sphere in a lab or some setting, right? With an actual 3D object, with your little cat toy reference, with put it together however you want to prove your claim.
What do you mean you have to go get a ball? You can use them.
What do you mean you don't have to get a ball?
There's a thing called abstraction. You can make a computer 3D model of.
A computer is a flat screen. It's not 3D. Brother, you'll need a 3D ball. Why are you allergic to, why are all Globers allergic to 3D balls demonstrating themselves?
I want to ask.
Why the hell would you need a flat computer screen to show me what a ball's doing when you could definitely go get a ball? Before computers existed, how would you show me this? Let me know.
Do you believe that humans can fly?
Yeah, but let's keep him to the lab,
You
though,
can
brother,
make them
please.
fly in an abstract modelization in a 3D model.
Right, and he also believes that balls can have a little string tied to them inside of a building with a little camera on it, and he's going to see what that does while he spins the ball 3 different speeds. While it's tilted 23 degrees or whatever he claims. He's going to show us that. And then when he sees that inside that little room with the camera, then we're going to look in the room in reality and see if that matches what that does. If it doesn't, we have a problem. You do whatever you need for Narnia to be real. You put a magnet inside the ball. Don't give a shit. Then put your pendulum. The magnet and the magnetic attribute will give you your fake ass gravity. Still show us what you're talking about.
They used a lead weight. They used a lead weight.
To do what?
For the pendulum.
To do what? What's a lead weight do?
Mushkane.
I want to go get a Magnex lead weight right now. What do they do?
Mushkane, unmute yourself. Hey, Mushkane, unmute yourself and stay unmuted and talk back and forth with Democ.
I think he's playing Scrabble with us. He's throwing every minute one word and he mutes himself. One word and he mutes himself.
Right, unmute yourself, be a big boy, and have a discussion with Democ. We're not going to jump in. We can let you and Democ have that.
No, I'm walking around and
Oh, he doesn't want
my fans and shit.
Oh, okay.
Cool, man. Well, hey, when you're not and you think you got some points to prove, man, or if you want to talk about the Foucault's pendulum, feel free, man.
Well, yeah, I was. He was talking about magnets and all this, and whatever.
I guess
they use a lead weight.
I guess.
Yeah, I know, brother.
We can just go fast forward, Mushkane. Explain to us how the Foucault's pendulum proved the globe Earth.
Okay, you're stood on a surface. You look up. The lights in the sky, they appear to rotate. So you ask yourself, am I rotating or are the lights above me rotating? How do I tell this? There's a thing called a pendulum. It shows relative motion. You can use this tool to show relative motion on many things. To show the relative motion of Earth, you got to use a very precise pendulum, and some people have done that.
What's the word action and reaction? What's the word action and reaction mean to you?
What's a precise pendulum compared to a non-precise pendulum?
Right, but
the mechanism by which it swings, the weight of
the. What is the mechanism that it swings from then?
I mean, people use different ones. The easiest one to, I guess, visualize is like a ball bearing and a clutch, like a half-domed clutch with a very light oil in it. So it's basically in its own reference. It's isolated from the reference of its base, so it's freely moving.
The mechanism is important in the way.
Yeah, the mechanism is very important. So is the line. The line has to be right. The weight has to be right.
So what if the mechanism is different?
You'll get if the mechanism isn't freely floating, you won't get the result. You won't be able to measure it. You have to have whatever the mechanism is. Doesn't matter what it is. It has to be freely.
So the mechanism is what's determining the result.
The mechanism is what allows you to get the result, the relative motion.
Not Earth spin.
That's the tool. That's the attribute of the tool which allows the measurement.
So if the mechanism's affecting the result that you get, how can you say that the result that you get is due to Earth's spin?
The result you get is because of the mechanism. It's not. You're not. The mechanism
so
isn't the variable.
Tell us the Earth is spinning then.
What?
So the pendulum doesn't tell us that the Earth is spinning then.
It just measures an accelerated reference frame.
Well, you said it's the mechanism that gives.
It's the mechanism that allows the measurement. Yes, that's because you have to have a freely moving pendulum.
So not motion of the Earth then, the mechanism.
Yes.
All right. So Foucault's pendulum doesn't tell you the Earth's a ball then.
No, I'm saying yes, the motion of the Earth. That's what.
No, you said the mechanism is what's affecting it.
No, I didn't. I said the mechanism, the pendulum, that's why the pendulum can show relative motion, because the mechanism by which it swings.
You said you change the mechanism, you get a different result.
Yeah, you won't get a result if you don't have a pendulum. The mechanism is what
you're
makes
manipulating.
A pendulum. You're just describing
the variable you're manipulating, brother.
Yeah. So what you're manipulating is a mechanism, not.
No, that's like saying if a meter stick wasn't a meter stick, then that would change. So it's not a meter stick anymore. Yeah, if the graduation levels on a meter stick,
manipulate a meter stick. It's always meter.
No, that's not. really analogous?
Yes, it is.
No, because you're talking about the cause of the motion of the pendulum
I'm
being.
talking about a tool and how a
mechanism.
tool works. If you change the way the tool,
Would you call a pendulum a tool?
obviously,
What practical application does a pendulum have?
keep time.
Okay, there you go. You found the one. So keep time, not prove the Earth spins.
Two things can be true at once. What is this?
So what
Yeah,
else
it's
can I
not.
put? Can I ask one question to him real quick? What else can I put the pendulum? So if I have a spinning elephant, can it tell me it's elephant shaped and stuff and everything about the elephant because it's a
What
spinning?
the hell? Dude, what the
Brother,
hell?
it's your claim. That's your claim. What do you mean,
No.
what the hell?
What the hell are you babbling about, dude? Elephants? What?
Putting a cat toy on a spinning object that you don't know the shape of or the idea of. Now what's it going
Dude,
to
here
tell
you
you?
go with your cat toy again.
All right. So you saying that the Earth is rotating underneath the pendulum?
Yes.
It's about to get real. Hey,
So
answer these questions.
So Earth is rotating underneath the pendulum. So is Earth rotating underneath a helicopter?
Helicopters don't magically make the Earth stop rotating.
So the Earth is rotating underneath the helicopter.
You're not going to be able to measure the Earth's rotation using a helicopter. That's why
I'm
we
not saying
use
about
a pendulum.
measuring it. I'm saying, is it rotating underneath it, like you're saying the pendulum is doing?
Answer correctly.
So you can measure the spin of the Earth under a football and under gunfire and under a pendulum.
No, you can't
But yet,
measure
for
it
some
under
reason, you
gunfire
can't measure it
or a
under a.
football or
Hello. Hey, whoa. Okay, so let's try this again. So for some reason, you can measure the spin of the Earth under a football, a gunshot, projectile.
He hasn't answered yet. He hasn't answered yet. That's what I'm waiting for. Is it rotating underneath the helicopter?
I did answer
And that's my point. And then, but not a helicopter. He said you can't measure it under a helicopter.
I was asking if you can measure
But you
it. I
can.
said,
But
is
you.
it? And I didn't hear your answer. You said you did answer. What was your answer?
I said I did answer. I said yes. Yes, you can, but you can't measure it.
So if
Switching
you go
a
up in a
massive
helicopter,
volume of
and
atmosphere,
hover,
planes are moving. That's linear motion.
so it's rotating underneath planes as well. Is that what you're saying?
It's getting deep for you, Mushy.
So if I hover in a helicopter for an hour, I should see.
No, it's not. It doesn't work that way. You know, pendulum is very sensitive. That's why the plane of its swing.
Helicopter. You said it was rotating underneath the helicopter.
Yeah, helicopters moving massive amounts of atmosphere. The pendulum doing this? No.
Hovering in place. It's hovering in place above the surface of the Earth.
It's moving. It's moving.
No, it's hovering above the surface. It's not going.
Yeah,
in one
it's
direction or
moving.
another.
It's moving.
No,
What, the
there's
Earth
no
is moving?
y'all. There's no. There's.
How does a helicopter hover? How does a helicopter hover?
Just like a drone, you put one
what's
in
it
the room.
using?
You put one in the room next to the pendulum. You put a little
moving.
helicopter and a little
That's
drone.
the
You
answer.
have
It's moving.
you have them hover in the room.
Moving.
Thrust
So
versus
helicopters can't
drag.
hover.
Right. There's no thrust.
Versus drag and rotation.
Look, the answer's in the reference frame.
What does that mean?
What's the reference frame? What's the reference frame of the swinging pendulum?
Well, what's that? What's the answers in the reference frame? What does that mean? That sounds like a riddle to a treasure hunt.
What's the reference frame of the swinging pendulum?
Hey, you answer the question for us. You
The
tell us.
building's roof.
No, you can ask me all these questions. I can't ask you a question. What's the reference frame? What's the reference frame of the plane?
Yeah,
But
it
you're saying
doesn't.
it rotates underneath the pendulum, but it doesn't rotate underneath the helicopter. How does that make sense?
And how does it make sense that it's referencing the Earth's movement, but in a different reference frame to not reference the Earth's movement? That's just fucking ignorant in the first place, all of it.
Mush. So you bring up the pendulum, Mush, and you bring up the reference frames, and now you want us to give names to the reference
Somebody
frames
else
that
brought
you're
up the
referring
pendulum.
to?
I didn't bring up the pendulum. Somebody else.
Well, it's here now.
Oh, okay, but
claims.
this is not a globe proof then, so you're not defending the Foucault pendulum as an example of proof that the Earth is rotating?
No, it actually can be used for the globe.
Okay, it can. So why don't you tell us which reference frame the pendulum is in?
Not only the motion, but then as you move a pendulum around the ball, the equator, it will not precess. You go to different.
If you could stop begging the question, let's just get to the reference frames that you brought up. So tell us which reference frame the pendulum is in. Mush. This is your example. Yeah, no, this is not my claim. I didn't claim that pendulums tell us if the Earth is moving. You did, and you brought up. You're retarded. So you're the one that brought this up. These are your reference frames. You tell us what reference frame the pendulum is in. And he left because he's a coward. I'm tired of these people.
I cannot believe they're going for the pendulum.
I don't understand how they don't understand that the helicopter is not moving. It's just stationary, and the Earth is not moving underneath it. Like, I don't understand how their brain doesn't grasp this and make a mental image, and then make a little moving image, and then go, oh, you're right, it's not spinning. Like, I don't understand how they're so slow on this.
He does understand that. He's just consciously suppressing it so that he can maintain his globe fantasy.
But why? What are they into? Like, are they hoping they got to do a space hotel? What's going on?
Religion.
It has shown you today, if no other day, if you rewind some of the people we've talked to today, it has shown it is literally a religion at this point.
Yeah, that's what it is. Their religion.
Oh, bro, I've been dealing with these people since like 2017. I did a video on Facebook called 3 Questions for a Globe-Tired using I did a little video with a fisheye lens, and basically they all still denied the fact that it was a fisheye lens that was giving you curve on these Earth videos, when clearly the video was showing otherwise. And this is back in like 2016, 2017, man. Nothing's changed. They're still asking the same dumb questions. They're still denying the helicopter. It's fucking scary, dude, at this point. Like, it's scary. Like, I'm like, are these real people? Like, do these people actually have conversations with other people?
Well, and think of the mental gymnastics it takes to say, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, that a Earth spins under a football. It spins under a projectile like a bullet out of a gun. It spins under a pendulum, but it does not spin under a helicopter or an airplane.
Makes zero sense. Anything suspended in air, not moving. Whether it's floating, hanging from a string, such as your pendulum, whatever you want to say. Once we consider that as your frame of reference, then you're saying that the Earth spins under it.
And it also spins underneath weather formations like storm clouds.
Well, it's their story that they're telling, right? So they have to prove the claim that they can have a ball somewhere spinning with something above it, not attached, that the ball keeps it attached. They have to demonstrate that. So all we have to do is sit back and laugh at their silly ass claim.
Are they really making claims, or are they just trying to half-ass parrot stuff they remember from their 7th grade science teacher that was parroting what he halfway remembers from his 7th grade science teacher?
It's unfortunately, it's like the flat Earth community, unfortunately, has actually grown, like intellectually as a collective have grown. And so now you can't just jump in a server full of flat earthers and say, hey, why is the shape of the moon circular, and think that's where the conversation's going to end. And then that's when the cognitive dissonance set in, when we start putting the facts out there and things we can prove. Yeah, man.
Hey, Demok, were you in Earth Awakenings like Saturday or Sunday? I know you was in there one day with me, but were you in there Sunday when Jesse Kali, whatever you want to call him, not the Jesse Patsolite, but that other asshole, was he said that there was this video where they proved that the moon is a sphere because somebody held up a ball on a stick and then said the light reflection on the ball on a stick was just like from the moon, and they weren't even alike. And he kept saying that it proved it, it proved it, it proved it. Then I called his ass out on, well, you know, earlier you said science doesn't prove anything, and then he tried to waffle out of that. And then eventually when he realized that I wasn't going to aimlessly bicker with him, and he was like, man, you're getting stuck on one word, you know. Yeah, I mean, it's, and then eventually after a while he's like, well, no, it's not proof, but it is evidence.
Oh yeah, he always does that. It takes him like 40 minutes to even figure out what he's talking about half time.
Yeah. I mean, you know, see, I hate to say it, but he's like your A+ globetard. I mean, like, he gets, I mean, he's probably one of the most intellectual ones because he understands that the stuff they say isn't actually true, and then he's got to deflect and demur from what he said. So he makes a claim, and then, you know, which takes 3 minutes, and then he spends the next 57 minutes waffling out of the claim. That, I mean, you know, you got to think that takes some real mental effort and real mental acuity to be able to perform those mental gymnastics like that. So my theory is that the globetards that come around here on Discord, that we're suffering from what I refer to as the Discord effect, that any globe believer worth their salt is probably not going to come in here and talk to us, so we're left with the retards.
It really doesn't matter. The pseudo-intellectuals or even anybody that you would consider to be well-studied has the same arguments. So, you know, this is just sparring with idiots and pseudo-intellectuals.
Yeah, it's kind of like playing ping pong and just, you know, who has the stamina to hold out the volley the longest. At some point, one's going to wear down a little bit, and they're going to make the mistake and lose the point.
Well, their ignorance is strong. It's invincible ignorance, right? So you're dealing with people that have no problem showing their ignorance, even in a public forum, for hours on end. They have no shame. So in that case, I guess we lose. We will not endlessly speak to fools, right? We will not carry on forever with the pseudo-intellectual, because what's the point? Why let them waste my life? talking about things that they don't even understand.
I 100% agree. You know, and you think about it here, nearly all combat comes down to just time and attention. It's like that seminal fight on Cool Hand Luke. You know, the other inmates beating the crap out of him, but because he doesn't give up and he just keeps getting beat and he keeps going back and getting beat, the other guy's just finally like, hell, I've had enough of this. So that's the unfortunate thing is I guess they have more stupid than we have smarts. Yeah, I'll never forget back in early 2022, there was a professor that came into the home server, and this guy was he legitimately was a professor. He was interested to talk about the topic because he'd heard students talk about the server on Discord, etc., etc. Then Miggy and a couple others were having a nice chat with him. And then eventually Miggy asks them, when they start actually talking about the topic, Miggy says, okay, well, great. Well, here on this server, we like to talk about the things that we know. And so he asked the guy, do you know that the Earth is a sphere? And the guy said, yes. And then Miggy said, okay, well, are you 100% sure that it's a sphere? And the guy kind of hemmed and hawed for a second and said, yes. And he said, okay, well, like I said, I know it sounds a little redundant, but on this server, we like to know if somebody's 100% certain of something or 99.99999% certain. Which of the two would you say you are? And of course, the guy immediately disconnected and never came back. So I think that's how you tell one of the Globies that does have some intellect is they're smart enough to know. He was smart enough to know he was had, and he was not coming back. All right, gents. Well, I'm out of here. We're off to go pick up a pagan tree. So have a good night. And as always, good to hear all of you.
Yeah, have a good one, brother. Hey, I'm about to get out of here too, man. You guys have a good one. I'll see you in a while.
Yeah, peace, bro.
Take care, man. See you.